Good morning, good morning, good morning, good afternoon, good evening. I hope it's not evening nowhere where nobody at. Or maybe I caught everybody in the morning or afternoon. Ooh. What a good start to a day, right? I was able to get my coffee from Mickey D's. I was able to get my coffee from Mickey D's. That right there means it's going to be awesome, awesome, wow Wednesday. Hey, good morning, Marilda. Good morning. Or afternoon. Is it afternoon there? Or did I catch you still in the morning? Yeah. Yeah, just probably us on the West Coast. It's probably a real early morning. Um, but the East Coast, this is probably it's about 6:30 in the morning. They should be good. And it's 5:30, I think Central. I think the only people that probably should be early for is like people in my area, the West Coast, like SD and but anywho, definitely got my coffee this morning. So that makes me happy because I was real worried because I was like, if I cannot get my McDonald's coffee and I have to go to Quick Trip, we're gonna push this back to 5:30. There's no way I'm sitting up here all day and don't have my good coffee from Mickey D's. Shout out. Now, whatever they want me to do, I'm loving it. Commercial for the coffee. I am game. Dang, I still didn't catch you in the morning, but I got you early afternoon. I'm gonna catch you in the morning one day. One day. I'm trying. I'm trying. It's a work in progress. Maybe tomorrow. So let's so today we are going to start with the opening statements and your opening statements and this drug hubby, drug hubby. I want to call him hubby because I don't know why I want to call him hubby. I don't want to call him husband for some reason. They had a very beautiful, nice little picture of them that was on the internet where like he was like, behind him and all them. It seemed like hubby vibes to me. So we are going to be starting that case. Today we will cover the opening statements. We'll do the witness statements. We'll get as far as we can to try to catch up. But at least we'll have the morning. We'll have this morning. We will have covered some of this trial, so we don't get so far behind till they have a verdict. Right. Our other case should probably be going to the jury by the end of the week. We do have a DP phase in that one. So it'll probably go into maybe next week with the DP being decided, but that's cool. I know. It's so funny because he got all these ones and he got all these sweet pea games. Hey, Philly Will, damn, I like you when it's early like this. I come to work at 5 a.m. and usually have to wait until 8:30 for court. So thank you. And I'm going to add that you're beautiful. Thank you so much, Philly. Yeah, we got an early day today. I try to mix it up depending on what we have going on. And if y'all know anything about me, I want to be in all the courtrooms. Like all the courtrooms. So sometimes, court may have started. So we just have to kind of like improvise. So that's what we're doing today in a couple days this week because we are going to be getting up early so we can catch up and be right with everybody else, right? So cool. I don't know. I feel like I got something in my eye. So I know I see that OnlyFans, he coming here. He's already ones and sweet pea gang. So he's already telling me to get immediately into the courtroom as soon as we start this morning. All right, guys. Well, let me see those additional ones and sweet pea gangs, and we'll definitely get into the courtroom this morning and see what the hubby unaliving drug trial is all about. Let me see. Hey, good morning, Jason. What you on your way home? Early morning, rise and shine. I got my Mickey D, so I'm good out here in these streets. Hey, okay. All right, guys. I am going to go ahead and get us in the courtroom and let's see. It looks like we're going to be starting with the prosecutions. Of course, they're opening statements, guys. Oh, you at the jump? Oh, well, that's good. Nothing wrong with getting it in and getting it out the way. That's one thing that when I did go to the gym, Jason, I love going to the gym in the morning. That way, in case I mess up during the day, I could go back to the gym later on. Yeah, he definitely motivated more than me. That's the one thing about going to the gym and getting started, that you can't stop. Because if you stop, it's so hard to get back into it. Look at me. Won't even entertain it. All right, guys, let's get in here.
Money and control. Those are the two things that the defendant, Herbert Swilly, stood to lose as his marriage to Tim Smith fell apart and Tim planned to leave him. But instead of letting Tim go, the defendant savagely murdered him. He beat Tim in the face, then he placed a ligature around Tim's neck and squeezed it so tightly that the blood vessels in Tim's eyes burst and his neck broke. Tim Smith was 59 years old when he was brutally murdered. Tim was loved by everyone who knew him. He was warm, welcoming, and made people feel better about life. One of Tim's passions was making sure there was good assisted living facilities for seniors. Tim was the executive director of Brookdale Senior Living, which was an assisted living facility here in Ocala for senior citizens. His position, executive director, was a high-level position with a salary well over $100,000 a year, plus bonuses. Tim had been the director there about 7 years before he was murdered. Now, the assisted senior living healthcare industry was relatively small in the state of Florida, and Tim was well regarded and well known in that industry. Tim had a great life. He had a good job, he had a nice home, and a diverse group of friends that adored him. But there was one glaring problem: his relationship with the defendant, his husband, Herbert Swilly. Herbert and Tim have been together for about 15 years and married for 8 of those years. But before they began their romantic relationship, the defendant was married to a woman named Angela for many years. The defendant and Angela had one child together, a daughter named Jordan, who was born in 2003. Now, Tim and the defendant had been friends for about 4 years before their relationship turned romantic, and the defendant left his wife and moved in with Tim. And Jordan was about 8 years old when this happened. Now, Tim and the defendant lived in several different places before they settled on a home in Southeast Ocala. Now, the home was on a nice sized piece of property. It was 4 bedrooms, 2 bathrooms. It had 2 separate living rooms. It had a garage outside and a big shed outside as well. And on that property, they had 2 cameras. A Ring doorbell camera that was on the front door, and then a camera that was high up on a pole that faced their shed and their garage. Now, in the beginning of Tim and the defendant's relationship, Jordan lived with her mother. But when Jordan became a freshman in high school, she decided to move in with Tim and the defendant. Tim and Jordan were very close, and they had a special relationship. Jordan considered Tim a second father. Now, in addition to their main home that I just told you about, Tim and the defendant rented a small 2-bedroom apartment that was about 2 miles away from their main home where they lived. Tim and the defendant had an open relationship. They had sex with other men together, and they had sex with other men separately. And they would meet these other men on dating apps, mainly Grindr and Adam for Adam. Now, they also liked to role play and do fantasy things in their sexual relationship. So in this apartment, they put things like a sex swing, a massage table, and they had a toolbox that had different kinds of sexual paraphernalia in the room. This was something that they thought was fun and they both enjoyed. And the reason they got the apartment is because Jordan was living at home with them, and they wanted to keep this away from her. Now, Tim was the breadwinner of the family. While he had a high-paying job as the executive director of Brookdale, the defendant, in contrast, was a handyman. The defendant and Tim liked to do things. They liked to travel. They liked to buy things like motorcycles. And they spent Tim's money as fast as he made it. And the defendant could not afford to live this lifestyle without Tim's salary. Now, the defendant was painfully aware of this fact. And over time, he grew bitter. And he came to resent Tim for this. Now, the relationship between Tim and the defendant had been declining for years, and had just gotten worse in the month leading up to Tim's murder. The beginning of the end was when they both stopped drinking. Tim and the defendant had been heavy drinkers for most of their relationship. But somewhere around 2019, Tim joined Alcoholics Anonymous. The defendant followed Tim's lead and joined several months later. Tim embraced the AA lifestyle. His chapter's name was Happy, Joyous, and Free. He led many meetings, he sponsored countless people, and he went to meetings up to 5 times a week. Now, through AA, Tim cultivated a very close group of friends. And these friends would go out to dinner after meetings, and they would occasionally go to brunch on Sunday. Now, once the drinking stopped, the problem is the arguing started. They started arguing all the time. It had gotten so bad at home that Jordan would leave home early and go to work at Burrito's Italian restaurant just to get away from the argument at the house between Tim and the defendant. Now, Tim knew the marriage was over, and he was going to leave, and he knew it couldn't be fixed. And in early March, a professional recruiter reached out to Tim and said, hey, there's this job for an executive director at an assisted living facility for seniors in DeLand, and we're interested in you. Tim thought, this is my chance. I can leave the defendant, get a new job, and get away. Tim sent his resume to a recruiter, and he did an hour-long video interview that was recorded over Zoom. This interview was sent to the regional director for this assisted living facility in DeLand named Nina Corsi. And she looked at him and she was very interested in Tim. And he was very close to getting this new job. The defendant knew all about it, was not happy. He knew if Tim left and took this new job, he wouldn't be able to stay in the house they lived in. He wouldn't be able to have the lifestyle that he had become accustomed to. And he started telling other friends about it, how he wasn't happy. And Tim was going to try to take this job. And he became very angry. 5 days before Tim was murdered, the defendant told a friend named Daryl Levine, if Tim thinks he's leaving me and taking a new job in DeLand, he's got another thing coming. He also told that same friend, Jordan and I loved Tim. And this really bothered Daryl, his friend. And it stuck out in his head because it was in the past tense. So things got worse, time went by, and the defendant had to face some cold, hard facts. It's the end of March now. He knows Tim's leaving him. Tim's moving to another city to get a new job, and he can't support himself without Tim. He's mad. He feels cheated. He thinks Tim owes him, and he's not going to let Tim leave him like that. So to the defendant, there was only one option. Tim had to die. Because that would solve all his problems. Because Tim had a life insurance policy worth $333,000. Tim also had a 401 retirement plan with $48,000 in it. And guess who was the beneficiary of both of those things? The defendant, Herbert Swell. $381,000 surely would go a long way for the defendant once Tim was dead. So the defendant decided, I'm gonna kill him, I'm gonna murder Tim, and he picked the date. March 23rd, Thursday of 2023. And this day, at this time, Tim was closer than he'd ever been to getting that offer for that new job. Because Friday morning was one of his final interviews, which was going to be with Nina Corsi, the executive director of the facility of the new job. So Thursday was the day. And the defendant put his plans in motion. Now the defendant and the victim were both physically fit people. And the defendant knew he would need some help taking Tim down. What was the easiest and quietest way to do that? It would be to drug Tim. That way Tim couldn't fight back. That was part of his plan that day. So that Thursday, that morning, everybody goes to work, Jordan, the defendant, and Tim. They come home that evening, they all have dinner together. They end up watching a movie, the three of them. Around 9:30, the defendant and Tim go to bed, and Jordan goes in her room. Sometime that evening of the 23rd, the defendant secretly overdoses Tim with diphenhydramine. Diphenhydramine is in medicines like Tylenol PM and Benadryl. Diphenhydramine is the ingredient that makes you tired in those medicines. Now, a normal dose of diphenhydramine, if you tested somebody's blood, would be 55 nanograms per milliliter. When they tested Tim's blood after he died, his level of diphenhydramine was 2,000 nanograms per milliliter. Tim was probably not even awake when the attack began, but he certainly couldn't fight back. The defendant beat him. He had a black eye. Tim had bruising on his face. He had cuts and swelling. And then the defendant put that ligature over Tim's neck. And he squeezed it so tight and for so long that he broke Tim's neck. And you will hear that the type of injury is called a hyperextension type of injury, which means Tim's neck was bent backwards this way until it broke. Now, the next part of the defendant's plan, he already had it ready. I'm going to say that Tim left in the middle of the night to meet somebody for sex at the apartment, and that person's who killed him. So we had to start getting that plan ready. So after he killed Tim, the defendant put Tim's body in his own white truck. You'll see pictures of this white truck. It's distinctive because the whole truck is white, except for the tailgate, which is black. Now the defendant knew also, hey, I gotta take Tim's phone as well with me to the apartment because Tim's not gonna go meet somebody to have sex without his phone. So he takes Tim's phone as well. And then he says, okay, also Tim always takes this small black bag that he has with him when he goes to the apartment. In the bag are Tim's wallet, his keys, and a few other things. So the defendant gets that bag also. He puts the bag, Tim's phone, and Tim's body in his white truck, and he drives over to the apartment. And from there, he stages the murder. He puts out 2 bowls and a bag of chips, so it looks like Tim had somebody over. He takes off Tim's pants, leaves him on the floor in the bedroom, half naked. He takes bleach and sprays Tim's body and all around Tim and takes some towels to make it look like somebody tried to erase the DNA. Then he leaves Tim there with the bag and the phone. He gets in his truck and he goes back home. But now he has to get Tim's Jeep over to the apartment, because obviously Tim had to get there somehow. So he leaves his white truck at their house. He gets in Tim's Jeep. Tim has a white Jeep. And he drives Tim's vehicle to the apartment. He leaves Tim's vehicle at the apartment, goes inside, and puts the key to Tim's Jeep in that black bag where Tim would have put it. But how's he going to get home if he leaves Tim's Jeep there? Easy. He's physically fit. It's a 2-mile walk in the middle of the night in March. He walks back home. And when he gets home, it's around 3:26. First thing he does, access the Ring doorbell application on his phone. He's got to get rid of all that footage. It's going to show him moving everything around, moving Tim's body and setting everything up. So he deletes that. Now we're well into Friday morning, the 24th, by the time he does all this. So he normally gets up and goes to the gym at 4:40. So he's gonna go along like a regular day, like nothing happened. He gets up, leaves for the gym at 4:40, gets to the gym at 5. Stays to the gym till 6 o'clock, and goes home. Takes a shower and changes, then leaves again. And he goes to Lowe's. And then, oddly, his next stop is the dump. At 7 in the morning, right when they open, he's there with his truck and his trailer. After he goes to the dump, he goes back home. And now he goes home because the dog groomer is supposed to be coming. And he wants to make sure that Jordan's awake to let the dog groomer in. But ultimately, Jordan will end up to be one of the many mistakes that the defendant made. Because remember, Jordan was home when he killed Tim. And even though Tim was drugged, surely there was some noise. So when Jordan woke up that morning, she asked him, "Where's Tim?" He said he didn't know. And he asked Jordan, "Did you hear anything last night?" And Jordan said, "I thought I heard a door or something." And he said, "You didn't hear anything. That's all you need to remember." Jordan started to ask some more questions, but he quickly shut it down and said, "If anybody asks, I was home all night." Jordan was upset, confused, and thought all of this behavior was very suspicious. But the defendant again went on with his day as planned. He left, he went down to the villages, and he did some of his handyman work that he was doing in the villages. Good afternoon, everyone.
No, actually, therapists, no, they look alike. Yeah, that is the one that got that has the glasses on. That's the defendant, and then the other guy, that's his hubby. Yeah, I thought the same thing too. I had to keep looking, but I found the picture with both of them. See? Wait a minute, you can't see it. Yeah. Okay, let me get our next part up because she was not finished. So I'm gonna get the next part up for us. Yeah, they were married.
In the meantime, people at Tim's work, this is Friday now, are getting concerned because Tim doesn't come to work. And he always comes to work, or he lets them know if he's not coming. They text him throughout the day and ask him some questions related to work, and he doesn't respond. And this is not like Tim at all. So they get concerned. And one of his close friends and coworkers, Tammy Warner, calls the defendant around 4 o'clock and says, "Hey, Tim didn't come to work today. What's going on?" The defendant, "Oh, I don't know. I don't know where he is. I'm going to run over to the apartment and see if he's there." So he goes over to the apartment. Tim's Jeep's there. He doesn't go in. He calls Tammy back. "Well, his Jeep's there. I lost the key, or Tim took it. I don't have the key, so I can't get in. But his Jeep's there." Tammy says, "Well, we need to do a well-being check. Call the sheriff's office." "Okay, I'll call the sheriff's office for a well-being check." He calls the sheriff's office. This is a little after 4 o'clock. "My husband Tim didn't go to work today. His Jeep's at an apartment we own." They say, "Okay, we'll send somebody out." The sheriff's office sends a deputy out. This is Friday around 4:30, 5 o'clock. Defendant's not there, but the deputy gets there, and the deputy calls the defendant on the phone. The defendant's calm, no sense of urgency, and says, "Oh, my husband didn't go to work today. We have this apartment. I'm not really concerned. I don't have the key, so I'll try to reach the landlord to get a key to go in." Because the defendant had no sense of urgency, was calm during the call, and didn't tell the deputy anything that would give him cause to break down the door to see if Tim's in there. The deputy says, okay, well, you're not telling me anything that can let me go into the place, so if he doesn't come home tomorrow, you can do another well-being check, call us back. Okay, fine. So the defendant then, that Friday evening, the 24th, goes to an AA meeting around 5:30. And everybody that sees him there knows something is wrong. They describe him as red-faced, sweaty, nervous, fidgety. And they ask him after the meeting, what's going on? And he says, Tim and I got in a fight. I don't know where he is. He's not responding to my texts or my calls. And his Jeep is at the apartment. So a couple friends say, you're a handyman. Take the lock off the door and see if he's in there. The defendant's response is, I'm not technically on the lease, so I could get arrested for burglary, so I can't go in there. Okay. But of course, all of Tim's friends are now very concerned. The people from work, the people from AA, they're calling and trying to reach Tim. So now we go into Saturday morning. Still no sign of Tim. The defendant goes to work. Back to the villages to do some handyman work. In the meantime, all of the friends are calling him. Have you heard from Tim? They are panicked. He is not. Where's Tim? Have you heard from Tim? You've got to get into the apartment. Okay, fine. I'll call the sheriff's office again. He calls the sheriff's office around 10 that morning. Hey, can you come back and do another well-being check? I've gotten in touch with the landlord now. We have a key to get in. So this is around 10 in the morning on the 25th. They send another deputy out. And the deputy comes out. The defendant is already there at the apartment with the landlord, Jap, and they have the key, but they're just standing there. The deputy goes up. Hey, what's going on? Hey, that's my husband's Jeep there. I haven't seen him in 2 days. We have the key. Okay. Deputy takes the key, goes into the apartment by himself. And of course, we know what he finds. He finds Tim dead on the floor with the ligature marks around his neck. They're clear and defined and black, and they go around his neck. And he doesn't have any pants on, and he's been beaten. And of course, the deputy immediately suspects that it's a murder. So the deputy goes outside, and the defendant says to the deputy, is he in there? And the deputy says, yes. And he says, is he okay? And the deputy says, no. He doesn't cry, break down, ask one question about what the deputy found. He doesn't say, what happened to him? What kind of condition is he in? Is it a suicide? Not a question. The deputy tells him, I'm going to call major crimes. They're going to be on their way. He never asks, why are you calling major crimes? What did you find in there that would make you call major crimes? He says, okay. And the deputy says, give me a little rundown of the story. He tells him the well-rehearsed story. We went to bed at 9:30. I woke up the next morning. I thought Tim was still there. Maybe I was wrong. He didn't go to work. I haven't seen him since then. So the deputy calls his sergeant, and they call major crimes. And they call forensic crime scene technicians. And they put yellow crime scene tape up, and they mark off the whole apartment. And the detective, Daniel Pinder, is assigned as the lead detective in the case, and he comes out, along with many other officers. And they spend hours processing the apartment, swabbing things for DNA, checking for fingerprints, taking photographs. And they spend all day, almost all day Saturday doing that. Now on Monday, the 27th, the sheriff's office has a briefing, which means they get together all the detectives together to talk about this case. And Detective Pinder gives them a rundown of what they have. And they start assigning different detectives things to do. So they give some detectives, they say, we want you to go back to the area around the apartment. Talk to all the neighbors, see if they know anything. Check everybody that lives around there for cameras. Ring doorbell cameras, anybody that may have any footage. Okay, we're gonna have those people do that. Send some detectives to where they live, their main residence. Talk to all the neighbors there. Check for cameras from neighbors that live right next door. See what that shows us. They send some detectives to all the businesses that are between that 2-mile stretch between the residence and the apartment. Go to every single one of those businesses and see if they have any video surveillance. Also, check the trash. They check the trash at the apartment complex, and they check the trash there. And they start interviewing people. So all the detectives are doing all of this work. And while this is happening, the Marion County Sheriff's Office puts out 2 press releases that say, hey, we're working on this murder. If you know anything about the murder or about Tim Smith or Herbert Swilly, please contact us. And the floodgates open at this point. Friends of Tim and the defendant start contacting the sheriff's office. And what they paint is a picture of a marriage in trouble, with one of them being very angry, the defendant, and not happy with Tim. And this is upsetting to Detective Pinder because the defendant told him everything was fine with the relationship. Everything's great. We're not fighting. We have a great marriage. But that is not what all the friends, co-workers, and everyone else started telling the sheriff's office. One of their friends, a close friend of both of them, named Candace Baker, called in, went down to see the Detective Pinder. And she said, listen, I went over to the house on Sunday, the day after they found Tim's body. And from the moment the defendant answered the door, I was upset because of how unconcerned he was that Tim was dead. But more than that, when I got inside the home, he was throwing everything of Tim's away. There was a big garbage can in the pantry. All of Tim's food and snacks and vitamins were in that. All of Tim's knickknacks were in the garbage. But what upset her the most was there was a stack of framed portraits on the table. And they were professional portraits taken of Tim and the defendant and Jordan. And he was going to throw all of those away. And he told Candace, I can finally have the house the way I want it. So even though they were getting all of these tips and things, statements from people that knew them, Detective Pinder still made sure he pursued any other potential suspects. If somebody called in a tip and said, hey, you need to check this person out, Detective Pinder did it. The forensic crime scene processing turned up 2 other men's DNA and fingerprints on some lubrication bottles that were in that apartment. Detective Pinder located them and were able to rule them out as suspects. So he was running down every lead he possibly could. As he's doing this, more and more information is coming in. He learns about the insurance policy and the retirement fund. And he gets all that paperwork. And he learns from the insurance company that the defendant is calling all the time trying to get that money. And then he talks to more friends who say, yeah, we've been talking to the defendant, and he keeps telling us how he can't live without that insurance money. And he really needs that insurance money. And he also told one of their friends, hey, I'm planning a big trip at the end of the year once I get that insurance money. You wanna come with me on this big trip? Detective Pinder is obviously concerned about this. And then Detective Pinder gets the toxicology results back, because they take a while to get back with Tim's blood. And he finds out about the extraordinarily high level of diphenhydramine in Tim's blood. As he's getting all of this information in and all this evidence, it's all pointing to one person as the murderer of Tim, and that's the defendant. So for the next 6 or 7 months, Detective Pinder spends countless hours going over all of the video that was received from those businesses that were on the route between the apartment and the residence, and the videos from the neighbors. Because there's a lot of it, and it takes a long time to go through it all. He goes through all of that. He also painstakingly goes through the defendant's cell phone and Tim's cell phone, which will have geolocation information to tell you where did that phone go, and also tell you, was somebody on that phone actively using it or were they not? So after Detective Pinder goes through all of those cell phone records and reports and all of the videos from the businesses and the neighborhood surveillance, he is able to prove what the defendant did that night of the 23rd into the 24th and where he went based on those records and those videos. And what can be proven from those records and the videos that you will see is that in the evening of Thursday the 23rd, nobody left the house. The white truck of the defendants was there. Tim's Jeep was there. Both the defendant's phone and the victim's phone were both there on the 23rd. But in the early morning hours of the 24th, Tim's phone travels from the residence to the apartment and is at the apartment at 2:12 in the morning on Friday. Coincidentally, what else travels from the residence to the apartment at that exact same time? The defendant's white pickup truck. You'll see a video of that. The truck is there for about 20 minutes. Then the truck travels back to the residence. Then Tim's Jeep, Tim's white Jeep, leaves the residence at 2:40 and arrives at the apartment at 2:45. And we know that, and you'll see a video of that also. And we know then, after he drops the Jeep off at 2:45, he's gonna walk back. And you'll see a video from the Marathon gas station that's right on that road between the two that shows somebody walking right towards the direction of the defendant's house. And Google Map puts the time it would take the defendant to walk from that video to his residence, having him arrive at the residence at 3:26 a.m. Well, what else do we know happened at 3:26 a.m.? You will see the cell phone reports that show the defendant was accessing the Ring doorbell camera at 3:26 a.m., right when Google Maps puts him arriving at the house. After he accesses the Ring doorbell camera and deletes all the video footage, he goes on Facebook, and then he goes on Grindr. And he's on there until he leaves to go to the gym that morning at 4:40. And remember that every detective that talked to the defendant, he told every one of them, I never left the house. I was asleep the whole night until I woke up to go to the gym. The evidence and the videos will show that that is not true. And when you hear from all of the witnesses in this case, that will tell you the things the defendant said about Tim, how he felt about Tim, how he wasn't going to let Tim leave him. And you see all the videos from the businesses and the neighbors. And you see the cell phone reports of what the defendant was doing on his phone. We will prove to beyond a reasonable doubt that the defendant wanted Tim dead, he carefully planned out his murder, and he executed that plan with deadly precision. And the defendant is guilty of first-degree murder.
Thank you very much, ma'am.
So there we go. Our opening statements from the prosecutor. Definitely got some spicy details. I was not expecting this whole they were so deep into their open relationship that they had a whole nother apartment to take me in. Like, they did it together and they also did it separately. So I tried to come in softly, Jason. I'm sorry. Y'all know I be trying. I don't know which way to come in. Look, I'm coming in. I'm coming in. Oh, okay. I'm doing Lil Wayne today. All right. So, yeah, so this is really like, I don't know. I wasn't expecting this for this trial. This probably should have been something done that night, but whatever. Like, we getting into it real early this morning. I guess we get excited. Need something to keep us up, keep us alert, right? So we have the statement from the prosecutor. Let's see what the defense has for us.
You ready to proceed?
So we will go into the defense opening statement. Don't say that with this. I can't say going in. I know. I gotta make sure I use the appropriate language with this one. It kept you up. Okay. I am going to I don't know. I try to see if the volume is really low on y'all end. I do be trying to be mindful, right? So if I feel like I see people chatting saying that the volume is low or they can't hear when they coming out of the courtroom, I try to come in softly. But I thought the volume was okay. What's up, Maddie? Oh, Maddie, he's so handsome. Good morning. Yeah, so I be trying. I be feeling like sometimes I want to get a bullhorn and just be like, wake up. But y'all probably kill me then, right? So I won't do that. All right, let's see what the defense has for us this morning in regards to this and how they're going to combat this. Because it sounds like they have a lot of, at least from what the prosecution team is saying, look, they have the Ring doorbell cameras showing him coming back. They also have the phone data. They also have video footage from a gas station with him coming back in the morning. I'm just trying to figure out how he carry all that weight because he moved him from their house to the apartment. So did he have help to move him? Because once a person is unalive, they are very, very heavy. I mean, I know they were physically fit, but physically fit to that point? Not sure. All right, guys, let's go in. Oh, I guess I can't say go in. Pause. I don't know what to say. Let me see. I got to figure out something else to say. Whatever. Back to court. Oh, okay. That's what I'll say. Back to court.
Yes, Your Honor. Go ahead, sir.
Thank the court, opposing counsel. Ladies and gentlemen, your day is almost done. Fear not. The state presented their theory of the case. This is my opportunity to discuss with you what the evidence presented in this case will demonstrate. That is, there were two different locations used by this couple. There was the marital home, which was on 3 different parcels of land. It was a rather large residence and property. And Tim Smith, Herbert's Willie, and Herbert's adult daughter, who Tim had known and lived with for quite a long time, all lived together at that marital home. And in addition to the marital home, just a few miles away off of Lake Weir was this apartment. And it was not leased by both my client and Tim Smith. It was leased only in Tim Smith's name. And this was a place where these two men who were in an open relationship could take other men that they met on applications like Grindr, like Adam for sex. They didn't want to bring random men to the marital home or have random men around Jordan, the daughter, so they had this apartment. And yes, my client did use the apartment as well. At one point in time, he had a key, his own key to that apartment. But the evidence will show that in the weeks before Tim Smith's body was discovered at that apartment, my client had lost his key. He had no way to access the apartment during the time and date range that the state claims Tim Smith was murdered and his body was moved to that apartment. There was an application called Life 360. People can use it to share their location through their phone with other people that have the application. And Jordan Swilly, Herbert Swilly, and Tim Smith were all using Life 360 and sharing their location with one another for quite a long time. And in the months and weeks leading up to Tim Smith's death, Tim Smith more and more stopped sharing his location with them on that application. He did that because he didn't want them to know how much time he was spending at that apartment. Tim Smith was, by all accounts, loved by everyone who knew him. But like all human beings, he and my client were imperfect. They both wrestled with the disease of alcoholism. And Tim Smith was also a member of Overeaters Anonymous. And through the programs of recovery of Alcoholics Anonymous, AA, and Overeaters Anonymous, Tim was able to gain the tools to overcome those urges, those addictions. But what came in place of those things? The thing that replaced those things, at least for Tim Smith, according to the evidence that will be presented at this trial, is meeting people for sex at that apartment. It wasn't my client and Tim Smith who were playing out these fantasies at that apartment. It was Tim Smith. And the more and more that he was doing that, he was communicating with men on the internet and by telephone all the way up until the date that the state claims this plot for murder started. March 23rd, 2023. And because of this behavior, and because of what was going on at that apartment and how much time Tim was spending there and how much traffic was in and out of there, other people that lived in that neighborhood where the apartment was located began to notice the amount of vehicle traffic coming to and from that apartment complex. They also noticed at least one young white male with blonde hair who walked that neighborhood in the weeks leading up to Tim's body being discovered. And what happens after Tim Smith's body is discovered at that apartment? This extra vehicle traffic stops, and that young white male with blonde hair is no longer walking around the neighborhood. And yes, law enforcement did thoroughly process the crime scene where Tim Smith's body was discovered at that apartment. And lo and behold, on physical evidence, a bottle of personal lubricant and a sex toy, there were items of fingerprints and DNA that were of value. And they matched in databases to known offenders, to people with criminal histories. James True and Lloyd Kelly. And the state would have you believe that these individuals were thoroughly investigated and ruled out. But I submit to you the evidence and the lack of evidence presented in this case will demonstrate that's not the case. That Detective Pender, who's the lead investigator in this case for the sheriff's office, he's the lead detective. He's a major crimes detective. He's a good detective. But he had made up his mind that it was my client that did this. So much so that he pawned off responsibilities like interviewing Lloyd Kelly, one of the individuals who was in the apartment at one point in time, who admitted to having a sexual encounter with the deceased to his colleagues. Never spoke to them himself. And it's these kind of holes in the investigation that leave reasonable doubt. The detective and the state will rely heavily on a array of electronic evidence. Videos, surveillance from local businesses, surveillance from civilian video cameras, home security devices, Ring, etc. There was vehicle movement on the morning of March 24th, 2023. But no one knows who was driving these vehicles. The state will say, well, common sense. Use your common sense. But when we're presenting the evidence, or the evidence is being presented, whether it's by the state or by the defense, you will notice there is no witness that places my client at the apartment where Tim Smith's body was found, either on the night that the state claims that Tim Smith was poisoned, or early the next morning when the state claims that the vehicle movement was occurring and Tim Smith's body was placed at the apartment after he was killed at the Maryland home. To fill these voids, the state will present ample evidence of a motive. They'll talk to you about money. They'll present documentation about life insurance policies, about benefits that my client would have received upon Tim Smith's death. But the state doesn't have to prove motive in this case. They can present it, but it's not required to prove this charge. Does it go to premeditation? Sure it does. There was mention of Tim Smith's new job opportunity in Volusia County, and that he was on the verge of one of the final interviews to obtain that position. There will also be evidence presented that maybe he didn't care that much about the job as the state would want you to believe. He didn't even accept the invite for that Zoom interview. His prospective employer had to contact him the night before to remind him. Ladies and gentlemen, upon presentation of all of the evidence in this case, you will note that there exists reasonable doubt in this case and that my client is and remains not guilty. Thank you.
Okay, y'all. Okay. We are going to be on our best behavior during this trial. Oh, oh gosh, you right. Damn it. We are gonna we are gonna be on our best behavior, right? That's what we gonna do. We got a lot of stuff going on, a lot of things to keep our attention. We are going to be on our best behavior. We are professional. That's right. Behave. Oh goodness. Oh, you say you don't know about that? You say unless misbehave. Yeah, yeah. She'll be right on time, right, for this. Oh wow. So just so we um what let's see here. Mm. So I guess what we have here is as far as the prosecution theory, right? They're saying that Tim unalived his husband, his hubby, for his retirement money and also his life insurance money, right? So they're saying that he actually gave him like this enormous amount of what's in Tylenol and Benadryl. I'm not even gonna try to say the medical name or the prescription name. I'm not doing that with y'all. So he gave him like 30 times the amount. Like he had 2,000 and they saying like a normal dose is like 50. And made him where he couldn't fight back or anything, right? And then he strangled him. Took him to their apartment. Now, how he got him over there to the apartment, I'm not quite sure. But he took him over to their apartment where they would have all their little sexual fantasies and everything play out. No, oh, back here in the back. Oh, that's my shadow. You see my shadow? Yep. Yep. Tim is the victim. Oh, yeah. Okay. Tim is the victim, and Herbert is the unalive. Right. Hubby and hubby. Sorry, my bad. Thank you, Marilda. So that is what the prosecution is trying to say, that he wanted to move. He was leaving Herbert. Tim was tired of being with Herbert and that he got a new job and that he was kind of like moving forward and without Herbert. And Herbert was like, well, no, you shall not. How about this? How about you just don't be here anymore? So they're saying that's why he unalived. Now the defense is saying, hey, look, they was out here getting it in. They was getting it in together. They was getting it in separately. We don't know who did this. Yeah, they trying to say that he would do this for all of this, but I'm here to tell you, no. He would never. Right? So that's what we have there. We're gonna go into the first witnesses. I will do full disclaimer here, guys, just so y'all know. I am not sure. Oh, I thought you was talking about behind me. I'm not sure. I am hoping that these witnesses are in the correct order because they have already kind of like clipped all their videos on Law and Crime. But we will see how this goes. So if they are out of order, my bad. I don't know which order they came in because I'm just now watching this with you guys. Okay.
You swear or affirm the testimony about to give you the truth, the whole truth, and nothing but the truth, so help you God.
Yes.
Have a seat now, thank you.
Good morning. Can you please tell the jury your name and spell it for the record?
Jessica Hendricks, JESSICA HENDRICKS.
Thank you. Are you employed?
Yes.
What do you do for a living?
I sell health insurance.
And where do you live?
I live in Bellevue.
Did you know Tim Smith?
I did.
How did you meet Tim?
Through my ex-boyfriend's affiliations.
What affiliation was that?
AA,
All right. And what was your ex-boyfriend's name?
Michael Horton.
And so you went to AA meetings with
Yes.
Michael Horton, and that's where you
I
met Tim?
supported him and his friends, so I would go.
How long did you know Tim before he died?
A couple years, 3, somewhere in there.
And did you know Tim's husband, Herbert Swilly?
Yes,
And how did you meet him?
through Tim. Also at the meetings.
At the meetings, all right. Now, do you see the person you know to be Herbert Swilly in the courtroom?
Yes.
Can you point to him and describe something he's wearing?
Striped blue variations, gray, white tie.
Your Honor, may the record reflect the witness has identified the defendant?
Those so reflect.
Now, you said your ex-boyfriend, so you and Michael Horton are not together currently.
Correct.
Now, at the time you met Tim and the defendant, did you and Michael live together?
Yes.
And where did you live?
Ocala.
Would you and Michael socialize with Tim and the defendant outside of AA?
Yes.
What sort of things would you do together?
They had dinner parties, gatherings at their house, and we were invited.
And what sort of work did Tim do?
He was a like an administrative manager at a retirement home.
And what sort of work did the defendant do?
He was a handyman.
About 1 month before Tim was murdered, did you and Michael hire the defendant to do some work at your house?
Yes.
What did you hire the defendant to do?
To put in my salon sink.
Were you doing a different job at that time?
I was doing both. I did hair part-time out of my house and also sold health insurance.
All right. So you said a salon sink. Is that something more complicated than a regular sink?
Yes.
About how long was the defendant at your house working on the sink installation?
7 to 8 hours. It was a long day.
And while the defendant was at your house putting in the sink, did he talk about his relationship with Tim?
Yes.
How much of the time he was there did he talk about Tim?
The entire time.
7 or 8 hours?
7 or 8 hours.
Were you asking him questions about the relationship?
No.
And describe how his demeanor was when he was talking about Tim during this time.
I'm very frustrated, angry, defensive.
And what sort of things was he saying about the relationship?
He was talking about what he's put into the relationship, and Tim can't take it from him. He's gonna have to fight. It's his sweat equity, he would call it.
Did he talk about whether they were going to split up, how they would divide things?
He just said he couldn't take anything from him. He didn't tell me how.
That Tim couldn't take anything from him?
Yes, that Tim could not take anything from him.
Did the defendant say anything about who he would marry if he got divorced and remarried?
No.
Okay. He didn't ever say anything about, I wouldn't marry a man?
He did say that if I had to do it all over again, I would not marry a man.
Did the defendant ever talk about whose business or work he thought supported the family?
It sounded like he did. He did all of he's a hardworking man.
The defendant
The
is?
defendant.
Okay. Now, from the things the defendant was saying about his relationship with Tim and the demeanor he had, did it sound like they were breaking up or appear they were splitting up?
Yes, there was definitely something going on.
And you said this went on for hours?
Mhm. Yes.
Now, was your boyfriend or fiance, Mike Horton, there at the time this was happening?
Yes.
But were there times during this 7 or 8 hours where he was alone with the defendant?
Yes.
Mike was, okay.
They,
And were there times when you were alone with the defendant?
yes.
Now, did you later learn that Tim had died?
Yes.
And after Tim died, did you go to the police and tell them about this conversation and what the defendant had said?
Yes.
Thank you. I don't have any other questions.
Cross-examination, please.
Yes, please. Good morning, ma'am.
Good morning.
How long were you with Michael Horton? Your boyfriend at the
Almost
time?
5 years.
Okay. And you two split up when?
A year ago, last June.
Okay. You mentioned while you were with Michael Horton and about 30 days or a month before Tim Smith's death, my client had done some work at the home you two were living at together.
Mhm.
Okay. And he was there for 7 or 8 hours.
Yes.
And of that time, and I understand you were not there the whole time, how many of those hours were you?
No, I was there the whole time.
Okay. Were you with her the whole time?
I mean, I was doing stuff in my house because I was working in my office, which was near the area where he was working. I had to answer a few questions. But we had a long talk. We were talking.
Sure. And you knew both Herb and Tim, correct?
Yes.
Were
Judge,
you,
hold on, man. Can I speak up just a little bit, okay?
Okay.
were you
Sorry.
closer to Tim than you were to her?
Personally, I felt like I was closer to Tim. I had more conversations with Tim.
Okay. And you mentioned that for the duration of time that Herb was at your home that day, he talked about Tim the entire time.
Yes.
And after that, did you go back to Tim and let him know, hey, Herb was talking about you the whole time? What's
No.
going on?
No.
Okay.
We didn't see Tim again.
Okay. Understood. No further questions.
She excused?
Yes, Your Honor, we'd ask that she be excused.
You excuse, ma'am. Thank you very much.
State calls Michael Horton.
Morning, sir. Please stand in front of the clerk. Raise your right hand, please.
You swear or affirm the testimony you're about to give will be the truth, the whole truth, and nothing but the truth, so help you God?
Good morning. Can you please scoot up a little bit and make
Sure.
sure you speak into that microphone?
Sure.
Thank you. Can you tell the jury your name and spell it?
Michael Horton, Michael, Horton.
Are you employed, Mr. Horton?
Yes.
What kind of work do you do for a living?
I own a health insurance agency,
And where do you live?
Ocala.
Did you know Tim Smith?
Yes.
How did you meet Tim Smith?
Through Alcoholics Anonymous.
And about how long did you know Tim?
At least 4 or 5 years.
4 or 5 years?
Yeah.
Did you know Tim's husband, Herbert Swilly?
Mhm.
I need you to say yes or no.
Yes.
Yeah, thank you.
Sorry.
Do you see the person you know to be Herbert Swilly in the courtroom?
Yes.
Can you please point to him and describe something he's wearing?
Striped tie, gray jacket.
Your Honor, may the record reflect the witness has identified the defendant?
So reflect.
And how did you meet the defendant?
Through Tim meetings.
The
AA meetings. Yep.
Did you know the defendant about the same amount of time you knew Tim?
Yeah. Yes.
And were you in a relationship when you first met Tim and the defendant?
Yes.
With whom?
Jessica
Jessica
Hendricks. Yeah.
Are you and Jessica still together?
No.
Did you and Jessica live together at the time you were friends with Tim and the defendant?
Yes.
And would you and Jessica socialize with Tim and the defendant outside of AA meetings?
We went to their house a couple times.
Now, about 1 month before Tim was murdered, did you and Jessica hire the defendant to do some work at the house you shared?
Yes.
And what kind of work did you hire him to do?
He put in a salon sink, a tilting salon sink in the game room.
Approximately how long did it take the defendant to put that sink in?
He was there 6 to 7 hours. It was a pretty long job.
And while the defendant was at your house putting in the sink, did he talk about his relationship with Tim?
Yes.
Were you asking questions about the relationship?
No.
About how long did the defendant talk about his relationship with Tim?
Well, we took a ride together to Lowe's, just me and him. So we talked there, talked at Lowe's, talked on the way back, and then probably half the time, couple hours on and off while he was doing the job, I would come in because I would be on the couch on my laptop, and around the corner is where he would be doing the sink, and he would just talk to me about stuff.
All right. And there was a time you were alone with the defendant and Jessica wasn't there when you went to Lowe's.
Yes.
All right. Now, how was the defendant's demeanor when he was talking about Tim?
Just that they were fighting a lot lately, and
How was his demeanor? Was he sad, happy,
Kinda
upset?
upset.
All right. Was he angry or mad?
Yes.
All right. And what sort of things was he saying about his relationship with Tim?
I didn't even know that they were breaking up until that day, like, or talking about splitting up. And, he was just basically saying if the business is in his name, and I'm thinking you got the business after you got married to Tim. So it's, 50-50, I thought, but he's like, the whole business is in my name. And if he thinks he's going to, get that and stuff like that.
Talking about how property was going to be split up.
Yeah. Yeah.
Did he mention anything about a divorce during this conversation?
He said that they've been fighting a lot lately, and they're probably going to be splitting up. And yeah.
All right. Did he say anything about Tim getting a new job?
Yeah, he was saying Tim was looking to get a new position outside of Marion County. I believe he said Daytona or Deltona or somewhere.
What did he think about Tim possibly getting a new job in Deltona or Daytona?
I don't remember. He wasn't happy about it. The whole thing was just like a venting, like he was just venting. And I was trying to console him because they're both my friends at the time. Because Herb's been at my house before doing other home improvements, and I've learned to know who both of them are through going to their house and everything.
So this was kind of shocking to you because you didn't know they were splitting up.
Right.
And after Tim had died, did you contact the police and tell them what the defendant had told you during this conversation when he was at your house?
Yeah, I didn't think what I had to, it wasn't until I read a certain story.
Hold on. Just answer the question.
Oh, sorry.
Did you contact the sheriff's office at
Yes.
some point to tell them what you knew about the relationship?
Yes.
Thank you.
Sorry.
I don't have any other questions.
I'll say maybe. You ready to proceed?
Yes, Your Honor.
So we just heard from the couple. I guess, with them being in this AA, this was kind of some people that they associated with outside of the AA. They used to be a couple, Jessica and Michael, right? It just, their testimony, in my opinion, just provides the details and information regarding Herbert's feelings about his hubby, Tim, in regards to kind of saying that he can't leave him, it reduces kind of like the bias opinion, because we got two statements from two different people, although they were, friends with them. Let me see which one they have next, because I don't know why it plays like this, but we just rolling with the punches. Mm. Okay. Mm. Yeah, so I'm assuming that well, the reason why they brought Michael up in addition to Jessica is just to be able to establish and both so their stories can align in regards to Herbert's anger and frustration regarding him and Tim's relationship and the current direction that it was heading in. So at least we have those two witnesses down, and let's see about this next one. I have no clue who's coming up, so we will see.
State calls Diane Deluski.
Okay, Diane.
Start to you, the boards.
No, thank you.
Ma'am, stand, please face the clerk. Raise your right hand.
Do you swear or affirm testimony about to give you the truth, the whole truth, and nothing but the truth, so help you God? I do.
Have a seat, thank you.
Good morning.
Good morning.
Can you please tell the jury your name and spell it?
Diane Deluski, D-I-A-N-E, Deluski, D-Y-L-E-W-S-K-I.
Thank you. Are you currently employed?
Sometimes, part-time,
Okay. What do you do part-time?
family attorney.
Do you know someone named Herbert Swilly?
Yes, I do.
Do you see the person you know as Herbert Swilly in the courtroom?
Yes, I do.
Can you please point to him and describe something he's wearing?
Yellow shirt, blue tie in between the two attorneys.
Your Honor, may the record reflect the witness has identified the defendant?
You'll so reflect.
Did you know the defendant's husband, Tim Smith?
Yes, I did.
Did you meet the defendant and Tim Smith at the same time?
No,
Who did you meet first?
Tim,
And where did you meet Tim?
at an AA meeting.
About how long did you know Tim before he died?
Almost 3.5 years. I think he got sober in August, I want to say 19. And I think he died in 23. So it was around there.
All right, 2019
So,
somewhere?
yes,
Okay. Approximately how many times a week would you see Tim at AA meetings?
at least 3 or 4.
And when did you meet the defendant?
I want to say 2 years later or 1.5 years later, all of a sudden he started coming with Tim.
So Tim was coming to the AA meetings first,
Yes.
and then the defendant followed sometime after.
Yes, ma'am.
Now, was it common for people to hang out and talk after the meetings?
Yes.
Did you do that with the defendant and Tim?
Yes.
Did you socialize with Tim or the defendant outside of the meetings?
Never.
In May of 2022, did you hire the defendant to do some work on a shed at your house?
Yes.
Was he a handyman?
That's what he said.
Did the work he was doing at your house require him to come to your house more than one time?
Yes.
Approximately how many times did he come to your house?
I want to say 3. He worked on the shed and then he did a fence around it. And I think that was another day or 2.
Now, while he was at your house, did the defendant talk about Tim or his relationship with Tim?
Yes.
And how was the defendant's demeanor when he would talk about Tim or their relationship?
Horrible. Screaming, arms flailing, red in the face. I'm going to get back at him. He's an effing. And I just kept walking away because Tim was a friend of mine, but I still heard what he said.
All right. So obviously he was very angry, as you've described.
Yes.
What sort of things you said, I'm gonna get back at him? What other sort of things did he say about the Tim or the relationship?
One of the things that sticks out in my mind is that he said that early in the relationship, he supported Tim. Tim was a lazy SOB and he owes me, and I spent all this money and I bought the house and I did this and he owes me.
Talking about Tim owes the defendant?
Yes.
Okay. And did he talk about that he had to support Tim at some point in their
Yes.
relationship?
Yes.
And you described that in a very angry tone. Is that how the defendant was saying those things about Tim?
Yes.
Well, dang, objection. You talk about me waking y'all up. She is mad. She is objection. Gosh, yelling at the court. Very biased. Right, Liam. Oh, she cutting up. She is not holding back at all. Objection to the tone in her voice, Jason. Like, no, no, no. I would have been objected. Objection. I would have objected just to see if she could stop. You say you think you're awake now, Queen? Wow, she is livid. Now let's go back.
And what would you do when the defendant started to talk about Tim and their relationship?
Most of the time I would walk away. But sometimes I would engage a little bit. I would say things like, well, Tim always had a really good job. Why were you supporting him? Oh, Tim didn't work. He was lazy. But I'd always known Tim to have a good job.
So you would try to shut it down, but sometimes
Sometimes it would
ask
keep
questions.
going.
And did this happen every time he came to work on the shed or do the fence?
Yes, every time.
Now, did the defendant ever attempt to talk about Tim when Tim was present after AA meetings?
So usually if I talk to Herb, Tim was also among the other people. And then people would start to walk away or form their own little group. And Tim was usually one of the ones that would walk away. Usually, Herb would then talk about all the other people he hated. And occasionally he would make a comment about Tim.
But not the sort of things he told you when you were alone with him at your house?
No.
And after Tim was murdered, did you contact the Marion County Sheriff's Office and tell them what you knew about the relationship between Tim and the defendant?
Yes, I did.
Thank you. I don't have any other questions.
Cross-examination, please.
Yes, Your Honor. Good morning, ma'am.
Good morning.
You're an attorney, correct?
Yes, sir.
Family law attorney?
Yes, sir.
For these times when Herb, my client, was talking to you, it was just the two of you speaking?
Yes, there was a neighbor that was nearby one day, but he did not become part of the conversation, and I don't know what he heard.
And you took this as just a conversation, not a consultation?
Oh, it was definitely not a consultation.
Understood. And you mentioned that you had hired Herb to do some work at your home, is that correct?
Outside my home.
Okay. And he was there on a few different days to complete that work?
2 or 3 days.
Okay. And what period of time was this? Was this May of 2022? Is that what
Yes.
you said? Okay. And the issues he claimed to be having with Tim Smith, his husband, did you verbalize those issues to Tim Smith?
No.
Okay. So you kept that, at least at the time, between you and her.
Yes, but so that is the way Herb talked about everybody when he talked to me. It was
I don't
just,
need the explanation. I just
Oh,
need the
okay.
answer, which I have. Thank you.
okay.
No further questions.
Boom.
Can you redirect?
No, Your Honor, I'd ask that she be excused.
You excuse me, and thank you very much.
Thank you, Your Honor.
Next witness, please.
State calls Jessica Hendricks.
She was fiery. She was definitely fiery. He was like, I don't need you to go into all that explanation. Did nobody ask you to do that? No further questions. Quiet. Okay, moving on to the next witness that we have in this list of lineup.
Ma'am, please stand, face the clerk. Over here to your left, thank you. And raise your right hand.
You swear or affirm the testimony about to give you the truth, the whole truth, nothing but the truth, so help you God?
Yes, I do.
Have a seat, please. Thank you.
Good morning.
Morning.
Can you please tell the jury your name and spell it?
Tammy Warner, TammyWarner.
Are you employed?
Yes, I am.
What kind of work do you do?
I'm in marketing and senior living.
I want to direct your attention to the beginning of 2023. Were you working at the same position then?
I was working, same type of work, but at a different community.
What community were you working at in 2023?
With 2023. Brookdale,
All right. Brookdale Senior Living?
yes.
How long in total did you work for Brookdale?
I worked there 2 different times. So the first time it was almost 2 years, and the second time it was almost 2 years.
What was the time frame you worked there the second time?
From 21 to 23.
And why did you leave in 2023?
I just didn't want to be there no more.
Was that after Tim was murdered?
Yeah.
Now, can you tell the jury a little bit about Brookdale? What is Brookdale?
So Brookdale is an assisted living community, independent assisted living and memory care. They're one of the largest in the country. They have 3 communities here in Ocala. I happen to work at all 3 of them.
What position were you in when you left Brookdale in 2023?
I was a sales manager.
Had you held many other positions with Brookdale?
I was their business development director as well as their sales counselor.
And did you know Tim Smith?
I did.
When did you first meet Tim?
I crossed paths with Tim. I can't even begin to tell you how many years because I'm from here. We both worked in the same industry, so we kind of crossed paths. We didn't get to really know each other until I went to work for Brookdale, which was probably 2016.
So you knew him through the senior assisted living community, and then you really didn't get to know him until you worked with him at Brookdale.
Correct.
All right. And how did you come to work at Brookdale?
I just applied and got the position. It was a different community than what Tim worked at. But because it was Brookdale here in town, we all did things together. Brookdale's when one event happens for one community, everybody gets involved.
At some point, did Tim reach out to you to come work for him at the Brookdale he was at?
Tim did. Tim tried to get me to come to work for him a few times, but we had become friends, and I'm not big on mixing friends and work, but finally he convinced me.
And was that in 2021 when you said
Correct.
you went there? All right.
Mhm.
And what was Tim's position at Brookdale when you went to work for him there in 2021?
Executive director.
And did that cover all 3 locations you said that Brookdale had in Marion County?
At times he did. If they did not have an executive director at the other communities, then Tim would oversee all of them, or whichever one didn't have an ED.
Do you know approximately how long Tim worked for Brookdale?
7 to 8 years. I think it was going on 8.
And you said you worked with him at Brookdale for 2 years?
Correct.
Was Tim your boss?
My direct boss was Athena, and then he was over all of us.
So he was kind of the boss of your boss.
Correct.
Did you see Tim every day?
Pretty much.
Were you close?
Yes.
Did Tim's job require him to do a lot of community events?
A lot.
What sort of community events?
Chamber and Economic, Marion County Continuity of Care, Hispanic Council. I can't even begin to tell you how many there are, but that's part of what he brought me on for in 21 was to help cover that.
So you would go to these community events with him?
Correct.
Were those events sometimes after work or on the weekends?
Yes,
Did you know Tim's husband, Herbert Swilly?
I did.
Do you see the person you know as Herbert Swilly in the courtroom today?
I do.
Can you please point to him and describe something he's wearing?
The gray jacket, striped tie, kind of a yellowish shirt, glasses.
Your Honor, may the record reflect the witness has identified the defendant.
Yes, it reflects.
And how did you meet the defendant?
Through town.
Were you and Tim friends as well as coworkers?
Yes,
Were you friends with the defendant, Herbert Swilly, also?
yes,
Did you socialize with Tim and the defendant outside of work?
yes,
Did Tim normally come into the office every day?
yes.
And what hours did he generally work?
He was generally there between 8:30 and 5.
And would Tim let you know if he wasn't coming into work?
Yes,
And if he wasn't actually at work and you texted him a work question, would he respond?
always.
Now I want to direct your attention to Friday, March 24th of 2023, the day before Tim's body was found. Was Tim supposed to come into work that day?
As far as we knew, yes.
Did you go looking for him during the day?
Not during the day. We eventually I called Herbert because we didn't know where he was at, and it was the end of the month, and we needed Tim to sign off on all of our admissions.
So at some point that Friday, you realized Tim was not at work.
Mm-hmm.
Is that, you have to answer yes or no?
Yes,
Thank
sorry.
you. Okay. And he wasn't there. Did you text him when you realized he wasn't physically at work?
Yes, we did.
All right. Did he ever respond to you?
No.
And was that unusual?
Yes.
And is that the time when you said you had contacted the defendant then?
Yes, it was in the afternoon.
Do you know around what time?
Somewhere between 3 and 4.
And why did you contact him?
Because it was closing day and we needed his authorization to close the deals.
Were you concerned that he wasn't there and wasn't responding to texts?
Yes.
And what did you tell the defendant when you called him that day around 3 or 4 that Friday?
Just ask him if he was off, I believe, and he said that he was asleep when Tim left. He didn't know what time he left, so he figured he was at work.
Did he tell you anything about where they slept in the house?
Eventually, yeah, the conversation went to he slept in a different bedroom. They all 3 had their own bedroom.
So he told you he and Tim didn't sleep in the same bedroom,
Correct.
and he didn't know where Tim was.
Correct.
Was there any talk about checking an apartment to see if Tim was there?
Yes.
Did you know about this apartment before this Friday?
No.
And what did the defendant say about this apartment?
They had an apartment that they used for their sexual encounters with other men.
So he told you this on this Friday.
Correct.
And did he say he was going to go check this apartment?
Yes.
Did the defendant give you the address of this apartment?
Yes.
Okay, and how did that happen?
In the conversation, just being concerned about where Tim was because Tim wasn't responding to anyone.
Did you actually go to the apartment that day?
I did.
Now, after you initially talked to the defendant and found out about the apartment and location of the apartment, did you talk to the defendant again before you yourself went to the apartment?
I don't remember, to be honest, if it was before or after. We talked about doing a well check and having someone come out. Herb did not want to go into the apartment because it was in Tim's name, so he did not want to break into the apartment.
Did you ever tell him to break into the apartment?
We kind of all talked about it, but I did not encourage him one way or the other than we just need to find Tim.
So about what time did you go to the apartment?
After work, I believe, somewhere around 5.
And since you didn't know about it, I take it you had never been there before.
Correct.
All right. Did anybody go with you when you went to the apartment?
No,
And what did you see when you arrived at the apartment?
Tim's Jeep.
Is that a white Jeep?
Correct.
And what did you do? You got there, you saw Tim's Jeep, then what did you do?
I knocked on the door, no answer, called for Tim, checked the windows. They were blacked out with black curtains, I guess you couldn't see in. They were all locked. I checked the Jeep to see if he was in it, just to look and see if there was any indication of where he might be. It was locked. So I believe I probably talked to her after that, and then we just decided we'd wait and see if he comes home.
And that's how you kind of left it with the defendant that day?
Yes.
Were you concerned that night after you left the apartment that Friday evening?
Yes.
Okay. Now, moving on to the next day, which would be Saturday, March 25th of 2023. Did you reach out to the defendant that morning?
Yes.
Okay, why?
To see if Tim was available, if Tim had come home.
And what did the defendant tell you?
No,
Did you tell the defendant to do anything at this point?
we talked about a well check.
Doing another well-being check?
Correct.
And did the defendant agree that he would do that?
Yes.
About what time in the morning? Do you remember when this was?
It was probably around 10-ish, give or take.
All right. And after you spoke with the defendant and he agreed to do another well-being check, did you ever go to the apartment?
I did,
And about what time did you get to the apartment that morning?
probably between 10:30 and 11-ish. Not long after we talked on the phone, I told him I would meet him there.
Why did you do that?
Concern, friend. Herb was my friend too.
And now, by the time you arrived at the apartment that Saturday morning, had they found Tim's body?
They had,
And how was the defendant's demeanor when you got there and they had already, how long had it been since they found Tim's body when you arrived?
wasn't very long.
How was the defendant acting when you saw him?
He was just standing on the side of the road, kind of holding his face and just really kind of, I don't know, stoic.
Now, what did you do the rest of that day?
I stayed there with Herb and my husband came, called our other 2 best friends to let them know what was going on.
Just tried to support the defendant?
Correct,
And obviously you were upset. This was one of your close friends.
correct.
Now, the Monday after Tim's body was found, which would be March 27th of 2023, did you go somewhere with the defendant?
I did.
Where did you go?
I went to the attorney that he had hired for himself,
Okay. And what vehicle did you go in?
Tim's Jeep.
And why did you go with him? What happened with the Jeep when you got to the attorney's office? Why were you going there?
We were going to the attorney just to support him. Another friend was meeting us there. Once we got to the attorney's office, she talked to all of us, asked me.
Okay,
And,
don't tell us anything that she said.
oh, no,
On the way there, did you notice whether the Jeep was clean or dirty, anything like that?
it was spotless.
Okay. Did you talk to the defendant about why the Jeep was spotless?
He told me that him and Jordan had gone and cleaned it.
I cleaned the Jeep.
Yes,
Okay, this is the Monday after Tim's body had been found.
yes.
All right. Did you ask the defendant why he cleaned the Jeep?
No,
Did the defendant ever say anything about not wanting the cops to have ammunition against him?
yes.
Okay, what did he say that in relation to?
He felt like they were going to come after him.
Okay, Was that in relation to cleaning the Jeep or something else?
Everything.
So he said he didn't want the cops to have any ammunition against him.
Mm-hmm.
This is 2 days after Tim's body's found.
Yes.
I don't have any other questions, Your Honor.
Cross-examination, please.
Yes, Your Honor, thank you. Good morning, ma'am.
Good morning.
You mentioned on direct examination that you were close with Tim Smith, right?
Correct.
He was your friend.
Correct.
Was he a close friend?
Close.
And her, my client, was also your friend.
Correct.
You did not know about the apartment, correct?
I did not.
And you only learned about the apartment when Tim did not come into work on March 24th, correct?
Correct.
Okay.
Well, the Friday, 23rd.
Were you aware at the time you learned about the apartment that Tim and her were in an open relationship?
Yes.
So you knew that leading up to that day?
Yes.
And you had mentioned that after Tim's body was discovered at the apartment, you responded to the apartment, correct?
Yes.
And you observed Herb and his demeanor after learning the news of Tim's death, correct?
Yes.
Did you witness him cry?
Briefly.
And you mentioned that a few days later that you went with Herb in Tim's Jeep to Herb's attorney's office.
Correct.
And you did that to support Herb.
Correct.
Your Honor, I have no questions.
You know, it's a lot of coworkers. It's a lot of AA people. Like we got a lot of different things going on here. Definitely seemed like they were involved with a lot of people in this AA community, and a lot of people at work knew a lot of things, right? Let's see. Next.
Anyone gonna need a break after this witness? Okay. If you guys need a break, let me know.
Thank you.
One, sir. Yes, sir. Please stand. Raise your right hand. Face the clerk over here to your left.
You swear or affirm the testimony about to give you the truth, the whole truth, and nothing but the truth, so help you God.
So help me God, I do.
Have a seat, sir. Thank you.
Thank you.
Good morning.
Good morning.
Can you please tell the jury your name and spell it?
My name is Kevin Branch, Kevin Branch.
Where do you live, Mr. Branch?
I live in Ocala.
Are you employed?
I am.
What kind of work do you do?
Real estate.
Did you know Tim Smith?
I did.
Right. How did you meet Tim Smith?
I met Tim Smith in the rooms of Alcoholics Anonymous.
What was the name of your AA group?
Happy, joyous, and free.
Happy, Joyous, and Free?
Yes, ma'am.
And what year did you meet Tim?
I believe it was 2019. I first went in there in 2018, and I believe he was a year and a few months after that.
How often would Tim attend the AA meetings?
Almost every day.
Was he very involved with AA?
He was very involved.
Would he sometimes lead your meetings?
He would. We took alternating turns chairing the meetings.
Okay. And did Tim sponsor lots of other people?
He did. he sponsored other people.
Were you and Tim close?
We were friends.
Did you know Tim's husband, Herbert Swilly?
I did.
And do you see the person you know as Herbert Swilly in the courtroom?
I do.
Can you please point to him and describe something he's wearing?
He's wearing a gray jacket and yellow shirt with a blue gray striped tie.
Your Honor, may the record reflect the witness has identified the defendant?
It was so reflect.
And how did you meet the defendant?
I met the defendant the same way. He eventually came into the rooms, the Alcoholics Anonymous room, Happy, Joyous, and Free,
All right.
that we attended all together.
Did the defendant join AA at the same time as Tim or a different time?
No, it was a different time.
Was it before or after Tim?
It would have been after Tim.
Okay. How long after Tim joined AA did the defendant come?
Approximately at least a few months.
Now, at some point, did you actually become the defendant's sponsor in AA?
I did.
And how did that happen?
He asked me if I would sponsor him, and I agreed to help him.
And when was this in relation to when Tim was murdered, approximately?
Probably less than a year, but it was probably several months before.
And were you and the defendant close?
We were friends as well. I was friends with both of them.
And now you said you saw Tim quite often at AA meetings. How often
did.
would you see the defendant at AA meetings?
I would also see the defendant at AA meetings, not quite as frequent as Tim. Tim was almost an everyday meeting person like I was at the time.
But the defendant was not.
Not at that time, no.
And did you socialize with Tim and the defendant outside of AA meetings?
We did go to dinners on Friday nights, usually the last Friday of the month. We'd celebrate, and we would occasionally go to brunches on Sunday morning as a group.
Okay.
So
Did you ever go to Tim and the defendant's house?
I did for a Thanksgiving dinner that we all went to, a large group of us from our AA group.
All right. Now, was there a small group of people from AA that included Tim and the defendant that spent time together in the AA meetings and then outside of the meetings, as you were talking about?
Yes, it was usually right after meetings or holidays. We serve Thanksgiving dinners together and Christmas and, things like that after the meetings.
All right. And what were the names of some of the people that were in your small group from AA that spent a lot of time together?
I would say Daryl, Larry, Teresa, Candy. There was others. It's been a little while.
Now, was it known within that group that the defendant and Tim had an open sexual relationship?
To my knowledge, yes.
All right.
But that definition could be different to different people.
Were you aware that they had an apartment for those activities?
Yes, I was.
And when is the last time that you saw Tim before he was killed?
The Wednesday night, it would have been Wednesday night. He chaired the meeting. It was a big book meeting. And I had not spoken to him in a while, but I was able to say, hey, how you doing? That kind of thing. We were putting the books away. And that was the last I ever saw him.
So if his body was found on a Saturday, March 25th of 2023, it was the Wednesday prior.
It was
to
the
that.
prior Wednesday. Yes, ma'am.
And how was he acting at that meeting?
Normal, good. He led a good meeting and everything was pleasant and he seemed to be well.
Was the defendant at that meeting?
I don't remember, but I believe there's a possibility he was. It was a large group. We probably had 60 to 70 people in that meeting.
So you're sure Tim was there because he led the meeting?
He led the meeting,
All right,
so he
but
was
not
definitely-
sure about the defendant.
I'm not sure, but I think so.
Now, did you see the defendant at an AA meeting Friday that we were just talking about Wednesday, that following Friday, March 24th of 2023?
Yes, ma'am. I sat across the room from him that day.
And what time was that meeting?
Every meeting at Happy Joyce Temporary was 5:30 to 6:30, 7 days a week. So that was 5:30 to 6:30 that evening on Friday.
All right, so Friday, March 24th, 2023 at 5:30. You said you sat across from him at that meeting? the
Yes,
defendant?
ma'am. Across the room.
Was Tim at that meeting?
No.
Now describe for the jury, how was the defendant's demeanor at that meeting when you first saw him?
To me, it looked like he was red and it was something was bothering him. I could tell he was, you can tell something's weighing on somebody or bothering him.
Okay.
And so he looked reddish, almost purple in the face. That day I could tell something was wrong.
Now, after the meeting, did you talk to the defendant?
Yes, we did. There were usually we walk out and then it was right by the yellow parking poles there. He seemed to open up a little bit.
Did you ask the defendant where Tim was?
I did.
Was it unusual that Tim wasn't at the meeting and
Uh,
the defendant was there?
Not totally unusual, but yes, it was. I mean, usually they were always together. And so every meeting I usually saw Herb at, Tim would be there too. Tim would. So
Where did the defendant say Tim was when you asked him that after the meeting?
they weren't speaking is what he said. He didn't know. And I didn't, that was the first I'd heard of. Obviously there was something going on to where they weren't speaking at the time.
Did he say why they weren't speaking?
He did not, as far as specifics,
Mhm.
I'm trying to recall, it was something, just they had some type of disagreement and he did not know where Tim was, had no idea, mentioned something about like GPS, Tim didn't want to be found wherever he was and like he could not track him.
So they had some disagreement and he didn't know where Tim was.
Yes, to my knowledge.
Now, what did you say to the defendant after he told you Tim's missing? We had a disagreement. I don't know where he is.
Just my suggestion is to, be patient, but still reach out at that point. And if he was really that concerned, to reach out to law enforcement for like a wellness check. Or,
So you
to find it.
suggested that.
If I'd had no idea, yes, that's what that's what I would have done.
Now, did you reach out to the defendant the next morning, which would have been Saturday, March 25th of 2023?
I did. I felt really concerned for her after Friday night because, I just felt bad for him. And then Saturday I ran as I do every morning. And after my run, I just reached out on the way home. I called or texted or then called.
You called or texted
I
the
called
defendant?
both probably.
All
I
right.
just reached out, and it's easier to call and drive than it is to text and drive. And just wanted to see if he had heard from Tim,
Okay.
hoping that everything was okay.
And what did the defendant tell you when you reached out that morning?
No, that he had not heard from Tim, but he did know where Tim's vehicle was at the apartment.
Were you aware of this apartment at the time?
I was aware of there was an apartment and about where it was, but I'd never been there myself.
So the defendant told you he hadn't heard from Tim, but his Jeep was at the
His
apartment?
Jeep was at the apartment that they both shared, yes.
Okay. Did the defendant tell you whether he went in and checked the apartment?
He said he couldn't get in. He lost his key to the apartment, but he was able to get in the Jeep. He found the keys to the Jeep. And we were worried about Tim's well-being. And so he said, don't worry, I got his pink gun out of the Jeep. There was
Whose pink gun?
Tim's pink gun.
So the defendant told you I got
He said
it.
he and his daughter went over to the apartment that night, found the vehicle, and then was able to get in the vehicle, he said. And they got Tim's gun. So, I guess at that point I was concerned whether Tim was suicidal or not. Because when somebody goes missing,
That's fine. So he told you that, and he said he couldn't get into the apartment because he didn't have a key.
said he lost the key.
He lost the key. All right. What advice did you give him at this point?
Call the police again.
All right.
I would call, if
Did you give him any advice about breaking into the
I
apartment?
would go in the apartment. Yeah.
All right.
If that was my spouse or my loved one, I would want, if something's wrong, I'm concerned for their well-being, I'm going to get in there. Especially if we shared that apartment.
So you tell him all that and tell him to call the sheriff's office. Did you speak to him again after that phone call?
Yes, he did. After we hung up that call, I remember him telling me that he did call the police and they were on their way. And by this time I'm already cleaned up and I was going to meet Larry and Teresa for breakfast, brunch. And I said, look, I'm not far. Would you like me to come over there? And he said, no, my dad's already here.
He said his dad was already there.
Yes.
And so then what did you do?
I went to Daryl's Diner on the boulevard with Larry and Teresa. And then right when I pull it in, he called me again. And that's when he told me the police were there. They found Tim and he's gone.
So he said they found Tim and he's gone.
Yes.
Did he tell you anything else about how Tim had died?
At that moment, that's when he was slightly emotional on that call right after that. And he alluded to, and I can't remember specific words, but it like suicide or potential overdose or something. And I didn't have any thoughts of any foul play at that point.
So you don't remember the exact words he said, but whatever he told you made you think he had committed suicide?
I
or-
felt like Tim had been in the hospital multiple times with heart issues, so it could have been anything. But I really thought that, you know, he was either potentially suicide in recovery. Unfortunately, a lot of people don't make it. So
Was that a shorter conversation you had when you found out that Tim?
it was because it was a little emotional for both of us, I think.
And when is the next time you spoke with the defendant after that call when you learned Tim had died?
It was late that night. It was a lot of us started to realize Tim was gone. Tim was dead. And then I knew that at breakfast. And then I went to an AA meeting, same Happy Joyce and Free home group. That whole group found out that Tim was dead at that point. And at that point, we all think he's suicide or overdose. We don't know. We lose so many people in recovery. So I'm laying on my couch that night at probably approximately
Hold on,
9 p.m.
Hold on. Wait for a question before you start saying stuff, okay?
Yes, sir.
Yes, ma'am. Go ahead. Next question.
So when is the next time you spoke with the defendant? Around what time?
It was around 9 p.m. that night.
That Saturday night.
Yes, ma'am.
All
I woke up. I fell asleep on the couch and woke up to it.
All right. Did he call you?
Yes.
All right. And how was his demeanor on the phone when you talked to him at this time?
Much calmer, calm, cool, collected. Sounded at peace.
All right. And during this call, did he tell you how Tim had died?
Not at first. He was just, you know, that he believed that they were accusing of him, like the detectives or whoever was there, like law enforcement was accusing him at that point.
Did he tell you that foul play was suspected?
I asked, and that's when he confirmed it was foul play.
And
And then I was in shock.
he said he was a suspect.
I wouldn't use the word suspect, but they were questioning him already.
Did he say anything about the keys to the apartment during this conversation?
There was a mention of a key. He told me that somewhere that his dad was in the apartment and there was like a key on a counter and he was able to cover the key and put it in his pocket. So I don't know what key that was.
All right. But he told you his dad at some point was in the apartment and took a key?
Yes, he saw a key on the counter and slid over to it and slid it off, covered his hand and put it in his pocket.
Now I want to move on to the next day, which would be March 26th of 2023, this Sunday morning, the day after they found Tim's body.
Yes, ma'am.
Early that morning before 6 a.m., did you get on an app called Grindr?
I did.
Okay, what is Grindr?
It's to me, it's like a personal or social media app with people on it.
Like a dating app to meet people.
Yes.
Did the defendant have a profile on Grindr?
Yes.
Now, when you're on Grindr, can you tell if another person that has a profile is actively on the app or live on the app?
I think so. It had a green light that said online now.
So if a green light's on that person's profile, that means they're live on the app.
I believe so.
All right. Now, when you got on the Grindr application that Sunday morning, right after Tim's body was found, did you notice if the defendant was live on the app?
Excuse me 1 second. Are you saying Saturday or Sunday?
I'm sorry, Sunday.
Sunday morning, when I got on there, I saw the defendant's face with a green online now button.
This is Sunday morning, March 26th.
Sunday morning before 6 a.m.
Okay. Live on the Grindr app.
Yes, ma'am.
Now, shortly before Tim was killed, did you become aware that the defendant and Tim were having problems?
The Sunday before, we were at brunch, so that would have been a week prior. And that's when I found out Tim was in the hospital. Herb came to brunch with us.
So you were at brunch on the Sunday before Tim's body was found.
Yeah, at La Cuisine around 11 a.m.
All right. And Tim was not there because he was in the hospital.
Tim was in the hospital.
Was the defendant at this brunch?
Yes, the defendant was at the brunch with us.
Were other people from your AA friend group that you told us about at this brunch as well?
Yes, everyone sitting at our long table was in our AA group.
Now, when you were at this brunch, did you overhear a conversation the defendant was having with somebody else that was at that brunch?
Yes, ma'am.
All right. And was that conversation about his relationship with Tim?
Yes, ma'am.
Okay. And what did he say during that conversation? that you heard?
I overheard, and the table's talking, but I overhear his voice, and I could tell he was emotional and getting angry. And he was venting about Tim possibly moving to Ormond Beach or DeLand or something, taking a job somewhere. And that, but he and Jordan weren't going to go there.
So you said venting and angry during
I
this?
could tell he was emotional, yes.
All right. And so he was saying that if Tim was gonna take a job in Ormond Beach and he and Jordan were not going.
As a possibility.
And did he say, where he and Jordan would be if he and Tim split up?
They just weren't going with him.
They were gonna stay in Ocala?
I guess. I just, the first I'd ever heard of anything like that.
And did you stop communicating with the defendant not long after that?
We did stop communication shortly, like either right after that or at that time.
Thank you. I don't have any other questions.
Cross-examination, please.
Yes, please. Did you and Tim Smith have sex?
No,
Grinder, the application that you mentioned that Herbert was on the Sunday after Tim Smith's body was found, you can also message on that application, correct?
I believe so, yes.
You can use it kind of like a Facebook Messenger.
It's similar to Messenger, yeah.
And you have used that application for how long, if you know?
I don't know, but I had been on it a few times.
Okay. And you mentioned that you met Tim Smith through the rooms of Alcoholics Anonymous, probably in 2019?
I believe so.
Okay. And not long after that is when Herb came into the rooms.
Shortly after, yes.
And eventually, you became Herb's sponsor.
Yes, sir.
And at the time of Tim Smith's passing, Herb was still in your AA group.
I believe so, yes.
And the conversation that you overheard at La Cuisine, that was the week prior to Tim Smith's body being discovered?
Yes, sir, I believe so.
So the weekend before?
Yes, sir, I believe so.
Okay. And were you talking to Herb when you heard that information, or you just overheard it?
We're at a long table, and I was sitting here, and Herb was down to my left, a couple of people down, and so I heard him. But because of the intensity of the words, I looked over and listened.
Do you know to whom Herb was talking at?
I believe to Teresa and Daryl.
No further questions.
Need to redirect.
No, Your Honor, we'd ask that he be excused.
You're excused, sir. Thank you very much.
Thank you.
Another one bites the dust. Another one bites the dust. Good morning, good morning, good morning, good morning. It's almost, I might need a
Can you please tell the jury your name and spell it?
coffee
Amy,
today. Another one.
I live at 12360 Northeast Highway 3.
Let me get us into our next one.
I want to direct your attention to
Okay, I am going to get us started with our next video here.
I want to direct your attention to March 25th of 2023, a Saturday. Were you in the same position with the Marion County Sheriff's Office on that date?
No, I was not.
What position were you in then?
I was a patrol deputy.
And on that date, did you respond to an apartment in Citrus Park located at 1980 Southeast 40th Street Road, Unit C.
Yes, I did.
Is that in Marion County?
Yes, it is.
Approximately what time did you arrive?
Around 10:50 in the morning.
And why did you go there?
I was dispatched to conduct a well-being check.
Who requested a well-being check?
Herbert Swilly.
Did you speak with Herbert Swilly before you arrived at the apartment?
No, I did not.
What did you see when you arrived at the apartment?
Herbert Swilly was standing in the parking lot.
Outside of the apartment?
Yes.
All right. And did you speak with him when you first arrived?
Yes, I did.
And what did he tell you?
He said that he hadn't been able to reach his husband, Timothy Smith, since the prior day, and that his Jeep had been parked at the apartment since the prior day, and he wanted us to conduct a well-being check.
So he said he hadn't been able to reach his husband, Tim, and the Jeep had been there since the prior day, which would have been Friday, March 24th.
Correct.
Now, was anybody else with him?
Yes.
And who was with him?
His landlord.
And I won't ask you his last name. What was his first name, Jack?
Yes, it
With a
was.
very long last name?
Yes.
And did the defendant tell you why he had the landlord, Jack, with him?
Yes, to bring the key to the apartment.
Did you obtain the key from the landlord, Jack?
Yes, I did.
And then what did you do?
I went to the front door, checked the door handle. The door was locked.
Did
And
you go by yourself?
yes, I did.
Go into, you said the door was locked. Was there a bottom lock and a deadbolt?
Yes.
Were they both locked?
No, just the bottom door handle. The deadbolt was unlocked.
So did you knock on the door first?
Yes, I knocked, made announcements that notify anybody inside that the sheriff's office that I was present, and then entered the apartment.
So you used the key to unlock the bottom lock.
Correct.
And describe what you found when you walked into the apartment.
So when I went into the apartment, just to give you a layout, to the left was like a little living area, some furniture, and then a kitchen area, and then bedrooms to the right. So when I entered that first bedroom to the right, I found Mr. Smith laying on the floor, deceased.
And what was he wearing?
Just a t-shirt and some shoes.
And you said he was deceased. How did you know he was deceased?
It was obvious from looking at him. His eyes and mouth were open, and I could see red marks on his neck, and there was no movement at all.
And what did you do after you saw the body of Tim Smith?
I cleared the rest of the apartment, checked the other bedrooms and closets just to ensure there was no one else inside, and then secured the scene.
And was anybody else inside the apartment?
No, there was not.
Now, what happened after you went outside? Did the defendant ask you anything?
Yes, he did.
What did he ask you?
He asked if Mr. Smith was in there.
And how did you respond?
I told him yes.
And what did he say?
He asked if he was okay, and I told him no.
Now, did you tell the defendant a little bit later in the conversation that you were going to notify major crimes, or a sergeant would notify major crimes?
Yes, I did.
And did the defendant ask you why you were calling major crimes?
No, he did not.
Did the defendant ask you after you told him that Tim Smith was in the apartment and he was not okay? Did the defendant ask you what happened to him?
No, he did not.
He didn't ask you how you found his body?
No, he did not.
Did he ask you any question about how Tim was found inside the house?
No, he did not.
And how was his demeanor when you told him that Tim was inside and he was not okay?
There wasn't much reaction.
Now, did EMS arrive on the scene?
Yes, they did.
And what happened when they arrived?
They went in briefly. I made sure, told them not to touch anything or alter anything inside. So they went in briefly, observed him, and then left.
Because he was already deceased, there was nothing for them to do.
Correct.
Now, did you speak with the defendant and get an initial statement from him about the last time he saw Tim and the circumstances that caused him to ask for a well-being check?
Yes, I did.
And then later on, did you speak with the defendant a second time that morning to get a little bit more information?
Yes, I did.
And in between the two times you talked to the defendant, were you doing other things like speaking to other witnesses and people on the scene?
Yes, I was.
Did you have a body-worn camera on during this time?
Yes, I did.
And did it record all of the conversations you had with the defendant that day?
Yes.
And did it also record the initial time you went into the apartment and found the body of Tim Smith?
Yes, it did.
Your Honor, may I approach the witness?
Yes, ma'am.
I'm going to show you what's been marked for identification as State's Exhibit D. I'm going to ask you to look at that. Do you recognize that?
Yes, I do.
How do you recognize that?
I previously reviewed it. It's the footage of my body-worn camera.
And did you date that and initial that?
Yes, I did.
And you said you previously watched it.
Correct.
Is it a fair and accurate depiction of portion of your body cam from the day March 25th, 2023?
Yes, it is.
Your Honor, at this time we would move State's Exhibit D into evidence.
No
State's
objection.
Exhibit 4, I believe.
Without objection, states D will be in evidence to states number 4.
Now, did a friend of Tim Smith's arrive on the scene shortly after Tim's body was found?
Yes, a coworker.
Was that Tammy Warner?
Yes, it was.
Did you speak with her also?
Briefly, yes.
And did you establish the apartment and the area around the apartment as a crime scene?
Yes, I did.
And how did you do that?
By posting crime scene tape.
That would be the yellow tape we would see.
Correct.
Now, did you notice a motion-activated security camera that was attached to the front of the apartment building of a neighboring apartment?
Yes, I did.
Okay, and which apartment was that?
Apartment A.
So Tim was found in apartment C, and apartment A, you saw a camera.
Correct.
Did you make contact with the person who lived in apartment A?
Yes, I did.
And what was his name?
Stuart Mitchell.
Sorry, what was his name?
Stuart Mitchell.
Thank you.
Yes, sir.
And did you ask Stuart Mitchell if he could pull up any footage from his surveillance camera?
Yes, I did.
And did he do that for you?
Yes, he did.
And were you able to view that footage?
Yes, I did.
And did you have Mr. Mitchell do anything with that video footage that he pulled up?
Yes, I had him send it in the email to Sergeant Simpson.
And that would then be forwarded to Detective Pinder, the main detective on the case.
Correct.
And did other officers from the sheriff's office arrive on the scene,
Yes.
including forensic crime scene technicians and detectives?
Yes.
And what was your role from that point on
Maintain security.
of the crime scene?
Yes.
Your Honor, at this time I would ask to publish State's Exhibit 4.
Approach.
We called in because my other half I haven't seen since late Thursday night when we went to bed. He didn't show up for work yesterday. They've called, they've texted. Everybody's called and texted. We don't actually live here. This is his secondary apartment that he uses for his massage studio and other stuff. But his Jeep's been here, the girl's now saying, for almost 2 to 3 days. It hasn't moved. And we can't get a hold of him. We've called, y'all have called, y'all did a wellness check yesterday. They couldn't go in because I don't have a key, so they told me to get a hold of the landlord. He actually has a key.
Okay.
But they told us not to go in since I'm not legally on the lease or anything.
Okay.
So,
What's his name?
Timothy Floyd Smith. But it's not like him because normally he's the executive director of Shambrell Prank Castle, so he's very responsible about it. You know, that's his job. He does everything. And that's his wife.
Yeah. What is it? C?
Yep. Yeah.
Reference will be taken.
Sheriff's Office. Sheriff's Office. Sheriff's Office. Sheriff's Office. Sheriff's Office. Anyone in here? Sheriff's Office. Sheriff's Office.
5631.
Go ahead.
Cancel medics, signal 7.
10-4, signal 7.
You okay?
Hmm.
So your name's Jonathan?
Yeah.
Sorry, Lord. Well, they would have been here last night if I hadn't given out the wrong phone number. I didn't give him Jack's phone number for the landlord because I have it in as Jack in Ocala with an L. So I thought it was Jack for landlord, and it's Jack of AA that we saw at our retreat. And I gave him that number, and he called me this morning and said, Herbie, I'm not Jack's landlord, so why are you calling me? And I'm like, oh my God, I said. So I've been scrolling through it. It took me 45 minutes to find his number, and I had to find it via text. I've got to call Kevin. Kevin's the only-
When's the last time you saw him?
I went to bed on Thursday night, and I go to bed about 9:30. He finishes doing his medication. I would say about 11, I heard him get up. But that's not uncommon because he gets up and he'll go do Facebook posting for this stuff called Thrive, and he'll just relax and stuff. But I assumed he was still home, to be honest with you. I got up my regular time, 4:40. I went straight to the gym like I normally do, the Planet Fitness. I came home very quietly because if he's asleep, I try not to wake him because he doesn't have to be to work until 8 or 9. So I went in, took my shower. I left with my work trailer to go to work. I got back because I picked up all the materials, and before I went to the Villages, I figured I'd stop back by the house because I had forgotten to get a change of clothes. So I stopped back by the house real quick. I went in. The bed was unmade. He wasn't in the
You're saying
house.
stop by the house, not here.
No, my house. 'Cause we
Where's
don't live
that at?
here. We live at is our physical house. This is just his
Gotcha.
massage office, our playroom and stuff like that, because that's what this was set up for, so that way we could host parties occasionally. Because we have a 20-year-old daughter, and he didn't want to do it at home. And so when I went home, this was out of the garage on Thursday morning before 8. This was not there, so I don't know when he left. And he wasn't there. So I went on to work, and at 4 o'clock yesterday afternoon, I got a phone call from Tammy Warner at Brookdale and said that they have not seen Tim or heard from him. They've been texting all day. So that's when I told her about the apartment.
What time was that?
That was around 4
p.m.
Yeah. So then I drove over here. I knocked on I saw the Jeep here, so I knocked on the door and everything. And no answer, no nothing. I called the sheriff's department, and they told me not to go in since I'm not on the lease. So
Right.
I went on and did that.
What? 4 o'clock. I said, let me interrupt you. 4 o'clock yesterday?
Yeah.
Okay.
Yes.
And you haven't seen him since Thursday?
Well, since I went to bed, because once I go to
Right.
sleep, I don't hear anything because I take a couple of sleeping pills and
Gotcha.
stuff. Because
So Thursday, he was at the house on 26th Court.
Yep.
Thursday morning.
he was not. Because when I went back there, it was,
You mean Friday morning?
well, yeah, Friday. Sorry,
Okay.
Friday morning. Sorry, Friday morning. Yeah, getting
Okay.
confused because just kind of, yeah, Friday morning,
Okay.
which would have been yesterday morning.
Mm.
And then this morning I've texted him several times. We've had everybody calling and texting him
Mm-hmm.
all day and everything.
What kind of? He usually has this phone. What kind of phone is it?
He has the same phone I do, except for the case is clear. It's a Samsung.
Okay.
And he also has a work phone. That I don't know the number to because that's a Brookdale phone.
What's his phone number? You don't have his work number?
No, but Tammy Warner is going to come by, so she would have it. He's never, that's something that we don't call on his work phone because it's a Brookdale phone, and everything I call for would be personal, so that's just the way we've always been. That's all I have. 15 years.
What was your name?
I'm Herbert, H-E-R-B-E-R-T. Swilly, S-W-I-L-L-E-Y.
What's your birthday?
It's 02/02/1968. We are legally married.
What's your phone number?
352.
And what was your name?
Jack Sharpsworth. It's 14 letters. SCHARF SCH again WERDT.
What's your birthday? And phone number? And you don't live here, you're just a landlord?
Yeah, I own it, but yeah, I live across town.
Okay.
Yeah.
What's a good address for you? Little pads are so hard to write on. All right, so our major crimes detectives will probably have to come out and take over the investigation. Standard procedures.
Stay out here then.
Yeah, they're gonna need to talk to you. They're gonna ask you pretty much the same questions I asked, but they might ask a few more.
I know. My dad's a retired deputy sheriff from Washington County.
Okay.
Yeah. That's how come I knew that I had to do certain steps, because
Yeah.
I had done it once where I had a tenant that was mine, and I went into the apartment and I almost ended up in jail for because they weren't there.
Yeah.
And I ended up having to go in. They found out, and it's like it's just it's a very tough area to be in.
Yeah, I'll be hanging out until they get here. So if you have any questions or anything,
I'll just stay here. Then I'm gonna call I'm gonna call my sponsor and stuff.
Okay.
He's my best friend too.
Okay. Well, we have our advocates that are available. If you need someone to talk to about resources that are available and everything, I can have one of them come out and talk to you if you'd like.
That's fine. Yeah,
Okay.
definitely. Because this will be difficult.
Yeah.
We have a daughter too, and
I got you. Yeah.
so
I'm gonna pull my car up right.
that's fine. That's why I pulled over here, and I didn't bring my truck.
Yeah.
I have a trailer. and everything.
Oh, okay.
And then is this the part where you went and talked to some other people and then you talked to the defendant again a little bit later?
Correct. Is this primarily his place? Is that why you didn't have a key?
This is not a primary residence.
No, I mean.
No,
his.
I have a key, but my daughter thinks he took it off the key ring at the beginning of the week because when he goes and plays, he wants the key, so that way he's not over here using it. So I have a key, but I think it's with his stuff here.
Okay.
Because when he goes and plays during the week, he takes the key.
Gotcha.
Because he doesn't want me interrupting. And his thing to me tells me I'm doing a massage. So I know what it means. I let it go, and at least the daughter thinks he may have taken the key off the key ring. Otherwise, I lost him because they're supposed to be on a key ring like this. Yeah, it's supposed to be on this, and this piece is not in my key. So this whole assembly on my other truck key, this is gone without the keys. So, but she doesn't know for sure. She just thinks he may have gotten it, or I may have lost it.
If there's three of them,
But it took the whole assembly. And that would have been like Tuesday. Because we don't use keys for the house. We have digital remotes for everything. And we have power gate openers and stuff. So I wouldn't even know where to look for my house key to find it. Somewhere in one of the drawers, I do know that. That's what we've done with them.
How often does he come over here, and does he stay the night?
No.
Never stays the night?
He never stays the night. Well, he's only stayed 2 nights that I know of. That's it.
How long?
2 nights one was a couple of weeks ago. And then one was right after we finished the place. He stayed 1 night that I know of.
So in the last month, he stayed 2 nights?
Yeah. I I'd say in the last month easily. But he never leaves like very many clothes here. He only leaves the
What was he wearing last time you saw him?
a pair of blue jeans. I don't remember the shirt. I know it's an Affliction shirt probably. It's either that or an American Eagle. I can't remember. And he usually wears either boots or hay boots. And since it was in the evening, I knew he'd be getting ready for bed, so he'd be changing into something else. But then at that point, he would wear like fitness type pants at night to sleep in, and just a t-shirt. But when he walks around the house and everything, or anywhere he walks, he won't walk barefooted.
Do you know of anyone else that came over here? That
I don't know who they are when he brings anybody over or anything like that. They're all on his either Adam for Adam account or his Grinder, Growler, stuff like that is what he uses. Same thing I have. I was over here last Saturday with somebody that I know, and he didn't want to play or anything, so Tim went and did a motorcycle ride. So I was over here last Saturday, and that's how when I knew I had my key, because I was over here last Saturday during the day.
what's is it his daughter?
It's my daughter.
Your daughter? What's her name? Does she live with y'all?
Yes.
What's her name?
Jordan. Jordan. Swilly. With us.
28th Court?
Yeah. No, 26th Court.
Oh, sorry, yeah.
The
5388.
phone number is 35. And she should be right now. I'm not sure how many hours she's working at her new job.
Yes, ma'am.
No, she quit Laredo. She got tired of Laredo's because somebody offered her some marijuana and some pot and stuff, and she just was tired of all that drama in a restaurant because she doesn't.
And you said he didn't use anything?
No, we both quit drinking and stuff. Like I said, I've got 3 years, January 5th. He's got it August 13th. Would have been 3 years.
Okay.
I mean, so it's past 3 years now. Yeah, because it was the 2019 in August when he decided to quit drinking, and then I quit after that.
Okay.
Because we were drinking way too much.
I got you. Is the keys to the Jeep on a lanyard or anything?
They're usually in a black bag that he keeps on his shoulder, and it just goes in there because it works on a fob.
Oh, okay.
He doesn't keep them in his pocket.
Okay. So he just holds the bag and pushes the button.
Well, he holds the bag and he just touches it, and
Yeah.
I can tell you now, he won't even keep a key in his pocket hardly at all. He barely keeps them at work in his pocket. He puts them down on the desk. That's one of the things that always bugged me. It's like when we go places, you can carry your key.
Yeah.
I don't carry the black bag. Always has a black bag that has everything in it.
Okay.
And I know for a fact his gun is not in the black bag because it's sitting on the dresser at the house.
Okay.
That I know for a fact.
Alrighty.
Me and the daughter came over, knocked on the door last night. I took that gun out because that was my gun.
So the Jeep was unlocked?
No, the Jeep was locked. I came last night with my key. I have a set of keys at home for it.
Gotcha.
I just didn't bring them now because I didn't think about it. But we came last night just because Candy made a point to me, not you. Friend Candy she says, do you have a gun in the Jeep or anything? I said, yeah. She said, well, you shouldn't leave it there unsecured because it's in your name. So we came by last night. We even beat on the door after the officer just to see if we could get a hold of it one more time. And we got nothing. But I put that gun on the table just so it wasn't here.
What time were y'all here?
It was probably around 9-ish.
Okay.
Or actually had to be before 9. Because I know we got back home just before 9.
Okay.
I can probably kind of give you a better time.
Yeah, that's fine. I just approximate. That's fine.
Sometimes I know where I was at and who I was calling at the time. So.
No, I get you. No, that's fine.
Okay, so we got that one. Let's see here. Like he didn't have any concern or anything. No distraught. Like you just found my boo, my hubby, my homie lover friend. Nothing, just as calm, giving up way too much information, talking way too much for me. Let's see here. Um, okay. 1 second. Hmm. Wait a minute. I want to make sure I'm getting this. Okay. Okay. Wait a minute here. Y'all know I'm trying to make sure that we at least try to stay in some type of decent order. Okay. I think I found where we should be at.
Sure, you need to remove the mask from your head. Thank you. Have a seat, sir. Thank you.
Would you please introduce yourself to the jury and spell your last name slowly?
Jack Sharpsworth, SCHARFSCHWERDT.
What do you do for a living, sir?
I'm a power screen technician, electric roll-up screens.
Do you also own an apartment complex located at 1980 Southeast 40th Street Road in Marion County?
Yes.
How long have you owned that apartment?
Since '89.
Can you describe that apartment? Is it a single unit, a double unit?
It's a quadruplex, so there's 4 units under one roof.
Okay. Did you live in that apartment complex?
No.
Just owned it and operated it and rented it out?
Right.
About how far away from that apartment complex did you live?
The other side of town, I think it's about 7-8 miles, something like that.
Did you know a man named Tim Smith?
Yes.
How did you know him?
I rented to him.
Which unit did you rent to him at that apartment complex at the address I just provided?
Unit C would be the front left apartment.
About when did you begin to rent that apartment to Mr. Smith?
Right at 3 years, September 15th, I think was the beginning of his lease, 2022,
How long was that lease?
a year.
How often would you interact directly face to face with Tim Smith?
When we initially made our agreement, about a week later, and then I went months without seeing him. And then I think I only saw him 3 times ever in my life. I believe the last time I collected rent from him was in person.
Was Tim Smith timely on making his rental payments?
Yes.
How would that usually work out? How would you get the money from him?
Most of the time it was, hey, somebody would text somebody, rent's on the table.
Inside the apartment?
Yes.
Okay. And we just go in and get the check and leave?
Yeah.
Did you also meet Tim Smith's husband, Herbert Swilley?
Yes.
About how often would you have interacted with him?
A little more than Tim.
Okay. Do you see Mr. Swilley here in court today?
Herbert Swilley.
Yeah. Do you see him here today?
Is he behind you or? I don't.
Okay,
I mean,
that's
it's been
fine.
quite some time
Then no problem.
and we weren't close acquaintances. But
Did Mr. Swilley do any work at that apartment to help fix it up before? he
yes.
was- Okay, what was done?
Shortly after Tim took possession, he contacted me and said, "Hey, we'd like to make some improvements." I rented to a very, very clean and good condition, but he wanted to come in and bump things up a lot, put in all new flooring. Herbie did all the work, came in, sprayed, they put up some new lights and did a nice little remodel for me. I gave him a month's rent,
Okay. Whose name was on the lease?
just Tim.
Okay. You said he replaced the door, I think?
Yeah,
Okay.
shortly after the whole door unit needed replaced. Not my forte. He quite the handyman, good craftsman. So yeah, and I don't know how long. It was shortly after they took possession.
And when he replaced the door, would the original locks be taken off and put back on the new door with the same keys and everything?
Don't know if they were original, but he replaced it. So yeah, because I still retained the key.
Okay. When you rented the apartment, how many keys would you have given Tim Smith?
Likely to.
Okay, is that kind of what you do with your tenants? Would you also have kept a set of keys for you to have?
Yes.
All right. Where do you go and make copies of your keys?
Lowe's usually is where.
Let me direct your attention to Saturday, March 25th, 2023. Were you called by Herbert Swilley that morning?
Called or texted.
Okay, communicated some
Yeah.
way. And what were you asked?
I think I was called. He was concerned about Tim. Was doing a well check on him. A deputy was to meet there at a certain time, and versus them coming in and busting a brand new door.
Sure.
Can you come unlock the door? He didn't have his key.
Did you in fact go to that apartment with your key?
Yeah.
When you arrived at that apartment with the key, what was going on? Like, who was there?
Herbie was outside. I want to say we had to wait a few minutes for a deputy to arrive.
Okay.
I couldn't swear that the deputy wasn't already there.
When you arrived and met Mr. Swilley, did he have any other conversation about what he thought could have happened to Tim?
Yes.
What did he say?
He was concerned that Tim was potentially seeing some savory, somebody other than him, somebody else. And he said something to the effect that he wasn't always very selective with who he spent time with, and that he was concerned that he had been harmed.
After you arrived, had this conversation with Mr. Swilly, and then the deputy arrives, right?
Again, yeah, I'm pretty sure that we had to wait on the deputy.
Okay. And what happens when the deputy gets there? What do you
I gave him the key and he went inside.
When the deputy came out and said what he found inside the apartment, how did the defendant react?
Well, he didn't drop to his knees crying. His exact expressions and all is hard for me to recall. I wasn't really focused on him. Didn't start bawling out crying or anything, but seemed to be somewhat upset, wasn't shaking or anything. Anyhow,
what did you do after you received that news? Did you stay around? Did you leave?
Yeah, stuck around for. I had planned to be back there. I'd planned to be there that day anyhow, working, and so I hung around for a few minutes. Another acquaintance of Tim, the woman, showed up. She was I don't know if she already knew the news or just found out. Herbie went and spoke to her, I believe. And
but did you hang out at the scene for a little bit?
Yeah.
And did you then start doing some of the work that you had
No,
to do at some point later?
I still had to go to Lowe's that day.
I see. Did you have any communication with Mr. Swilly after that day, specifically about his key?
I believe I texted. It was usually texting. There's properties in there that you may want to get out. Have you done that yet? He said something to the effect he couldn't really wrap his head around getting in there. And I don't know if it was that conversation, because I knew he said he had lost his key.
Mm-hmm.
And I was going to have to meet him, and I kind of needed to get in there. I knew law enforcement was done with the apartment and all, so I needed to get in there and kind of flip, but I didn't want to have to dispose of any stuff that somebody still wanted.
At some point, did he indicate that he had found his key?
Yes.
And did he tell you the circumstances of how he found it?
He said it was in his trailer under some drop cloths, hanging cloths.
And you mentioned a few minutes ago, at some point, the apartment was cleaned out and you re-rented it?
Well, yeah.
Okay. Was any of the furniture left in the apartment?
Yes.
And what type of things?
What I would call, the first bedroom to the right had looked like a brand new bed, kind of one of these canopy beds, a dresser, full-size dresser, pretty much the whole living room, couch, love seat, the glass dining table, just a little tiny two-person dining set. It was pretty minimal in there, but yeah, there was some furniture.
Would those pieces of furniture have been brought in by Tim and Herb Swilly, or did you provide it furnished?
No,
Okay.
they brought it.
Once you re-rented the apartment, I'm assuming you changed the locks?
Yes.
Okay. No further questions, sir. Thank you, Judge.
Examination, please.
Yes, please. Good morning. You called me yesterday. I apologize for not getting back to you.
That's all.
You mentioned that you leased the apartment in September of 2022 to Tim Smith. Did I hear that right?
Yes.
Okay. And Herbert Swilly, who you knew as Herbie, was not on the lease.
Right.
Okay. It was only in Tim Smith's name.
Right.
Okay. And you believe that you provided Tim Smith with 2 keys to the apartment.
Yes.
It's common for you to give your tenants 2 keys.
Yeah.
If they want more than that, they can go make their own copies, right? Okay. And you mentioned that, at least regarding Tim Smith, that Tim Smith would normally leave the rent money on the counter in the apartment.
Yes. Coffee table.
Okay. On the coffee table. And was he paying via check or was he paying via cash?
Cash.
Okay, so
Always cash.
always cash?
Yes, always cash.
Okay, and you mentioned that Herbie, who was a handyman, did some work at the apartment.
Yes.
Okay. He replaced the door.
Yes.
He did a good job with that.
Yeah.
He also replaced the flooring in the apartment.
Yes.
And you gave Tim a month's free rent because of how well Herbie did with that job, right?
Yes.
Yes. Okay. And you mentioned that Herbie had contacted you the morning that Tim Smith's body was discovered and told you that he had lost his key to the apartment. I couldn't hear you. I'm
Yes,
sorry.
I'm sorry.
No, it's okay. It's okay. And you responded to the apartment to help Herbie gain access into the apartment.
Yes.
And you mentioned you may have had to wait for a little bit till the deputy arrived on scene.
Yes, I'm pretty quite certain we had to wait a few minutes. Yes.
Okay, so if you're there and you have a key and Herbie's there, why do you need to wait for a deputy to go inside?
He didn't want to go in.
Do you know why?
No.
You mentioned that
I don't
Herbie-
really know why we waited, but
No, I understand. You mentioned that Herbie expressed concern about the people that Tim Smith was meeting with at that apartment.
yes.
Okay. And when you leased the apartment to Tim Smith, did you know that he was married to Herbie?
No.
Okay. Did you know that the apartment was going to be used for the purposes that it was ultimately being used for once Tim and Herbie started leasing?
No.
Once Tim started leasing it, right?
Right.
You did not?
I did not.
Okay. What was your understanding as to how the apartment was going to be used?
Objection, Your Honor, hearsay.
That's sustained.
And you mentioned that after Tim Smith's body was discovered, you hung around the quadruplex for a little bit. You were doing some work on the quadruplex that day?
Not, yes, later that day.
Okay. So did you leave and come back at a later point that day?
Yes.
And was law enforcement still there at the apartment when you came back?
Yes.
Okay. Was there also a coroner's van present and parked outside when you came back?
Yes.
All right. Was there anybody in that coroner's van?
Yes.
How many people were in there?
The driver.
Okay. And
One.
was the coroner's van on and running? Do you remember?
I don't recall.
Okay. Your Honor, I had no further questions.
Will you redirect?
No, Your Honor. You can be released.
You'll be excused. We'll take a short break. But not this, you're excused, sir. Thank you very much.
Am I released in total and full?
Yes, sir. Have a nice day.
Okay, all right, because I
Judge,
Hold on.
and
Thank you. Have a nice day.
just to explain to the witness, I had subpoenaed him as well. I am excusing him.
You're excused from both. Have a nice day. We'll take a short break, ladies and gentlemen. Please leave your notebooks here. Remember my earlier admonition, you can't begin to discuss the case yet, okay? Thank you. I'll go with the deputy. There's no option to stay in. We'll be recessed until, 10.
Okay, so let me see where we're at now. Okay, we seen him, right? We seen that.
Motion detected at front door.
I don't know what order we
Call
going in.
Catherine Medina, and I can have access to the display.
Just right in the back, right? And standing for the clerk, raise your right hand.
Do you swear or affirm the testimony about to give you the truth, the whole truth, and nothing but the truth, so help you God?
Have a seat, please. Thank you very much.
Morning.
Good morning.
Would you please introduce yourself to the jury?
Hi, I am Catherine Medina.
Where do you work?
I work for the Marion County Sheriff's Office.
What do you do for them now?
I am currently a forensic crime scene supervisor.
What does that involve?
So I take care of the crime scene technicians' day-to-day needs, anything that they need. I also will go out to scenes with them if they need or any supervision that they need taken care of.
How long have you been a supervisor of that unit?
About 1.5 years now.
What did you do before you became supervisor?
I was a forensic crime scene technician.
And what did that involve on a day-to-day basis?
Differently at each day, but on average, I would go out to crime scenes when requested, process them, come back to the office, write reports, do any further processing that was needed, and anything else that I was requested to do.
Can you describe for the jury your training and experience that allows you to do that job?
I have a bachelor's degree in criminal justice with a specialization in criminalistics. While I was in college for 3 years, I volunteered with the Polk County Sheriff's Office, their crime scene division. Once I was hired, I went through a 16-week training process. Excuse me. And after that, I have about 400 hours of additional specialized training.
You use the term process a crime scene. What is that?
Processing a crime scene means that we are going to the scene to process, whether it be for latents, DNA, any other bodily fluids, anything that could be of evidentiary value for this case.
You use the term latents. What is that?
Latents are fingerprints that you can't see with your naked eye. So we use different chemicals or powders that can bring it up so that we can see them.
On larger or more complex scenes, such as homicide scenes, do you often work as a team
Yes, we do.
with other crime scene investigators like yourself?
Correct, yes.
Are you trained in the different ways of collecting different types of evidence?
Yes, I am.
And are there different ways depending on the evidence you're collecting?
Yes.
Like what? Just give me an example.
There's different things. So like I said, with latent fingerprints, we could use chemicals or a powder There's an alternate light source that we could use to also help visualize. There's all kinds of tools that we use for anything that could be of different. So anything that specific has to have a different type of processing and collection.
Let me direct your attention to Saturday, March 25th, 2023. Did you respond to 1980 Southeast 40th Street Road in Ocala?
I did,
Is
yes.
that in Marion County?
Yes, it is.
Describe that location.
It's a quadruplex neighborhood, so the building itself had 4 different units in it, and then there's a parking area in front of that building.
When you arrived, what was going on?
There's several people within the Marion County Sheriff's Office that were there, so we had patrol people and detectives. The scene was secured, and we were just trying to gather information initially.
What do you mean by the scene was secured?
That's when we have the Sheriff's Office crime scene tape, so the yellow tape that goes around to make sure that nobody is going in or out without authorization.
Without telling me what was said, because the rules don't let me ask you that question, did you speak with other law enforcement officers about what they had learned from other sources during their investigation up to this point?
Yes, I did.
Were you and other law enforcement officers given permission to enter that apartment and begin to process it and document and collect evidence?
Yes, we were.
By whom?
I believe it was Mr. Swilly.
Did you take photographs of the outside and the inside of the residence and various things that you found of potential evidentiary value?
Yes, I did.
May I approach? Showing you what the market states Exhibit E for identification. Can you take a look at those photographs and tell me if you recognize them?
I do.
Generally, what are those?
These are a few pictures that I've taken from the scene when I was processing the scene.
Do those photos fairly and accurately depict the scene and some of the items that you located inside?
Yes.
This time, statement moves states E into evidence as states 5, Your Honor.
Any objection?
No objection.
Without objection, states E, be evidence to states number 5.
May I publish?
Yes, sir.
Showing you photograph 1 of states 5. What do we see here?
The building is the quadruplex that the decedent was in and front of it is the parking area in front.
Did you see any vehicles that were parked in that front parking area when you got there?
Yes, there was 3.
Describe those vehicles.
There was one outside of the crime scene tape, which is the yellow on the left side of the picture. And then there's 2 within the crime scene tape, and that one of them was, I believe, a red Saturn and a white Jeep.
The vehicle parked outside the crime scene, the black SUV, is that a Marion County Sheriff's Office vehicle?
Yes, that one is.
And the vehicle, the gray vehicle we see in the middle of the photograph, did you determine who that belonged to?
I believe that was a neighbor's vehicle.
You mentioned the white Jeep. Did you determine whose Jeep that was?
Yes, we did.
And we see a glimpse to the left side of that white Jeep, a red vehicle. Did you determine who owned that vehicle?
Yes, we did. That was a neighbor.
A neighbor. Okay. Okay, showing you photo 2 of states 5. Is that the red vehicle I just talked about?
Correct, yes.
Showing you photograph 3 of states 5. What does this show?
This is the white Jeep that was parked in front of the building.
You indicated that was determined to be the victims,
That is the victim, Mr. Smith.
Tim Smith.
Yes.
Photograph 4. What does this show?
That is the license plate that was on the white Jeep.
It's time to run the state would move state's exhibit F into evidence as state 6, the certified tag and title history of the Jeep self-authenticating document.
Any objection? Without objection, states number F will be in evidence to states number 6.
And we see the license plate number of the Jeep. What is it?
JULQ96.
According to the official tag and title history of that license plate from the Department of Motor Vehicles, who is the owner of that Jeep?
Timothy Floyd Smith.
Photograph 5 of states 5, that's just another angle of the Jeep.
Correct, yes.
Photograph 6
Another angle of the white Jeep.
and photograph 7.
The same different angle of the white Jeep.
Did you look inside the victim's white Jeep?
Yes, we did.
Was that also done with the permission of Herbert Swilly?
Yes.
Did you locate in your initial examination anything relevant?
No, we did not.
Did you do a full blown processing of the inside of the Jeep at that point?
And no, we did not.
Why not?
At that time, we didn't have any reason to determine that there was evidence pertaining to this case in that vehicle.
Showing you what's been introduced as State's Exhibit 3. What does this show?
So now we're standing on the opposite side of the parking lot and we're looking towards the Mr. Smith's apartment.
Did you go inside the apartment?
Yes, we did.
Showing you photo 8 of State's 5. What does this show?
This is showing into the front door of the apartment.
Photograph 9 of State's 5. What does this show?
On the left side, you see the front door, and then on the left, you have these sliding glass doors that lead into the apartment as well.
Was that sliding glass door locked or unlocked when you arrived?
It was locked.
Did you see any damage to the sliding glass door?
No, I did not.
Showing you photo 10 of State's 5. Did you see any damage to the doorknob or locking mechanism of the main front door?
No, I did not.
Can you describe for the jury the different types of locks we see on that door?
You have the deadbolt on top and then the traditional lock that's on the doorknob underneath.
When you entered the residence, did you smell anything unusual?
I did. It smelled like a chemical smell.
Showing you photo 11 of State's 5. When you walk in that front door, to the left of the front door, to your right if you're walking in, we see an open kind of closet. What's in there?
There are several cleaning supplies like a broom, a mop, a bucket, and different items.
To the left of that closet in the photo, we see another open door with a TV. I think Rocky is on the top of it. What room is that?
That's the room that was used. It was set up like a bedroom, so it had like a bed, and our Mr. Smith was inside of that bedroom.
Photograph 12 of State's 5. We see that same open bedroom you just described. What is to the left on this photo?
On the left side of this photo is one closet, and you can see a part of the kitchen.
Photo 13 of State's 5. What do we see here?
On the left side, you see part of the kitchen, and then you have the washer and dryer closet, part of the dining room you can see, and part of the living room you can see.
Describe the state of the apartment. Was it clean? Was it dirty?
It was clean, tidy.
Did you locate anything of relevance when you examined the living room area that you see here in the photo?
No, I did not.
Referring to the kitchen, photograph 14 of State's 5. What did you notice in the kitchen?
There was 2 bowls, a bag of chips, napkins, different things that were typically in a kitchen.
Was the bag of chips open or closed?
It was sealed.
Was still sealed? Were the bowls clean?
I believe they were.
Anything relevant found in the trash can in the kitchen?
No, the trash can in the kitchen was empty.
Was there a washer and dryer in the residence?
Yes, there was a closet.
Showing you photo 15 of State's 5. What do we see here?
This is the washer and dryer closet.
Where is this located in the residence?
Where I'm standing, I would be next to the dining table, and to my left, or I'm sorry, to my right would be the kitchen.
Showing you photograph 16. When you looked inside the washing machine, what did you find?
There was a black bag or purse.
You see that in this photo here?
Yes.
Did you look inside the bag?
Yes, I did.
Generally, what did you find in the bag?
There were several items, like personal items, cell phone, keys, different items like that.
Showing you photo 17 of State's 5. What do we see in this photo?
This is a picture of a Jeep key that was inside the black bag.
And it says Jeep on it. Is that consistent with belonging to the white Jeep parked outside?
Yes, it would.
Photo 18 of State's 5. What does this show?
This is a key that was also in that bag.
Photo 19 of State's 5. What is this?
A name tag that was also in this bag.
Is there a company name on it for the record?
Yes, it says Brookdale Senior Living.
Photo 20 of State's 5. What is shown here?
Another set of keys that was inside the black bag.
Photo 21 of State's 5. What about this?
This was a cell phone in a case that was inside the black bag.
What was done with this phone?
This phone was collected and released to Detective Pinder on scene.
The Detective Pinder actually took possession of it right there?
Correct.
Okay. Did you find any wallets in that black bag?
Yes, I did too.
Showing you photo 22 of States 5. What does this show?
This is Timothy Floyd Smith's driver's license.
Showing you what's been marked as States Exhibit G for identification. Did you collect that item?
I
That
did.
driver's license?
Yes, I did.
What is it that I just showed you?
This is the driver's license that is in the picture.
Is that in the same or substantially the same condition as when you collected it that day during your processing?
Yes, it is.
This time, state would move G into evidence as State 7.
No objection. Without evidence, without exception, excuse me, without objection, states G will be in evidence as states number 7.
Did you also collect the black bag that we have been looking at?
Yes, I did.
Showing you what's been marked as States Exhibit H for identification. Take a look at that item. Tell me if you recognize it.
I do.
What is that?
This is marked as the black bag containing miscellaneous items from the washing machine.
And I forgot to ask you earlier, when you collect an item of evidence, how do you logistically do it?
Every time we collect anything, we're going to change our gloves beforehand, and then we put it into a bag, whether it's a paper bag or a plastic bag, depending on what kind of evidence it is.
Okay, and then what do you do with the bag? You write on it somehow?
Yes, so we write everything down, including our case number, our name, our ID number, and what the item is and where it came from.
And how do you close the bag up?
To close it, we use our evidence tape and we seal it with evidence tape and write our initials partially on the bag and partially on the item.
What's the point of writing your initials partially on and partially off?
So that we can make sure that it's not tampered with and you can see that it flows and that there's no rips or tears or it was lifted and put down.
Can you, I gave you a little, to open that. You might open it up, look inside, tell me if you recognize the contents.
I do recognize the contents.
What's inside?
The black bag that was inside the washing machine.
Is it the same or substantially the same condition as when you collected it that day?
Yes, it appears to be.
This time, state would move H in evidence as States 8.
No objection. Without objection, states H, the evidence is states number 8.
And we saw a picture of it earlier, so I'm not going to ask you to take it out of that. Showing you photograph 23. We talked about the open bedroom with the TV on the left of the closet door. Did you go inside that room?
Yes, I did.
Showing you photograph 24 of States 5. What does this show?
This is showing me standing in the doorway and showing into the bedroom.
And was the TV on like that when you arrived?
Yes, it was.
Describe the bed that we see in the corner of this photo.
It's a canopy frame, a metal frame, and it had a mattress on top of it.
And we obviously see a foot in this photograph. Is that victim Tim Smith?
Yes, it is.
Next to his foot, we see a black object on the floor. What is that?
Those are a pair of like leather pants.
Showing you photo 25 of States 5. What do we see here?
This is on the opposite side of the doors and looking at the pants that were on the floor.
Did you notice any discoloration on those pants at all?
Yes, I did.
Describe what you saw.
There was specks of like white or off-white discoloration on top.
Showing you photograph 26 of States 5. Does this show what you described?
Yes.
Can you
see that.
explain where in the photo we see that discoloration?
You can see it mostly on the top part wherever the flash is kind of coming on. So you can see that it looks like little specks all over it.
Was the discoloration on the side of the pants that was facing upwards when they were laying on the ground?
Yes, it was.
Did you collect those pants?
Yes, I did.
Showing you what the market states exhibit I for identification. That item, you recognize it?
I do.
Is that also sealed?
Yes, it is.
How do you recognize it?
It has what the item is, the case number, and my name on it.
Can you open it up, look inside, tell me if you recognize the contents?
recognize them.
What's inside?
They have black leather pants that were on the floor.
Are they in the same or substantially the same condition as when you collected them that day?
Yes, they appeared to be.
It's time state would move the state's I into evidence to state's 9.
No objection. That objection states I will be unanimous to state number 9.
Did you notice any similar discoloration either on the bed rails or around that area?
Yes, I did.
What did you see?
There are similar discoloration specks, kind of looking dots that were off-white on the bed railing.
Showing you photograph 27 of state's 5. What does this show?
This is in the entryway of the bedroom also. Now you're looking up towards the ceiling and you can see the bed and the dresser.
The dresser on the left, did you examine that dresser?
Now, y'all know. Did they collect some black leather pants? Is that what I heard? Oh, y'all, they were. This is like, wow. Y'all see this bed? I paused it here because this also next level. Oh, y'all see that mirror? Oh yeah. They was getting it in. Look at that mirror back there. They wanted everything to be shown. And I'm pretty sure it's a mirror over here. They probably don't even have a TV up in this joint. Wow. Oh yeah, they was getting all angles in. Yes. That look like that's it look like that might be plastic on the bed. Or maybe that's the silk sheet. I don't know, but yeah. Oh yeah, they was into it. Oh yeah, they was pulling out all stops, wanted to see it from all angles. Oh yeah. You talk about having a party. Oh shoot. Boy, Herbert and Tim, boy, they was bringing them back. Good. When I seen the mirror, I said, oh, we was real kinky up in here. Wanted to see it all. Got the little lava. Y'all see that? That's the lava lamp. Oh, yeah. Oh, yeah. Collect all this evidence. Woo. Collect it all. I'm going to start me a thing. I'm going to start me a fund. Ooh, wee. You say you try not to look. What's on the shelf to the left? Let me see if I can figure it out for you. I don't know. Maybe that's some Astro Glide. I learned that from the Diddy trial. Or maybe we got some baby oil up here. I have no clue. Can't really tell. Let's see if we get some more detailed pictures. Take a picture of the dresser. Let's see what's up there. Maybe some KY. Maybe we might see a toy or something. I don't know. I'm assuming it's a lava lamp. I hope that ain't no toys. Oh, man. Oh, man. All right. Okay. Ooh, wee. I tell you, it's too early in the morning for this type of stuff.
Yes, I did.
Here we go. We at the dresser. What's going on this dresser? What that say, y'all? Is that gun oil? Why would we have gun oil up there? Wait a minute now. That's deodorant? Let me see.
What do we see here?
A front view of the dresser that was there.
Photograph 29 of
Okay.
States 5.
Yeah, okay, that's a gum oil. Okay, and what's this? This the baby oil right here? Y'all better tell me what this stuff is. That's the oil. Y'all tell me what this stuff is that we looking at. Is that gum oil or gun oil? I don't know how to zoom in, but I sure want to see. I sure want to know what all this stuff is. What is this? This look like some chains, y'all. Like this might be part of like a chain. They had a mirror on the dresser. I knew it wasn't no TV in there. So they had double mirror action. Oh gosh, can you imagine all the things that they seen? Oh, it's called, it's Strap It. Is that what it is? I don't know how to enlarge it. Wait a minute. We gotta. You say you too innocent. How do I don't know how to enlarge it. Wait a minute. Shoot. Let me see. No, that's not enlarging it. Wait a minute. I don't know. I want to ask y'all, did it get bigger? We got to watch our language because it may seem very yeah. Hey, macrograms. Oh goodness. Make them say Okay, y'all. Let me play. Let me see what else we about to get.
What about this?
This is when you're standing in front of the dresser. On the left side of the dresser, the items that were on top of it.
Photograph 30 of States 5.
Okay, what's this? Y'all tell me what this. Okay, this is a collar. This got to be a collar to go around the neck. Dang. I don't know. Hey, I ain't mad. I ain't mad at him. It's a flesh jack behind. I ain't mad at him. Hey, do you, boo? You say you got to go back to work. Ooh, wee. Oh.
What is this?
For this, I'm standing in front of it, and you're seeing what's in the middle and on the right side of the dresser, on top of the dresser.
Describe right in the middle of this photograph, the black rope.
Yes, there was a black rope that was like tied, closed into itself.
Oh, we got rope. Y'all hear her? She said that's some rope. This must be the rope. All I'm waiting for is that I don't even know what they call it. Y'all, what is that thing that they had a little oh, he said this is just they were into anime, probably. Okay, so I'm looking for what's the thing that they put in the mouth and then they had a strap. It's like a ball gag or something like that. Like, I'm looking for all the things to make this happen. Where is Barbara at? I need Barbara to come tell me where all this stuff is at. What is all this stuff so she can, a gag? Yeah, where is the gag? Because I don't want you to say nothing. Oh, where is Barbara? Cause she probably know all this stuff that's going on. Oh, wow, the rope gone. Boom. What's in the plastic baggie? I don't know. Let's see. Let's see if they're gonna tell us what's in the plastic bag. This is exciting to me.
That's the condition it was in when you saw it.
Correct,
Did
yes.
you collect that item?
I did.
Showing you must mark the states as a J for identification. Do you recognize that?
I do.
What is that?
This is the black rope that is on the dresser in the northeast, which is this bedroom.
Okay, can you open it up, look inside, tell me if you recognize the contents?
I do recognize it.
What's inside?
The black rope.
Is it in the same, substantially the same condition as when you collected it that day?
Yes.
This time state would move J into evidence as states 10, Your Honor.
No objection. The objection states number J, the notice is number 10.
Can you describe for the jury how the victim was positioned when you arrived?
So he was on between the bed and the closet wall, and he was facing up with his arms out a little bit and his legs kind of straight down, straight.
How was he dressed?
He had black tank top on and shoes.
Showing you photograph 31 of states 5. What does this show?
This shows the front view, the top view of the decedent.
Showing you photograph 32. Did you notice anything about his neck?
I did.
What did you see?
There was a dark red, black discoloration around it.
At some point, did the medical examiner's office arrive on scene?
Yes.
Did you do anything to touch or process the victim's body before the medical examiner's office arrived?
No, I did not.
Why not?
The body, when it comes to our deceased victims, the medical examiner's office has jurisdiction over them, so we have to wait because they document and process additionally alongside us.
So once they arrive, they do what they do, then you are more comfortable to actually process the body. Am I right?
Correct. We're able to.
Once the medical examiner's office arrived, did you collect certain items of evidence from the victim's body?
Yes, I did.
Did you collect fingernail clippings from the victim's hands?
Yes, I did.
Why?
For this, that's a standard procedure for suspicious deaths, which was this type of case. And there's any evidentiary value like DNA or items that could be underneath fingernails.
Can you explain to the jurors how you do that?
For those clippings, we just take a sterile nail clipper and we do each hand with a different clipper and we collect them from each hand. So all 5 on your left hand will go on one container and then your right hand will go into another container.
And then what do you do with the clippers when you're done?
We collect them along with the fingernail clippings.
Showing you Marcus States Exhibit K for identification. Do you recognize that item?
I do.
What is it?
These are the fingernail clippings from the left and the right hands from Timothy Floyd Smith.
You know, there are smaller packages within that main package?
Correct.
Okay. I'm not going to, well, is that item in the same or substantially the same condition as when you collected it?
With additional tape and sticker, yes.
What's the additional tape and stickers?
It's from FDLE, I believe, which is the Florida Department of Law Enforcement.
So was that item sent to Florida Department of Law Enforcement for some additional testing?
It appears to be, yes.
This time state will move K into evidence to states 11.
No objection. Objection states K, given to states number 11.
Did you also collect swabs from underneath the victim's fingernails?
I did.
And how do you do that?
It almost looks like a Q-tip with a long stick. We hydrate it with deionized water, and then we kind of just scrape it underneath the nails.
What is deionized water?
Sterile water.
Okay. Showing you what's the Marcus States Exhibit L for identification. Do you recognize that item?
I do.
What is it?
These are the fingernail swabs from the left and the right hand from Timothy Floyd Smith, excuse me.
And are those in the same or substantially the same condition as when you collected them and packaged them, except for some additional markings?
Correct, yes.
Was
It
this
is.
item also sent to the Florida Department of Law Enforcement for some additional analysis?
Yes.
State would move L into evidence as states 12, Your Honor.
No objection. Without objection, states L will be in evidence in states number 12.
I'm not going to ask you to open each of these because there are some smaller packages inside,
Correct.
but are all these items sealed?
Yes, they are.
Did you also collect some other swabs from various portions of the victim's body?
Yes, I did.
From where?
I collected a penile swab and a swab from the left and right forearms and the calves of the decedent.
And again, how do you do that? Same process?
Yes, correct.
So in these packages, I'm showing you are basically long Q-tip type things in smaller individual packages?
Correct, yes.
All right. Show me what's been marked.
Okay, so y'all gonna have to help me because we do not have the closed caption. It's not available. Did she just say a P swab? I'm just trying to make sure I'm getting all the evidence in and everything correct in regards to this. She did say that? Okay, I'm just trying to make sure we get all our evidence correct, right? Okay, I just want to make sure that we collecting everything, you know, from the armpits. I did hear the armpits. I did hear all of that stuff. I just want to make sure that we document this evidence correctly. And everybody got all the evidence that we had on the dresser, right? The leather pants, we got our oil, you know, we got the mirrors, we got everything. We want to make sure we get all this in evidence, you know, the nail clippings. We want to make sure we got all of this, right? Okay, and yeah, it was just the tip, right? Just make sure that we had it. It was just the tip. You know, we got the plastic. Oh, yeah, plastic sheet on the. Okay, make sure that we have all our evidence correct. That's what I gotta keep pausing because this is like all a shock to me. Like this is very this is very important, right? Shoot, Tim probably was like, oh boy, Herbert was like, you're not gonna keep taking all these people to this room, our apartment. I mean, remember, this apartment was set up for this type of activity. Like, I'm not even mad at them. Like, I'm just so excited that they're allowing us to enter their bedroom like this. This is so, like, it probably look, I'm not going to say it looked like everybody's bedroom, but what I will say is that I'm so glad that they letting us into their bedroom. So, yeah, Jason, like, I'm glad they letting us in here. Okay.
State's Exhibit M is in Mary for identification. Do you recognize that?
I do.
What is it?
These are the 4 suspected touch DNA swabs from Timothy Floyd Smith on the left arm, right arm, lower left leg, and lower right leg.
Do you take an individual swab from each of those locations?
Yes.
Are those in the same or substantially the same condition as when you collected them?
Yes.
This time state will move 13 into evidence as state, or excuse me, M into evidence as states 13.
No objection. Without objection, station number M will be in evidence station number 13.
Was the shirt that the victim was wearing that we saw in the photo, was that also collected?
Yes, it was.
Showing you photograph 33 of states 5. What do we see here?
This is the backside of the shirt that he was wearing.
Showing you what's been marked as states Exhibit N for identification as in Nancy. Do you recognize that item?
I do.
And what is it?
This is the black tank top with discoloration from Timothy Floyd Smith.
Can you open that up, look inside, tell me if you recognize the contents?
do.
What is that?
The black tank top.
Is it the same, substantially the same condition as when you collected it?
It appears to be, yes.
Your Honor, the state would move states N into evidence as 14.
No objection. The objection states N will be unanimous as number 14.
I am going to ask you to remove that item. The photo that we see up here, is that the front or the back of the shirt?
The back.
Showing you photograph 34 of states 5. What do we see in this photo?
This is the front of the tank top.
And you mentioned that there was some discoloration. Can you describe what you mean by discoloration and where we see that?
So it appears that the shirt was black, and so you have like a white or off-white kind of yellowy discoloration on the front side, almost like when you like use bleach or something. So like the shirt is being discolored itself.
Okay, can you unfold that shirt and show the jury what you're describing?
Can I see?
May the witness sit down, Your Honor?
Yes, ma'am. Yes, sir.
Thank you.
This is the front side. And the back side.
Thank you, ma'am. Can you describe for the jury the area that was right around the victim's body?
The victim was laying on the floor right between the bed and the closet. So there was just flooring and there weren't any items near him.
Did you notice any odor in that area?
I did. The closer you got to the decedent, it smelled more like a chemical, like a bleach smell.
Was the floor around his body fully dry?
No, there was still a little wet.
Okay, and that wet area, is that where the odor of the bleach type cleaning product was found?
Yes, the strongest area was over there.
Was the bleach smell stronger right by the victim's body as opposed to when you first walked in the front door?
Yes.
Did you become aware that later other crime scene technicians like yourself performed some testing of the area where the victim's body was found with certain chemicals,
Yes, I did.
like Blue Star, luminol, things like that?
Yes.
Had you already collected that shirt and removed it from the scene by the time that chemical processing was done?
Yes.
So is there any way the discoloration that you saw on the shirt came from crime scene processing?
No.
Did you also collect the shoes the victim was wearing?
Yes, I did.
Showing what's been marked as State's Exhibit O and P. We'll take a look at those two items. Let me know if you recognize them.
I do.
And what are those items?
One item is the left shoe. It's a Hey Dude size 12, blue
Hold on,
multicolored.
hold on. Instead of saying what item, can you tell us which one?
Exhibit O is the left shoe. And then Exhibit P for Papa is the right shoe.
And since we saw a photograph of the shoe earlier, again, I'm not going to ask you to open those, but you recognize those two items?
I do.
And are they in the same or substantially the same condition as when you collected them?
The bags are sealed, so I would think so, yes.
Okay, go ahead and open them up and take a look inside and let me know if you recognize them.
I do, and this is Exhibit O, so this is the left shoe, and it does appear to be in the same condition.
And while you're opening that one, at this time, the state would move O into evidence as 15, Your Honor.
No objection. The objection states O will be unanimous as number 15.
And P for Papa is the right shoe, and it does appear to be in the same condition.
This time state would move P into evidence as state 16.
No objection. The objection states P, we have number 16.
Did you locate any prescription medication in the apartment?
I did.
Showing you photograph 35 of states 5. What do we see here?
This is a close-up of the prescription medication.
Where was this found?
I believe it was in the bathroom. Excuse me, the bathroom.
And what is the name of the prescription according to the photograph?
Tadalafil?
Okay, and whose name is the prescription name?
Timothy Smith.
Did you make contact with Herbert Swilly while they are on scene?
I did.
Do you see him here in court today?
I do.
Can you please point him out and tell me what he's wearing and where he's sitting?
He's sitting over here and he's wearing a yellow button-up shirt, blue striped tie, and a gray blazer.
Your Honor, may the record reflect the witnesses identified the defendant.
Yes, sir, reflect.
Did you collect anything from Mr. Swilly?
I did.
What'd you collect?
I collected some buckle swabs from him.
What's a buckle swab?
A buckle swab is a swab that we collect using that Q-tip type item inside the cheek. So we're getting his DNA from his cheeks.
You just take the Q-tip and swab the inside of the cheek, right?
Yes, on the inside.
Showing you what's been marked as State's Exhibit Q for identification. You recognize that item?
I do.
Is that also sealed?
It is.
And what is that item?
There are 4 buccal swabs from Herbert Kurt Swilly.
Okay. Why are there 4?
And we collect 2 sets. So we each swab comes with 2, and we use 2 of them each time we collect them from people.
Okay. And was that item sent to the Florida Department of Law Enforcement as well for additional analysis?
Yes, it was.
Is that item in the same or substantially the same condition as when you collected it?
Yes.
It's time State would move Q into evidence as 17.
No objection. The objection states Q, we have states number 17.
Finally, did another crime scene technician come and relieve you at the scene to continue the processing?
Yes.
And who was that?
That was Rebecca Keese.
Was your shift up? Did you go home?
Yeah, essentially, yes.
Okay. Thank you, ma'am. No other questions, Your Honor.
Cross-examination, please.
Yes, please.
Good afternoon, ma'am.
Hello.
You spent quite a bit of time at and outside of that apartment that day, did you not?
I did, yes.
5 hours, give or take.
Can I look at my report?
Sure. If that'll help refresh your recollection as to how long you were on.
Yes, it was about 5 hours.
Okay. And while you were there, you took pictures to document the scene as we viewed earlier, right?
Yes, correct.
You also processed the scene, meaning you collected evidence.
I did, yes.
All right. And we witnessed here in court how careful you are with the evidence you collect, right?
I was careful, yes.
Okay. And I would imagine while you were there at the crime scene that day, you were also very careful, correct?
Correct.
And you went over on direct examination a number of items that you collected, which were introduced into evidence at this trial, correct?
Yes, I did.
There was the black bag. There were various personal items from the apartment as well.
Yes, correct.
And this was not your first time at the time of your involvement in the processing of this crime scene. This was not your first time processing a crime scene where a death had occurred, correct?
Correct, it was not.
You had done that before?
Right.
A number of times?
Correct.
Okay. And after your involvement in this case and investigation, beyond that one date where you processed the crime scene where Tim Smith's body was found, did you have any additional involvement in this investigation at all?
No, I did not.
No. Your Honor, I have no further questions.
You redirect?
No, Your Honor. She can be released as well.
All right, you're released, ma'am. Thank you very much.
Thank you.
Ladies and gentlemen, your lunch is here, so I don't want to keep it too long, so you will have lunch. I'll remind you to leave your notebooks here. And again, you can't begin to discuss the case at all. You can talk about whatever you want other than this case, okay? All right, thank you.
Talk about getting your juices flowing this morning. I was like, okay, well, wait a minute. All right, well, we gonna see. But I guess this is a good wake up morning. Like I gotta pay attention because the evidence is so interesting, right? And then we had our lady that got on the stand, a friend that was very, I guess she was trying to play both roles, right? She was really trying to show how aggressive Herbert was in regards to his demeanor when he would talk about Tim. Like I'm excited, not in the way that they get excited, guys. Not in the way that they get excited, but I'm excited for them. I'm excited for this trial. I can, I can get it. Yeah. So this is just fireworks. I want to say like fireworks. Like I think the least of his worries. I know Jason, you have put in there that hey, he didn't think this all the way through in regards to his whole, bedroom life being out there. But look, that's the least of his worries right now. Like, yeah, I like seeing pictures. I like seeing it all. Like, if you got pictures and video, I'm all in. I am down for the cause. That's what I can definitely tell you. But yeah, they definitely have some things going on in that bedroom, boy. No wonder they couldn't do nothing in the house, boy. I'll tell you, it's probably all types of obscene language and things coming from that room. Woo. Ooh, I'm surprised. I wonder if they gonna have some neighbors come up there and talk. Like, yeah, I heard this, that, all types of stuff coming out of that room. And the smell was unbelievable. They probably didn't have no yeah, like you are right back. I'm glad I woke up this morning. Woo, this was well worth it. I must say. It was probably spelled all types of ways up in there. Yeah, I tell you, it was spelled all types of ways. Yeah, Jason. Yeah, I don't know. Yeah. And even the family and all that stuff, because I mean, although they tried to, hide it from her. Yeah, she got along with Tim. Yeah, she asked, well, where is Tim? Herbert said, he gone. You didn't hear nothing last night, and you better not say nothing. Well, of course, we got our TiVo time. So I am going to take us right past this, and we shall see. I wonder if she's going to have to testify. The daughter, that is.
Good afternoon.
Good afternoon.
Please introduce yourself to the jury.
My name is Rebecca Morano
Where do you work?
at the Marion County Sheriff's Office.
And what do you do for them?
I am a senior forensic crime scene technician.
What does that involve?
So we will be requested to respond to scenes. However, on scenes, we will do DNA processing or latent fingerprint processing. And once we come back to the office, we will write a report.
How long have you been a crime scene technician for Marion County?
For 3 years.
Can you describe to the jury the training experience you've had that lets you do that job?
So I have approximately over 200 training hours in forensic crime scene investigation.
Let me direct your attention to Saturday, March 25th into Sunday, March 26th of 2023. Did you respond to 1980 Southeast 40th Street Road in Ocala to help process a crime scene?
Yes,
Was that a homicide scene?
yes,
All right. When you arrived, had crime scene now supervisor Kat Medina already been there and processed the scene to some extent?
yes.
What was happening when you arrived?
They were doing a walkthrough of the scene. Detective Pinder,
And who was Detective Pinder doing a walkthrough with?
the husband.
Okay, Mr. Swilley?
Yes,
Had Tim Smith's body already been removed by the medical examiner's office from the scene when you arrived?
yes.
What did you do when you arrived?
So I was able to talk to Detective Pinder, and we made a plan on what to do with the search warrant.
Did you at some point enter the residence and begin to process the scene and process certain items and collect certain things?
Yes,
Did you document what you saw and did through some photographs?
yes.
Showing you as to mark the state's exhibit R for identification. Can you take a look at those?
I do remember, yes.
Generally, what do those photographs show?
These are photographs that I took of the scene.
And do those photos fairly and accurately depict the scene and some of the items that you processed?
Yes,
This time, state would move R into evidence as states 18.
No objection. Without objection, states R will be unanimous to station number 18.
May I publish?
Yes, sir.
Showing you photograph 1 of states 18. Was there a garbage can outside the residence?
yes.
Now, where was that in relation to the front door?
It was in the front porch area on the north side.
Photo 2 of states 18. Did you look inside it?
Yes.
What did you find inside the garage, the garbage can that was of interest?
There was a coconut juice can.
Did you collect that coconut juice can?
Yes.
And did you eventually take that back to the lab and further process it?
Correct, yes.
What did you do to process that item?
So I did a suspected saliva DNA swab, and I also did fingerprint processing on it.
Okay. Starting with the fingerprints, are you trained in how to process an item for fingerprints?
Yes.
Can you describe that training briefly?
So back at the lab, we will then use what's called a super glue chamber. We'll then process that with the super glue, and then once we will do what's called black powder. Once we do black powder, we will then see if there's anything of results on the can.
Okay. And black powder, is that the stuff you take a little brush and put the powder on the
Correct,
item?
yes.
How does that work?
Can you elaborate?
Sure. Does the powder adhere to something in the fingerprint?
Correct, yes. There's certain chemicals in your fingerprint that will react to the black powder.
And what is meant by the term latent fingerprint?
So it is a late fingerprint is a fingerprint where it is invisible to the naked eye. When you use chemicals, you'll be able to enhance it so you'll be able to see it and lift it.
Assuming you are able to enhance a fingerprint and lift a fingerprint from an item, are you the person that actually examines the print to see if it has sufficient detail to compare?
No.
Are you the person that actually does a comparison to a fingerprint to a known fingerprint?
No.
Somebody else in the sheriff's office, that's their job?
Correct, yes.
Were you able to recover any fingerprints from this can?
Yes.
Showing you what's marked as State's Exhibit S for identification. Can you take a look at that item and tell me if you recognize it?
Yes, through my initials and my ID.
And what is that?
Is a latent fingerprint card from the coconut can.
Is that in the same or substantially the same condition as when you lifted those fingerprints from the can that we now see in the picture of photograph 3 of States 18?
Yes.
This time the state would move States S into evidence as 19, Your Honor.
No objection. The objection, states S will be unanimous to station number 19.
Once you finished processing the can for fingerprints, did you do any further processing?
No.
Did you collect any kind of a DNA sample from the coconut juice can?
Yes.
Okay, and how do you do that?
So we will take what's called a deionized water. We will then put it on a sterile cotton swab. We will then swab that suspected area that we want to swab it from.
Showing you up to mark States Exhibit T. Do you recognize that item?
Yes, I do, with my case number, the case number and my initials.
And like the other item, is that sealed?
Yes,
What is that item I gave you?
it is the suspected saliva DNA swab from the coconut can.
Is it in the same or substantially the same condition as when you collected it, when you processed that can?
Yes.
This time state will move T into evidence as states 20, Your Honor.
No objection. The objection states T, but evidence is number 20.
Showing you photograph 29 from states 5 already introduced into evidence. Did you, directing your attention to the northeast bedroom where the victim's body was located, were you directed to a dresser with certain items on it?
Yes.
What was generally located on that dresser that you were involved in?
So there's miscellaneous adult sex toys.
Okay, and we see a bottle there that says gun oil. What is that?
So it's a sexual lubricant.
Showing us New York State's.
Okay, here we go, guys. The tech is about to tell us exactly what's going on this dresser. She said the first thing is a lubricant. Okay. Are we making sure that we are writing down our notes in regards to our evidence? So when we go back into the jury room, we know what's going on. I have my pen. I have my pad. Okay.
You for identification? Did you recognize that item?
Yes, through my initials and my ID.
And what is that?
It is the black gun oil lubricant pump bottle from the black dresser.
Can you open that up, take a look inside, and tell me if you recognize the contents?
Yeah.
Okay. So she said this is a oil. This right here with the black pump bottle, that is one name on that. I'm assuming if it has to be gun oil, like that's unstoppable, very impactful. Like, gotta wait a minute now, because I'm always trying to, don't let me see, because I want to know. I'm nosy. Sorry, y'all. I'm so nosy. Okay. Gosh, that must be something serious. Yeah, I'm Googling. Oh my. Whoa. Gee whiz. You talk about some lube. Mm, 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 mm. Mm, 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 mm. Gosh. So, I mean, they were kind of like okay with with theirs, but just I mean, like when I'm looking at it, Look, mine is like this. Like they were kind of like they wasn't like real because theirs just got the pump, but this one got the like the bullet head, like the you know, it looked like a bullet. You know, you couldn't see it. Can you see it now? All right. Okay, let's see what else we got up in here. We got the one. Okay, that must be what she talked about with this one. I'm telling you, I am so like I'm so naive at certain times. You know, I'm thinking gun or that maybe somebody own a gun. So yeah, I want to be walked through this. I want to know what this stuff is. I thought that it was probably real gun oil. Like maybe they were advocate hunters or something. You think that's olive oil? Oh, so Diddy was right. Oil up everything. I'm telling you, that's why I couldn't believe people were so shocked when we seen that when the Diddy stuff came out. Like, this is what they do. This is what people do. Let me see. Now, I guess the bigger question that I would have at this point is how much is left in the bottle? You know, this is a black bottle, so I can't really tell. I can see how much oil left. But how much oil is left in this gun oil bottle? Okay.
It's double packaged.
Okay.
Yeah. Is it okay to do the second package as well?
Yes, ma'am. Do you recognize that?
Yes.
Okay. Go ahead and open it up, look inside as well. I assume it was double packaged because it's leaking a little bit in the initial packaging.
Correct. It has a lot of oily residue on it. I do remember it, yes.
Is that in the same, what is it, first of all?
It's the black gun oil lubricant bottle.
Is it the same or substantially the same condition as when you collected it that day?
Yes.
State would move you into evidence as 21, Your Honor.
No objection. Objection? States view.
Did you take that item back to your lab to do some further processing?
Correct, yes.
What did you do?
So we did latent fingerprint processing on it.
Were you able to lift some latent fingerprints from that item?
Correct, yes.
And again, you wouldn't have been the one to examine.
Okay. Now I have to say, now y'all know I don't really I don't talk a whole bunch. I try to like get us through this testimony and stuff, right? But y'all, this gun oil is not cheap. Like for 8 ounces, it's $22. Oh my goodness. This ain't your normal lube. Like this is something. Gosh, $22. And Amazon got it where you know you can I can get it today. It's about $7.43. They say we can deliver it by 5, boo. And it also, you know, it got the subscribe and save. Gosh. And if you want 16 ounces, if you want to get real frisky, it's $48. I don't know. Last time I checked, like a lube like KY jelly or something like is no more than like what, $7 maybe? Like $7. I think gun oil is for like some real serious stuff, like where you got to get in places that you're not supposed to be in. Because I don't think yeah, hey, no harm, no foul, but I don't think I okay, Jackie said KY sucks. I don't think anybody needs gun oil. Maybe I don't think if you going into appropriate places that you supposed to be going into, or you know, well, I ain't gonna say appropriate places. Okay, I'm not gonna even say appropriate places, but I'm just saying, like, if it's not so, what tight or it like it has natural flowing juice, I don't think you need gun oil. Maybe a little KY every now and then. Yeah, water-based lube, something like that. You know, some jelly water, or or some Astroglide. Yeah, I'm just saying, but that's why they need gun oil, Jason, because like it's not it's not like a slip and slide. So you gotta have that bulletproof gun oil. Mm. Yeah, so you gotta pierce it. Oh, it's too early for this. Oh gosh, I'm gonna stop. Okay. We gonna get through this testimony. Oh gosh, I'm telling you, I don't know what words to use. I am all discombobulated with this. Okay, I'm gonna zip my mouth. We gonna get through this. Yeah. How do we get back to the testimony? Here you go. I'm putting this right there.
To see if
I
they
couldn't even
had
say put.
any value, correct?
Correct,
Okay.
yes.
Showing you photograph 28. Actually, put the schedule upside.
Yeah, for sure.
In there. Showing you what's been already introduced is photograph 28 of states 5. What do we see here?
It is a black dresser.
Did you also process part of this dresser or portions of this dresser for the presence of potential DNA?
Correct, yes.
How'd you do that?
So I did the same processing with DNA. I took a swab. I swabbed the handles, and I did a separate swab for the third left drawer of the dresser.
Okay. Showing you what's been marked first as states exhibit Delta or V. Do you recognize that item?
Yes, it's
What
a
is it?
suspected touch DNA swab for the third left drawer of the dresser.
And is that in the same or substantially the same condition as when you collected them?
Yes.
That item sealed as well?
Yes.
This time state would move V as in Victor and evidence is 22.
No objection. States V, even evidence is number 22.
And I'm showing you states W for identification. Do you recognize that item?
Yes, I do.
What is that?
So it's the suspected touch DNA swab from the rest of the drawer handles.
And do you, when you process handles like this, do you take one swab like per door handle, or do you take one swab and do several different areas at once?
It depends on the swab. For the one swab, I did all of the interior side of the dresser handles. The separate swab was just specifically for the third left drawer handle on the inside of it.
And what went into your decision-making process of why you did one method for one set of drawers and one method for the other?
I was requested by Detective Pender in reference to that drawer, so that's why I did a separate swab for it.
Okay. Do you know if that was as a result of information gained during the walkthrough with Mr. Swilly?
Correct, yes.
State's Exhibit W, I just showed you. I may have asked you this already, and if I did, I apologize. Is it the same or substantially the same condition as when you collected it?
Yes.
State would move W into evidence is 23, Your Honor.
No objection. Objection, states W, be entered to 23.
Showing you photograph 4 from States 18. Was there a closet in that same room where the victim's body was located?
Yes.
And what do we see in photograph 4 here?
It is the closet that is containing clothing and other items within that bedroom.
And generally, what was found in the closet?
Clothes, there were shoes, there was some clothing on the top of the clothing rack and a leather skirt.
Photograph 5 of States 18. What does this show?
It shows on top of that clothing rack, and on top of that clothing rack, it shows a leather skirt.
And photograph 6 of States 18. What do we see there?
So at the bottom of the closet, those are the green shoes.
I'm showing you photograph 11 from States 5 already introduced into evidence. Which room contains the dresser that we just talked about in this photograph?
The one on the left side, right next to the closet.
Is there a second bedroom further to the left
Correct,
in
yes.
this photograph? Did you examine that bedroom?
Yes.
Showing you photograph 7 of States 18. What does this show?
It is a bedroom that contains a massage table, a toolbox, as well as a swing.
You mentioned the tool chest, showing you photograph 8 of States 18. What do we see here?
So it is the toolbox that was next to the swing, and on top of that, we'll have miscellaneous adult sex toys.
Photograph 9 of States 18. Generally, what was found in the top drawer of the black toolbox?
So there's miscellaneous lubricant bottles, various contents with them, and there was also a adult butt plug. There was also anal beads, and then there was also a dildo sword.
Did you collect these items?
Correct, yes.
Several days later, back at the lab, did you process several of these?
Whoa. 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 God, wow. That is huge. Wait a minute. It looked like it's wood. Like wood for real. Like wood. Like wood. You know, not that type of wood, but wood. Look, now this oil bottle, that's almost gone. Got our lube. Got some more lube here. I just don't know what to say. This is definitely a lot. It's a lot. No, we it's a swing. Did I see? Wait a minute. Did I miss something? We logged a swing into evidence. Where is Maddie? I need Maddie to report on this. I need Zach to report on this. I need to understand. I need some jokes. I need something. Come on, y'all, talk to me. Like, what are we doing here? Wow. Yeah, that look like that's wood. That don't look like that's flexible at all. Like it ain't never getting soft or bending or anything. Like, good grief. Oh, wow. That is a lot going on. And you say they had a swing? I'm gonna have to go back and look and see because I want to see the swing. Sheesh. No wonder they had to go to the gym all the time. They had to work out all types of stuff to make sure that they stay fit and in place and all types of stuff. Like, well, dang. Just rewind. Oh, well, I'm gonna rewind to the last picture. Let's get. I mean, let me see. Holy cow! Wow. They was having them a good time. Woo wee! They was having them a good time. Oh, they was having a good time. Look at that. They got the massage table. I ain't mad at them. They was having a good time. Shout out to Herbert and Tim. High five, air. They was having them a good time. Wow. What's that in the toolbox? Let me see. Oh, wow. I hope she got some pictures of that. Oh, that look like that's probably like a cart that keeps all the goodies on there, Hellcat, at least from what I can see. Wow. Y'all think this in the same bedroom or is this a different room? Because I don't think that bedroom is that big, you know. I don't think. This look like this may be in a different room. What y'all think? Oh, no, I want to see. Wait a minute. What, I can't really see it. I don't know. I don't think I can zoom in because I'm streaming it. Shoot. No, I can't really see it. I don't even know what to do with myself at this point in time. Right here, a TV on the wall. It might be a TV on the wall. Oh gosh. I'm a leave. I'm a live. Well, okay. All right. Okay. 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 I am going to play. Okay, check it out. While we in the middle of this break, and they was getting it in. You right, Lynn. Hey, I ain't mad at them. My question is, okay, so I had our what is this other trial that we watching? Okay, the mistress pregnant unalive and trial. I had that to start at 8:00. But this is day 2 of this trial. So today they are on day 3. I know we probably won't get through all of day 2. I am keeping an eye out on our other trial to kind of see. They have really been outside of the jury's presence for most of the morning to let y'all know. And I think right now, if I'm not mistaken, they are on a break. So we'll have plenty of TiVo time there. I'm just looking to see where they at. Yeah, so right now they're still on the break in that courtroom. That's a head rest, Baca. Oh, okay, Lynn. Yeah, I've been watching over there. I'm like, they've been outside the jury's presence for forever this morning. So we'll still go in there. I am going to push that one back, and let's see how much we can get through this one, and then we'll go over there. Yeah, that's a head rest. Yeah, I know. I can tell what that is, but that's swinging. I mean, I would be so scared that I would be too heavy for it. But I guess they got a weight limit because that don't look like that hold a lot of weight. But I'm assuming it did, and it worked out for them.
You mentioned the tool.
Oh, so that was stuff that's on there.
What do we see here?
So whoever was asking about what Hellcat, you were asking what was on this little tool thing. Okay, this is going to be that cart. This is where that all that stuff in this next picture is on. Okay.
So it is the toolbox that was next to the swing, and on top of that, we'll have miscellaneous adult sex toys.
Photograph 9 of states 18. Generally, what was found in the top drawer of the black toolbox?
So there's miscellaneous lubricant bottles, various contents with them, and there was also a adult butt plug. There was also anal beads, and then there was also a dildo sword.
Did you collect these items?
Correct, yes.
Several days later, back at the lab, did you process several of these adult items for the presence of possible DNA?
Correct, yes.
And how did you do that?
So I then take suspected touch swabs from these items back at the lab.
Showing you what's been marked as State's Exhibit X for identification. What is that item?
It is a suspected DNA swab from the adult toy plug.
Okay. And is that in the same or substantially the same condition as when you collected it?
Correct, yes.
Like the other items, is that sealed as well?
Correct, yes.
And like some of the other items, are there additional markings and stickers on some of these DNA swabs?
Correct, yes.
What are those additional markings and stickers? Let me ask it a different way. Were some of these items sent to the Florida Department of Law Enforcement for further analysis?
Yes.
Okay. This time, state would move X into evidence as states 24.
No objection. X was swabs.
I'm sorry.
What was that?
24. Oh, the swab from the adult plug.
Okay. States X will be evidence to states number 24.
Did you collect another DNA swab from some of the lubricant bottles that we see in the photo here?
Yes.
Showing you what's been marked as states as Y for identification. Do you recognize that item?
Yes.
What is that?
It's a suspected touch DNA swab from the textured areas of the bottle caps from the lubricant bottles.
And specifically, which bottles are we talking about?
So the Walgreens lubricating gel bottle, the blue one that's next to it, the black wet, not sure what it says, but it's the wet black lubricant bottle,
Okay.
the red one that's right behind it, and that clear bottle with the orange or green liquid inside of it.
And did you take, again, one swab from all of the different caps or individual swabs from each?
One swab for the whole bottle caps together.
Is State's Exhibit Y what we're talking about? Is that in the same?
Okay, so now that explains the plastic on the bed. The plastic on the bed is so when they doing the oil, it don't get all on the sheets and stuff. So they must put the plastic down, get all oiled up, roll around, and yeah. Okay, use your imagination. But I was wondering about the plastic, but now I understand. I forgot from the Diddy trial that they would put plastic on everything. So, you know, because oil will be on the walls and oil will be over here. And, you know, oil will be on everything because oil is messy. So, yeah. It might be olive oil. I mean, I guess as long as it's slippery. Yeah, they was doing slip and slide. That's right. And I'm talking about slip and slide everywhere. And yes, this is the dragon's head. Y'all see that? Gosh, and who wants to swab all of this stuff? What plug? Oh yeah, all right, whatever.
Substantially the same condition as when you collected it.
Yes.
State would move Y into evidence as 25.
No objection. The objection states Y, but evidence number 25.
Showing you photograph 10 of states 18. There's a black item in the middle of the photograph. What is that item?
So it's in a black adult toy device labeled the Satisfier.
All right. And did you collect DNA swabs from several locations on that item as well?
Correct, yes.
Showing you what's been marked as State's Exhibit Z for identification. You recognize that item?
Yes, I do.
What is that?
So it's a suspected DNA swab from the top area of the black adult toy device.
I'm showing you
Gosh, this angle makes this even. It's pointy. Good grief. That's why they needed that gun oil. I'm trying to tell y'all. What is this? Do we know what that is? It's not that big because remember it's on the top of that thing. It's on top of that cart. I know what this is. It's an O-ring. They got it all, baby. This is pretty big. That's pretty big. I think that's pretty big. Gosh, well, yeah, I don't know what this is. I don't know what this is. We all know what all this stuff is. Okay.
It's AA for identification. Do you recognize that item as well?
Yes, I do.
What is that?
So it's another additional suspected DNA swab from the interior top lid of the Satisfier device.
Okay. Okay, so what do it do? Therapist, I don't. Okay, text me please and tell me what does it do. I'm learning here. That's why I'm taking all this evidence out. Like, I mean, I'm writing all this stuff down so I can understand exactly what things do that I have not seen. Oh, so they wanted to they want to. Oh. Oh, that's a lot of action. Oh, that's a lot of action up in one room. Can you imagine all the things that they were doing? Boy, Adina Howard ain't got nothing on them. All right, they say you learn something new every day, class. What did you learn new today?
Were both of these items in the same or substantially the same condition as when you collected them?
Correct, yes.
The state would move states Z into evidence as 26, Your Honor.
Any
No
objection? Z, evidence number 26.
And the state would move AA into evidence as 27.
Any objection? Hearing none. States AA, evidence number 27.
Now, you don't have any involvement in processing any of these things for the DNA, do you? As far as analyzing it to see if there's DNA present or making any comparisons?
Correct, I do not.
You mentioned earlier, especially with the lubrication bottles, that you took one swab from each, or one total swab from all the different bottles. Does that process give you the best chance of getting as much DNA as possible to allow for a better chance for comparison?
Correct, yes.
As opposed to taking one swab from one cap, one swab from another cap?
Yes.
Back at the lab, did you also process some of these items that we've been talking about in the photograph for the presence of fingerprints?
Yes.
Which ones?
So the satisfier device, and the lubrication bottles.
Showing what's been marked as State's Exhibit B, B as in boy. Do you recognize that item?
Yes, I do.
What is it?
So it is latent fingerprint lift cards from the scene. From these
From the
items.
various items you just mentioned?
Correct, yes.
And is that item in the same or substantially the same condition as when you collected those fingerprints from these items?
Yes.
This time, State would move BB into evidence as 28.
No objection. States BB with evidence of case number 28.
I'm showing you photograph 11 from State's 18. On the toolbox, on the right side of that tool chest, we see an item hanging off the side. What is that?
It is a nitro glove box.
I'm sorry, it's a what?
It's a cardboard box containing gloves.
Okay. Did you process that item for fingerprints as well?
Yes.
Okay, and were those fingerprints included in the item I just gave you?
Yes.
Got it. Showing you photograph 8 from States 5. Again, did you process the outside handles of this tool chest?
Yes.
Did you process them for presence of possible DNA?
Yes, I did.
Showing you what's marked as State's Exhibit CC for identification. You recognize that item?
Yes, I do.
What is that?
It's a suspected touch DNA swab from the drawer handles of the toolbox.
And again, did you collect one swab from various portions of the toolbox or individual swabs?
It was all from the same one swab for the whole inside of the drawer handles
And again, why did you do that?
to get as much DNA as possible from the toolbox.
Is that in the same or substantially the same condition as when you collected?
Yes.
State would move CC into evidence as 29.
No objection. States CC evidence number 29.
Did you also attempt to lift fingerprints from this tool chest we see in the photograph?
Yes, I did.
And how did you do that?
The same thing what I did. So I used black powder and then had a brush, a DNA-free latent brush at the time. I then just processed the outside of the toolbox.
Were you successful in lifting some form of fingerprints from this tool chest?
Yes.
Showing you what's been marked as State's Exhibit D. D is in dog. Do you recognize that item?
Yes, I do.
What is it?
It's the latent fingerprint cards from the black toolbox.
And is it in the same or substantially the same condition as when you collected it?
Yes.
State would move States DD into evidence as 30.
No objection. States DD without objection. That states number 30.
While you were on scene, did you further process the area around where the victim's body was found using a chemical called Blue Star?
Yes, I did.
What is Blue Star?
So Blue Star is a chemical reagent that we use that will detect for blood on top of any chemical cleaning products that is invisible to the naked eye.
And how do you do this process?
So we will then go into a dark setting. Once we're in the dark setting, we will put our camera into manual, and then through our settings with our camera manual, we will then photograph the results using the product from the Blue Star.
Okay. Do you spray that product on a certain area, then turn the lights off, and then take the photographs?
Correct, yes.
And what does the Blue Star product do when it makes contact with things like blood or bleach or other cleaning agents?
It will luminous a blue color.
Hence the name.
Yes.
Okay. Did you do that process near where the victim's body was found?
Correct, yes, I did.
And did you photograph the results?
Yes, I did.
Showing you what's been marked as so photograph 12 from states 18. What are we looking at here?
So that is after what we photograph it using the Blue Star chemical on that area of the floor.
And we see this big red light on the right. What is that from?
So in the room itself with the camera, it will also attach to other lights that was in the room. It was a really small, minuscule red light that was across the room. And from the camera, it just attached to the red light.
So there was a light actually in the room?
Correct,
And
yes.
because of the camera settings that you used, it kind of extended that light?
Yes,
So there wasn't a red light running all the way across the side of the room?
correct, yes.
Understood. Now, is this the original photo that you took?
Yes.
Was the photo enhanced in any way to bring out the Blue Star effect?
Yes.
And how was that done? I mean, to use a program,
Through the Photos app, yes.
the photo app, and kind of, are you able to adjust different settings like brightness and contrast to bring the Blue Star effect better to light?
Yes. Yes.
Did you take was there a second photograph taken showing the settings that were adjusted to bring that to light better?
Yes.
Showing you photograph 13 of states 18. First of all, what do we see here on the right?
So it is the camera settings that we used in order to enhance the photo itself so you can see Blue Star better.
And it's the same photo we just saw earlier?
Yes.
Okay, and what are we looking at?
So it is the same photo that you just saw, but enhanced with where you can see all the Blue Star chemical effect around a silhouette.
And then is there a clear void in the Blue Star area where the victim's body was found?
Yes.
Showing you photograph 13 along with photograph 31 from states 5. What do we see here?
So it is a picture from the Blue Star enhanced photo as well as where the decedent was found.
Thank you, ma'am. I don't have any other questions. Thank you, Your Honor.
Cross-examination. Good afternoon, ma'am.
Good afternoon.
How long were you at the crime scene that day?
Can I refer to my report for that?
Yeah, of course.
Approximately 3 hours.
Okay. And during that time, you took pictures and processed the crime scene as discussed on direct examination.
Correct, yes.
Okay. And you were acting in conjunction with Detective Pender, who was the lead investigator in this case, correct?
Yes.
He was kind of helping to point out areas that he wanted you to test or process.
Yes.
Okay. And you discovered adult sex toys in both of the rooms in that apartment, correct?
Yes.
Not just one item in each room. There were multiple sex toys in each of the 2 bedrooms of that apartment, correct?
Yes.
And regarding the dresser that was in the bedroom, which contained a bed, you processed all of the handles on that dresser for DNA.
Yes.
Correct? Okay. And regarding the toolbox that was in the next room over that did not have a bed but had the massage table and the adult swing, you processed all of the handles on that toolbox for DNA, correct?
Correct, yes.
You also processed that toolbox for any latent prints that might be of value, correct?
Yes.
All right. You mentioned the Satisfyer adult toy that was processed by you for both DNA and latent prints of value. Is that correct?
Yes.
Okay. And that was the device that looked like a bunch of little beads?
No, it was the large black device and that was near the corner of the shelf.
I see. And the fingerprint cards that you pulled from that you obtained from the latent prints of value from that device, you were able to identify those on direct examination, correct?
Can you please elaborate?
Sure. Yeah, the state had referred you to Exhibit 28. That's the Exhibit 28. Now that you put it away.
Mhm.
My first witness, Jeff.
Yes, sir.
Can you look at that and tell us?
Yes, these are the latent fingerprint cards.
And those are from the prints that you obtained from the Satisfyer adult toy, correct?
Yes.
Okay. Thank you. Thank you. You also mentioned, and I know you did a lot of processing, so I'm not at all trying to minimize it, but there were a few issues that I wanted to concentrate on. Another one of them being what was introduced as state's exhibit number 21. That was the gun oil lube bottle that was in 2 different paper bags. Do you remember processing that item?
Yes.
Okay. And that was both for the presence of DNA and for latent prints, correct?
Yes.
And when you process that item for DNA, you were focusing on the area of the bottle that most likely would be touched the most,
Yes.
which would have been the top pulp part of that bottle, correct?
Yes.
Okay. Your Honor, may I have a moment with my colleague, please?
Yes, sir.
Your Honor, I do not have any additional
All right. Can you redirect?
No, Your Honor, she can be released.
You excuse me, and thank you very much.
Thank you, Your Honor.
I think she is needed next door in a trial though as well. So. State calls Taylor Paxton. And I again have access to the display, Your Honor.
So we definitely learned some things with that testimony, right? Wow. Let's see what we got coming up next.
Ma'am, stand in front of the clerk, raise your right hand.
Swear or affirm testimony about to be the truth, the whole truth, and nothing but the truth, so help you God.
Come on, have a seat. Thank you.
Good afternoon, ma'am.
Hello.
Can you please introduce yourself to the jury?
My name is Taylor Paxton,
Where do you work?
the Marion County Sheriff's Office.
What do you do for them?
I'm a forensic DNA technician,
How long have you been doing that job?
about 4 years now.
Can you briefly describe your educational background and training experience that lets you do that job?
I have a bachelor's degree in interdisciplinary social sciences from the University of South Florida. I have certification in serology through the Marion County Sheriff's Office and the National Forensic Science and Technology Center. I have crime scene investigator certification through the International Association for Identification, and I also have about 100 hours of specialized training in forensics.
Do you also occasionally go to scenes and help process scenes with the other crime scene technicians?
Often, yes.
Let me direct your attention to Saturday, March 25th of 2023. Did you respond to a quadplex residence located at 1980 Southeast 40th Street Road to help senior crime scene investigator Kat Medina process that scene?
Yes, I did.
Generally, what did you do to help CSI Medina?
To help her, I pretty much just packaged items of evidence and labeled them.
Were you then called away from that scene and to go to a different scene?
I was.
Where did you go after you went to this apartment?
I went to a residence, the address, you prefer?
If you have it handy.
5388 Southeast 28th Court. It was the decedent's residence.
Is that in Marion County also?
Yes.
When you arrived at the victim and the defendant's residence, who else was there? I mean, law enforcement wise.
I met Detective Pinder there.
And was Detective Pinder the lead detective in this case?
He was.
And what was your purpose in going to the residence to meet Detective Pinder there?
Detective Pinder requested that I collect the decedent's prescription medication.
In the name of the victim, you said?
Yes,
Okay,
Mr.
I
Smith.
apologize. Was that also done with the permission of Herbert Swilly?
Yes, it was.
What part of the residence did Mr. Swilly allow you to go into to look around?
I was allowed into the main living areas leading up to where Mr. Smith lives, so the master bedroom.
And did you take photos of the things that you located?
I did.
Showing you what's been marked as State's Exhibit EE for identification. Can you take a look at those photographs and tell me if you recognize them?
Yes, I do.
Generally, what do those photographs show?
Some areas around the residence and inside the residence.
Do they fairly accurately depict the outside of the residence and certain areas inside?
Yes.
It's time to state we move EE into evidence as 31.
No objection. That objection states EE, the evidence is number 31.
May I publish?
Yes, sir.
Showing you photograph 1 of 31. What do we see here?
That was more or less the backyard area of the residence.
Did you locate a pickup truck in the backyard attached to a trailer?
Yes, I did.
Can you describe the pickup truck, jury?
It was just a white pickup truck with a trailer attached.
Anything distinct about the tailgate in the back?
It's missing or down. It's not
Okay. Do you
visible.
remember if it was a black tailgate?
That's what it looks like. Yeah, I don't
Okay.
recall entirely. I'm sorry.
And showing you photograph 2 from States 31. What do we see there?
That's another angle of the same truck.
And photograph 3 of States 31. What does this show?
That's once you enter the front door of the residence. That's the first living room and the dining room and kitchen area.
We see various people in the photograph. I'm assuming that those people were there when you arrived
Yes, they were.
and you were just documenting the inside of the residence.
Yes, I was.
Did you in fact collect various medications in the name of the victim while you were there?
Yes, I did.
And from what areas of the house did you collect those medications?
There were some in the kitchen area. One was in the refrigerator. One was on a counter. There was some in like a storage tub in the master bedroom. There was some in the dresser of the bedroom, and there was some in the bathroom.
Once you were finished at the residence scene, where did you go?
I returned to the incident location.
The apartment scene?
Yes.
Okay. When you arrived back at the apartment, who was there and what was going on?
By that time, we had shift change, so it was crime scene investigator technician Morano or Keese possibly at that time, and Detective Carpenter.
Rebecca Morano used to go by Rebecca Keys.
Yes, it's her maiden name, sorry.
Okay. What was your purpose in, or what did you do to help process that apartment scene when you got there?
I was still there to assist, but I also did some DNA swabs, so some door handles and such I swabbed.
Showing you photograph 4 from States 18, I believe. Referring to the northeast bedroom closet where the victim's body was found, did you process the closet door handles that we see in this photograph for the presence of DNA?
Yes, I did.
Can you explain how you did that?
When you're going to swab something, you put on a fresh pair of gloves. Then you take, it's called a cotton tip swab, and it's in a sealed little sheath, I guess. You remove it, and then you remove that so it's sterile inside the sheath. You'll then take a bottle of deionized water or sterile water. Don't touch the bottle, but you drop a couple drops of water onto the swab. You'll swab your item and then you'll put that back in the sheath and read an item out of it.
Showing you as to mark the state's exhibit FF for identification. Do you recognize that item?
Yes, I do.
What is that?
This is the touch swab from left handle of northeast bedroom closet.
And is that in the same or substantially the same condition as when you collected it that day at the apartment scene?
Yes,
This time state would move FF into evidence as 32.
No objection.
That objection states FF in evidence of station number 32.
Okay, that was the left handle.
yes.
Showing you GG as well. What is that item?
This is one touch swab from the right handle of northeast bedroom closet.
Is that also in the same or substantially the same condition as when you collected it?
Yes, it is.
State would move GG and evidence is 33.
No objection.
That objection states number GG in evidence of station number 33.
And these items I've been showing you, are they all sealed?
Yes,
And have they also been sent to the Florida Department of Law Enforcement for additional analysis?
yes, it had their stickers on it.
Did you have any involvement in what happened with the items once they got to Florida Department of Law Enforcement?
No, I do not.
During the days after the processing of this apartment scene, did you further process some of the items collected back at the Marion County Sheriff's Office lab?
Yes, I did.
Did you specifically process a black tank top that the victim was found wearing when he was discovered by law enforcement?
Yes, I did.
What did you do to process that item?
That item had a stain on one side of it, so I took 2 of the swabs, more or less the same process as before, and swabbed the back side of the shirt.
Showing you what's been marked as state's exhibit HH for identification. Do you recognize that item?
I do.
What is that?
2 touch swabs from back of black tank top.
Is it in the same or substantially the same condition as when you collected it?
Yes,
State would move HH into evidence as 34.
No objection.
States HH in evidence of station number 34.
Just a few moments ago, we saw a bottle of gun oil lubricant that was collected by CSI Rebecca Morano.
Okay.
Back at the lab several days later, did you further process that item for the presence of DNA?
yes, I did.
And what did you do with that?
Similar to the shirt, I swabbed the textured area of the twist off cap.
Showing you what's marked as states II for identification. Do you recognize that item?
I do.
What is it?
It's one touch swab from the pump/lid of black lubricant bottle.
Is it in the same or substantially the same condition as when you collected it?
Yes,
State would move II into evidence as 35.
No objection.
That objection states number II, evidence of station number 35.
Did you also further process one of the victim's shoes back at the lab?
yes, I did.
And what was the purpose of that?
To see if we can get any foreign DNA off of the exterior of the shoe.
And from what part of the shoe would you have collected a swab?
The outside, so not where his foot would have been, but the other part.
If you
The
were
cloth.
looking for, like, who wore the shoes, you would have processed the inside?
Yes, correct.
Okay, but you're looking for foreign DNA, somebody may grab the shoe.
Yes,
Showing you what's been marked as JJ for identification. Do you recognize that item?
I do.
What is it?
It's one touch swab from the exterior of left Hey Dude shoe.
Is that in the same or substantially the same condition as when you collected it?
Yes,
State would move JJ into evidence as 36.
That objection states JJ down to number 36.
I have no other questions, Your Honor. Thank you, ma'am.
Cross-examination.
Yes, Your Honor. Thank you. Good afternoon, ma'am. All right, so on direct examination, you were asked about some photographs that you took at the marital home of Tim Smith and my client and Herbert.
Okay.
Sawilli, right?
yes, sir.
And a few of those were introduced into evidence, right?
Yes, sir.
Including the truck that was attached to the trailer in the yard outside of the home, right?
Yes, sir.
All right. And you did not process the truck while you were there for any kind of DNA or latent prints or anything like that, did you?
No, sir.
Okay. Do you know if the truck was ever processed for any kind of prints or DNA?
No, I don't know.
Okay. You also took some pictures inside of the marital home that day, correct?
Yes, sir.
And this was on the same day that Tim Smith's body was discovered in the nearby apartment, correct?
Yes, sir.
Okay. And you collected some medications that were believed to have belonged to Tim Smith from the marital home, correct?
Yes, the bottles had his name on it.
Okay. Was it a decent amount of medication? Like not just one or two bottles we're talking?
There's multiple bottles.
And did you put all of those items into one bag?
Yes, sir.
Okay. And that included prescription medication
Yes, sir.
and vitamins, herbs, those kinds of items as well?
I collected his prescription medication.
Just the prescription medication?
Yes, sir.
Okay. And from there, once you completed your tasks at the marital home, then you went over to the apartment and did some processing there, correct?
Yes, sir.
How long were you at in the apartment that day? Do you know?
All together from the start or the second half? Everything started at about 2 and ended at about 11:30.
Okay. Okay. So between your work at the marital home and the apartment from 2 in the afternoon till about 11:30 at
Yes.
night?
Yes.
Okay. And then after that, at a later point in time, you were tasked with processing certain items that had been collected into evidence regarding this investigation, correct?
Yes, sir.
Was one of them the gun oil lubricant bottle?
Yes, sir.
Okay. And you were testing that for the presence of suspected DNA, correct?
Correct.
All right. No further questions.
Redirect?
No redirect, Your Honor. And she can be
Excused?
excused. Thank you.
Excuse, thank you.
State calls Daniel Pender.
Yes, I do. Have a seat, sir.
Good afternoon, sir.
Hello,
Please introduce yourself to the jury.
my name is Sergeant Daniel Pender with the Marion County Sheriff's Office.
What do you do now?
I am currently assigned to the patrol division as a road supervisor.
What does that involve?
I have several deputies, several zones throughout the county that I supervise. I go up to the deputies, what they're working on. I approve their cases, just supervise what they're doing throughout the day.
Before you were promoted to be a sergeant like you are now, what did you do for the sheriff's office?
I was a major crimes detective.
What did that involve?
As a major crimes detective, I worked in special victims unit. I also worked in robbery and homicide. As a detective, I was assigned cases to review, investigate. I was an on-call detective. I was called out to cases whenever they happened.
And how would you get assigned a case? You mentioned being on call.
Yes. So some of the cases, whenever it was hours that we weren't working, we were an on-call detective. Our phone would ring. We were called by an on-call supervisor and say, go here and investigate this.
How long were you a major crimes detective for the sheriff's office?
About approximately 8 years.
How long have you worked for the Marion County Sheriff's Office in total?
I started in 2009, so like 16 years.
Except for this case, have you investigated other homicides?
Yes.
Can you estimate about how many?
Approximately 15, 20.
Let me direct your attention to March 25th, 2023. Were you notified regarding a suspicious death of a person later known to be Timothy Smith?
Yes.
Were you Did you respond to the scene?
Yes, I did.
And were you given kind of an update of what deputies and law enforcement's investigation had revealed up to the point where you got involved?
Yes.
When you arrived did you go to the apartment scene located at 1980 Southeast 40th Street Road?
Yes, I did.
And when you arrived, what was going on?
There was crime scene tape that was put up in front of the apartment that was cordoning it off. There was the first responding deputy was there, and they were waiting for me to begin my investigation.
Is that standard that when the initial deputies who respond to a call kind of start the investigation and then they call the major crimes detective?
Yes.
Had Tim Smith's body already been removed from the scene by the time you got there?
No.
Was Tim Smith's body removed shortly after you arrived?
Yes.
Was Herbert Swilly on scene when you arrived?
Yes.
And do you see Mr. Swilly here in court?
Yes, I do.
Can you please point him out and tell me what he's wearing?
He's wearing the diagonal striped tie.
Your Honor, may the record reflect the witnesses identified as a defendant?
What's that reflect?
Was anyone else associated with either the victim, Tim Smith, or the defendant, Herbert Swilly, also there on scene, like friends, coworkers, family, anything like that?
Yeah, I believe there's also a coworker that was over across the street from it.
Do you remember who that was?
No, I don't remember her name right now.
Her name Tammy Warner?
Yeah, that sounds familiar.
Okay. Did you go inside the residence?
Yes, I did.
Did you look to see whether there was any signs of forced entry?
Yes.
And what did you find?
I didn't find any signs of forced entry.
And what is meant by that term?
I didn't find that the door was pried open. I didn't find any damage to the locks. I didn't find that the door jamb was altered. I didn't find any broken windows or anything like that.
When you first entered the residence, did you smell anything unique?
Yes.
What did you smell?
There was a strong smell of bleach.
We've already heard from crime scene investigators, so I'm not going to go back and go over everything that was analyzed and collected. But did you notice, any signs of a struggle inside the residence?
No.
What kind of things would you look for?
As an investigator, when I'm going in looking for a struggle, I'm looking, are things knocked over? Are things out of place? Is there damage to the walls or damage to the doors? Is there any kind of blood spatter that's gone on the wall from something?
None of that.
No, none of that.
What was the inside of the residence like?
It was clean and orderly.
After you entered the residence and looked around, did you make contact with the defendant?
Yes.
Can you just, first of all, where did you first make contact with him?
Sure. I asked him if he'd come and speak with me. We were out in front of the house in the roadway area.
Describe that first contact with the defendant. Specifically, what was his demeanor like when you first spoke to him?
He was pleasant and calm.
Did you interview him?
Yes.
Where did that interview take place?
In the front seat of my unmarked detective SUV. He sat up front. I sat up front.
During that interview, did he tell you how long he and the victim had been together?
Yes.
How long?
They had been married, I think, for it was 8 years, approximately.
Did he tell you how long they had been together in total?
It was longer than 10 years, maybe 15 years. They've been together as a couple.
What did he tell you about the purpose of that apartment that you guys were at?
The apartment was a recreational apartment for them. They would go there and host events, and meet with people, those kind of things. It was supposed to be for fun.
What did he tell you about whether he, the defendant, or the victim used dating applications like Adam for Adam or Grindr to meet people?
He told me they both used those applications.
And did the defendant tell you whether both he and the victim used that apartment for sexual encounters?
Yes, they both used it for different things.
And how did he describe those sexual encounter meetings?
The sexual encounter meetings, it could be sex. He said there could be role playing. There could be fantasies that go on. Because in there was also like a massage table, a sling. They said that it was a place for them to have fun in.
What did he tell you that they did with their personal belongings when they would meet somebody at that apartment for this activity?
Herbert told me that they would put their personal belongings either in the refrigerator, the freezer, or like in the washer or the dryer.
Did the defendant tell you whether it was common for the victim to bring a firearm with him when he went to these encounters at the apartment?
Yes. Herbert told me that Tim, the victim in this case, would always bring a firearm with him whenever he was meeting with these people.
Did he tell you whether the victim had the firearm in the apartment or if he found it in a different location?
Herbert told me that he found the firearm was not with him, that the firearm was back at the house where they live and sleep at.
What did the defendant tell you about whether he had a key to that apartment?
Herbert told me that his key, which should be on his key ring, was not on his key ring, and he said that the victim Tim was notorious for taking his key off the key ring whenever he was going to go to the apartment and use it.
Did he tell you why the victim would take the key off?
Yeah, he said that Tim didn't want to be interrupted, so he would take the key off of his key ring.
Did the defendant tell you anything about what he would do with the victim's key if the defendant was the one that was going to use the apartment himself?
Yes, so if Herbert was going to go and use the apartment himself, he said that he usually would go and then take the key back from Tim so that he wouldn't have the key.
What did the defendant tell you about the last time he saw the victim, Tim Smith?
Herbert told me that the last time he saw Tim Smith was at approximately 9:30 p.m. at the house that they live and they sleep in. And he said Herbert was going to sleep and he saw that Tim was taking his like sleep medications or vitamins.
And you said 9:30. What day would that have been?
Yeah, it was 9:30 on March 23rd.
Thursday?
Yes, Thursday.
Okay. Did the defendant tell you whether he takes some kind of sleep medication to help him sleep?
Yes, Herbert told me that whenever he went to sleep at 9:30, he himself took melatonin and his other sleep medicines, and he described that whenever he goes to sleep, he sleeps hard and he sleeps throughout the night.
Did he tell you whether he heard anything at the house that night, that Thursday night after they went to bed?
Yes, he said at about 11 o'clock at night, he heard a loud noise, but he didn't see the victim. And he didn't seem like he didn't investigate it any further.
Did he indicate to you that he slept at the house the entire night?
Yes.
What did he say he did the next morning, Friday morning now?
He woke up at 4:40 a.m., went to Planet Fitness, and worked out.
What did he do after he was finishing working out?
After he got done working out, he came back to the house, took a shower, and then went back out at about 6:40 to go to Lowe's to get some stuff for his work that day.
When he got up at 4:40 to go to the gym, did he tell you whether or not the victim, Tim Smith, was there in the house?
He said that the light was off in the room. He didn't turn the light back on, but he saw what looked like in the bed. It appeared to be the victim was in the bed.
You said then he told you he went to Lowe's?
Yes.
And what did he tell you he did after he went to Lowe's?
After he picked up the stuff at Lowe's, went back to the primary house again where they live at, and then left there at approximately 7:30 to go down to the Villages to start doing his handy jobs for the day.
What kind of work did he tell you he did at the Villages?
He does handy work. He installed that day a faucet and a Ring doorbell camera.
And did your investigation confirm that he actually did go to Planet Fitness and to Lowe's and to the Villages to do work?
Yes.
Did the defendant say whether when he got back to the house after he went to Lowe's at about 7:30 or 7:45, whether the victim was there at the house then?
At 7:30 and 7:45, when he got back from Lowe's, he said that the victim was gone at that point. He wasn't there anymore.
He talked to you about going to Planet Fitness, about going to Lowe's, going to the Villages for work. Did he ever, during this interview, mention that he went to the landfill that morning?
No.
When the defendant left the house again to go to when he went to go to Lowe's, did he mention anything about whether he saw the victim's Jeep on the property?
No, whenever he went to Lowe's at about 6:40, the Jeep would have been out in the garage. He said that he didn't go out there. He didn't know if the Jeep was there at 6:40.
At some point later on when he got back from Lowe's, did he indicate that he checked the garage for the victim's Jeep?
Yes, he said whenever he got back and he left the house at 7:30, he looked in the garage. Jeep wasn't there. He assumed he went to work.
What did he say he did for lunch that day?
He went to Ivy on the Square with his daughter, Jordan.
And what did he say they did after they got back to the house after lunch?
After lunchtime at Ivy on the Square, they went back to the house. They both laid down and took naps.
What did he tell you about trying to contact the victim throughout the day?
He told me that he texted the victim throughout the day. He said that the victim didn't respond, which wasn't unusual.
Did he say whether he ever attempted to physically call the victim?
He never mentioned that he did.
Okay. And what did he say about learning that the victim was missing? How did he come to know that?
Approximately 4 o'clock, someone from Tim's work called up Herbert and said that he hadn't come to work at that point. That's whenever he said that he was first alerted to this. And that's whenever he said he went over to the apartment.
Did he tell you whether he thought it was unusual that the victim wouldn't show up for work?
Yes, he told me that it was unusual that he wouldn't go to work and that it made him concerned.
You said he then went to the apartment?
Yes, he then went over to the apartment. He saw that the Jeep was parked out front of the apartment. He told me that he banged on the door and called the sheriff's office non-emergency line.
Did the defendant tell you whether or not he thought at this point there was an emergency situation?
He didn't think there was.
And did he tell you why?
He said that he thought that Tim was just being pissed off. He was just upset about something.
Did the defendant tell you about a deputy coming and doing a well-being check on the house?
Yes, he did.
What did he say?
He said that the deputy went there, knocked on the doors, looked in the windows, and ultimately wasn't able to make entry because he didn't have a key. He said that the deputy told him that he could not break in and that he could call the hospitals and friends and follow up later if he did have a key.
Okay, so the defendant told you, the deputy said, hey, call the hospitals or call the friends and see what's going on.
Yes.
What did the defendant tell you he did to try to get a key to enter the apartment? Because you said he told you he lost his key.
Herbert told me that he went in his phone and he tried to call Jack, the landlord. However, in his phone, he had a different Jack L. He called the wrong person. He tells me that this person didn't get back to him until later, and he had to call the correct Jack later to get the key. There was a mix-up initially.
So what did the defendant tell you he did the following morning, the Saturday morning?
So now Saturday morning comes along. Herbert told me that he did his normal routine in the morning. Then he got a hold of the correct Jack, the landlord, who was able to get the key and bring it there out to the apartment.
And is that the period of time where the victim's body was found inside by deputies?
Yes.
Okay. Did you ask the defendant specifically if the victim had any medical issues?
Yes, I did.
What did he say?
He says that he had restless leg syndrome.
Did he mention any other medical conditions besides that?
No.
At any time during your interview, especially during this conversation about medical issues, did the defendant mention whether the victim had been in the hospital recently?
No.
Did you ask permission to eventually go to his and the victim's residence, their main residence, to document the medications the victim was taking?
Yes.
And did he give you permission?
Yes.
During this interview, did the defendant describe the victim's mood, like leading up to the time he was killed?
He said in the last 1 or 2 months that Tim had been kind of moody, kind of weird.
Did you talk with the defendant about his and the victim's sexual practices a bit more?
Yes, I did.
What did the defendant tell you about bondage?
I learned that this was something that the victim, Tim, would participate in. And that in the bondage events that Tim wanted to do, he would always be the one that was doing the bonding. He was the one that was in control. That Tim would be the one that would be tying up the other person, and that Tim did not like to be tied up, and that wasn't his thing that he liked.
So would that be, we know the victim's body, he had a ligature mark around his neck, right?
Yes.
Would that be inconsistent with knowing the victim's sexual practice habits of this being something sexually related that the victim wanted to be tied up?
Yes, that is inconsistent.
Did you specifically ask the defendant if there were any problems in his and Tim Smith's relationship?
Yes.
What do you say?
He said that they didn't have any problems, that there was no conflicts between them.
About how long was this interview?
It's about 43 minutes.
During the entire 43 minutes of the interview, did the defendant ever ask you how the victim died?
No,
Did he ever ask you to explain what was found or the condition of his body?
no,
At some point, did Jordan Swilly, the defendant's daughter, arrive on scene?
yes.
And how did she get there?
Herbert had brought her there. She wasn't there originally.
Did you speak with her?
Yes.
Later after you went into the apartment and was looking around, did you locate a cell phone or multiple cell phones inside the residence?
Yes.
And specifically, did you locate a cell phone in the washing machine in a black bag?
Yes, I did.
Can I have the display here? Showing you photograph 16 from states 5. What does this show?
That is the black bag that I located.
And did you locate anything inside of that black bag?
Yes, inside of that bag is going to be a red iPhone.
Showing you what's been marked as state specific KK for identification. You recognize that item?
Yes, I do.
Can you open it up, look inside, tell me if you recognize the contents?
That's the phone that I located inside of the red case inside the bag.
Did you take immediate possession of that when CSI Cap Medina found the bag?
Yes, I did.
Is that in the same or substantially the same condition as when you collected it?
Yes, it has my initials and ID number on it.
This time state will move KK into evidence as 37.
No objection. Without objections, states KK, and evidence states number 37.
Did you determine whether this phone was the victim's work phone or personal phone?
That is his work phone.
Did you look around the washer and dryer, the shelving around it, to locate whether there was any kind of a cleaning product consistent with bleach? You said
Yes.
You smelled bleach earlier when you walked in.
Yes.
Did you find anything?
No.
Did you look around the entire residence, or did you and other crime scene investigators,
Yes, I searched the residence for any kind of bleach.
did you find any bleach in the residence whatsoever?
No.
Did you ask the defendant whether they used bleach or other similar smelling cleaning products?
He told me there should not be any bleach in that apartment.
Did he tell you why?
He told me that Tim, the victim in this case, would get headaches from it, so they didn't have it in there.
Where was the odor of bleach strongest in the apartment?
Where Tim's body was at.
Was a second phone located in the apartment?
Yes.
Where was that found?
It was in the toolbox in the room with the sling and the massage table.
Showing you photograph 8 from states 18. What does this show?
That is the toolbox that's next to the sling, and that's the top section where the phone was located.
Did you take possession of that phone as well?
Yes.
Showing you what's been marked as state exhibit LL for identification. You recognize that item?
It has my ID and signature on it.
Okay, can you open it up, look inside,
Yes.
tell me if you recognize it?
Yes.
What is that?
Appears to be the victim's phone that was collected from the top of the toolbox.
Is it in the same or substantially the same condition as when you collected it and packaged it that day?
Yes.
State would move LL into evidence as 38.
No objection. LL, the evidence states number 38.
Were both the victim's personal phone as well as his work phone given to someone to analyze?
Yes.
And who were they given to?
I gave them to Jesse Newbanks.
Who is that?
He was our digital forensic analyst at the time.
And how did it come about that you gave those items to Jesse Newbanks?
I handed them to him.
He was called to the scene and came?
Yes, he came out to the scene so he could collect them.
And did he perform or attempt to perform extraction of the data on those phones during the course of the investigation?
Yes.
and you're going to be recalled at a later time to talk a little more about that. So I'm not going to do that right now. Did the defendant indicate that he was going to go leave? He was going to leave the scene and go get something to eat.
Yes.
Did you call him back and ask him to come back to the scene at some point?
Yes.
Why?
I wanted to do a walk through the apartment with just him to try to find anything that was out of place or of evidentiary value in there.
Did he in fact return to the scene?
Yes.
Did anyone come with him?
He was with his father.
When he arrived, did you in fact do a walkthrough of the scene, have him point out certain things that he indicated to you were out of place?
Yes.
And who went inside the apartment during this walkthrough?
It was me, Lieutenant Calhoun, which is the supervisor of the crime scene technicians, Herbert, and then there was a crime scene technician to take pictures. That was it.
Okay. Did the defendant's father go inside the house during this walkthrough?
No.
And why would you not have let that happen?
It's an active crime scene in a homicide case. I don't want anybody going in there. I let him go in there, let Herbert go in there because he had shared the apartment anyways, and he's the best person to point out if something's out of place.
I'm assuming at this point, Tim Smith's body had been removed.
Yes.
Okay. Generally, what happened during the walkthrough?
We went from room to room throughout the apartment, and he would point out different things in different rooms that he would tell me about or he would think was out of place. For example, when we went into the kitchen, he would point out that there was a bowl on the kitchen counter. And he said that when they entertain guests, when they have people over, that they would normally have some food, some chips or whatever it may be. We went into the bedroom where Tim was found. He pointed out that that there were some towels missing. He pointed out some sexual lubricant that was supposed to be in another room that was in that room. He pointed out that there was some leather items that were supposed to be hung a certain way. They were not hung the correct way, and that there was some sex toys in the other room that he said appeared to be dirty, which would be unusual. Those things were supposed to be cleaned.
During this conversation you had with him, did he also back off his initial claim that he knocked on the apartment door when he showed up the day earlier?
Yes, I had talked to him, and I asked him about the banging on the door thing, and he came off that and backed off of it and said that maybe he didn't bang on the door.
At some point, did you request permission to collect a DNA sample from the inside of his cheek?
Yes.
Did he agree with you, or did he cooperate with that?
Yes.
Was that DNA sample collected?
Yes, it was.
By whom?
Kat Medina collected it, one of the crime scene technicians.
And can you describe the defendant's demeanor during that process?
He was laughing. He was pleasant during that procedure.
Did you also locate the victim's white Jeep parked in front of this apartment?
Yes, I did.
Were you given permission to look inside by the defendant?
Yes.
What did you see?
It looked like it was messy, like somebody that would use it to go to and from work. There was no signs of any disturbance, no obvious signs of blood or anything in it.
What was done with the Jeep at that point?
We photographed it and then released it back to Herbert.
And why was it released back to the defendant?
At that point, the sheriff's office had no reason to hold it.
Did you ask the defendant if you and a crime scene technician, specifically Taylor Paxton, could go to his house and collect the victim's medication?
Yes.
And on that same day, did you travel to his residence?
Yes.
The address 4388 Southeast 26th Court Road?
Yes.
Is that in Marion County?
Yes, it is.
While you were at the defendant's residence for the purpose of collecting and documenting the medications and things, did you notice if there was a surveillance system installed on the defendant's property?
Yes, I did.
What'd you see?
By the front door, there was a Ring doorbell camera right next to it.
And generally, for those jurors who may not know what a Ring doorbell camera is, what is that?
Sure. So a Ring doorbell camera essentially takes the place of your doorbell. When you push it, it would take a recording, but they're also set up for motion activation, and they'll record for security reasons who passes in front of them.
Can you access the footage that the Ring doorbell camera records from your phone?
Yes.
How's that done?
So whenever the video is taken, it's provided to the Ring application up in their cloud. And then if you want to go on your phone, you can load the Ring application and you can look through any motion or anything that's happening that camera collected.
Is there like a timeline on the application itself so you can pick and choose when you want to look?
Yes, there's a timeline view, so you can scroll through if it was that day or the prior day or whatever it may be, and you can see the way that the videos are lined out, time-stamped, the way that Ring puts it on the timeline.
Knowing that there was a surveillance system in place, what did you do?
I knew that Tim was last seen alive, per what I was being told, at 9:30 on Thursday night. So I started looking at what happened after 9:30 on Thursday night.
And how did you look? How did you get access to this information?
So I was talking to Herbert, and Herbert provided his phone over, and I was able to look at some of this video.
Are you also able to delete videos from using the same Ring application?
Yes.
How's that done?
If you didn't want a video file that was there, you could just click it and click delete, and it'll delete it off of the cloud and delete it off the device.
And when you delete a video recorded from the Ring camera, does it still leave a still shot of the recorded image on your phone?
Yes.
How do you know that?
Something that I went and found out myself to try to find out if this would happen. I was able to replicate it on my own Ring application.
So when you take the defendant's phone, you're looking through the Ring application, what period of time did you start looking at?
Early Friday morning.
And what did you notice when you started looking through early Friday morning?
There's no video there.
Did you see any images from video that used to be there?
Yes. So instead of there being video there, when I'm looking at this timeline, the videos stop at some point, and then there's just these still images that are sitting in the timeline with no video attached to them.
And during what period of time were those still images that didn't have video associated with them?
This is starting at about 1 a.m.
As far as the camera angle that created these images, were they from the Ring doorbell camera you saw on the doorbell?
No.
Where vantage point was this camera from?
There was at least one other camera on the property, because the vantage point that I was looking at when I see these still images was oriented towards the detached garage, so from a high point of view.
I'm going to ask some specifics about what the still images showed in a few minutes, but generally, what did those images show you?
Ultimately, some of the still images are going to show a truck there, and then some of the images are going to show that there's a truck not there.
Did you confront the defendant about those images and them showing the truck being there at one point and not being there at a different time during the early morning hours of Friday when he previously told you he was asleep?
Yes.
What did he say?
He told me that the camera system was having some kind of problem where it would show things that were there that weren't actually there. It was the explanation that he was providing to me.
Did that make any sense to you at all?
No, it didn't make any sense.
Did you ask him to kind of elaborate or clarify what he was talking about?
Yes. So because it didn't make any sense, I needed him to explain it, and he told me that there had been a technical issue going on with the camera, that he had contacted Cox Cable to fix the issue, and they hadn't.
I'm going to ask you some specific questions about the specific images that you saw. Did you look at the Ring app on the defendant's phone for Friday, March 24th?
Is this what the guy told the police officer, that the Ring camera captures stuff that is not there? A technical issue? Okay, this is almost as bad as Karina talking about the Snapchat messages that she sent disappeared. Really? This is what we doing? Like, how did he forget the Ring camera? Like, he could have did anything. He could have said that the Ring camera had the battery died. He could have unplugged it. He could have did a whole bunch of things. How he messed that up? And that's the best excuse that he has to give to somebody? The officer, like, that didn't even make sense to me. Like, really? It just captures stuff, from, it just makes up stuff and records it. I mean, he would have probably been better off saying that the time is off. Hey, our ring camera is a day ahead, even though they probably would have figured it out. But that excuse that they're saying that they received, that's a no can do. Yeah, like the camera just making up stuff. Oh, good. All right. Okay. All right, Herbert.
2023 at around 1 a.m.
Yes.
And again, why did you start at that point?
So I knew that this was the part that I needed to focus on because this was right after where something could have happened, where he was alive, and I needed to know what happened after that.
And before I get into the specific questions, did the defendant tell you how the cameras were activated?
Yes. So he told me that they're motion activated. They activate for everything.
In some of these still shots that did not have video associated with them anymore, did you see a white truck in the image?
Yes.
Was that same white truck there on the property in the same location it was in the video as when you were there at his house?
Yes.
Was there anything unique or distinct about his white pickup truck?
It has a black tailgate on it.
And what do you mean by that?
So the whole truck is white except for the tailgate. The tailgate is black.
So actually the tailgate is in the up position that's all black.
Yes.
Okay. Did you ask the defendant about the white truck with the distinct black tailgate and who used it?
He told me that that is his truck, that he uses it, and that it should be on the property, that it doesn't move, that it stays there and it's attached to his trailer.
And was the truck attached to the trailer when you were there?
When we were getting pictures, yes, it was attached to the trailer.
As far as some specific questions about the still shots, Friday morning, did you look at a still shot for Friday morning at 1:58 a.m. and another one at 2 a.m.?
Yes.
What did it show about the white truck being there at those times?
The white truck wasn't there during those times.
Did you ask the defendant about that?
Yes.
What did he say?
I asked him why the truck wasn't there. He said that the truck should be there. It's supposed to be there. He ultimately came back to, it was the camera. There was some problem with the camera. He says that the truck should be there.
Moving ahead, what did you see in the images on his phone that didn't have video associated with them at 2:25 a.m. and then again at 2:28 a.m., 3 minutes later?
At 2:25, the truck's not there still. At 2:28, now the truck is there. The truck is there, and there's a male figure standing near it.
Was the image clear enough to identify who the male figure was?
No.
Did you ask the defendant about the truck being there, not being there at 2:25, but being there 3 minutes later according to the images?
He says that the images are wrong. Ultimately, he says that that is his truck, that he drives the truck, but that it shouldn't have moved.
During your interviews with the defendant, did he ever indicate that during the early morning hours of Friday the 24th that he left in that truck?
No.
Was that consistent with what you saw in the surveillance video?
It wasn't
Or
consistent.
the images?
It was inconsistent.
At some point during your discussion about the ring camera and the still shots you were looking at, were you interrupted?
Yes, I was.
Explain what happened.
I was speaking to Herbert about these pictures that I could see, and his father interrupted and started asking why the crime scene technician was taking pictures around the property.
Did you determine whether the defendant's father was former law enforcement?
Yes, he worked for Alachua County Sheriff's Office.
So a few minutes ago, you talked about the still shots on his Ring doorbell application, the truck not being there at 1:58, at 2 a.m., at 2:25 a.m., but at 2:28, the truck was there. Were you able to document those still shots in any way?
No, I wasn't.
Why not?
As a detective, I carry around an audio recorder, and I record my interviews audio. I don't have a body camera, so none of it was recorded with video.
And again, was that process, that discussion interrupted?
Yes.
Let me direct your attention now to March 27th of 2023. Did you speak with the defendant again?
Yes.
Did he tell you anything new about the key to the apartment, his key?
Yes, when I'm speaking to him that morning on the phone, he's telling me now he has found the key. He's found the key. He's found the key ring. He tells me that he was going through his trailer, and while he was emptying out some items from a job from Thursday, the key just drops out of the tarp with the debris in it. And he says that he has the key now he's telling me, reporting me that he has it.
And is that different than what he told you initially about the victim taking his key?
Yes.
Did you ask the defendant about the white truck and whether the trailer was attached to that truck when he drove around on Friday?
Yes, so Herbert told me that while he's driving around and doing things on Friday, that his trailer is attached to the white truck, and that the trailer is always attached to the white truck, unless he attaches it to a blue truck, is what I end up learning.
You described earlier, he gave you a sequence of events during your first interview, what he did Friday morning, right?
Yes.
During this interview now on March 27th, did he mention to you that he went to the landfill?
Yes, he added that in.
What did he say?
He said that he and the truck and the trailer all went to the landfill that morning.
Did he tell you about when?
It was in the morning hours. It was in the morning hours.
Did the defendant ask you about what he was in your investigation, what his role was?
Yes, he asked me what he was. I told him that he was next to kin in the case, and we would give him updates when we had him.
Okay. Still on March 27th of 2023, was a meeting held with members of the major crimes detectives to discuss the case?
Yes.
Is it common on especially a homicide case, for multiple major crimes detectives to work together?
Yes.
And why is that?
We have the investigative team is what we train whenever we're training new detectives. I trained detectives when I was there. And in these large cases with so many different things that need to be done, it's impossible for one detective to do it all. So we have these meetings. We talk about what evidence we could get. Does anyone have any ideas? Then we give out tasks to different detectives to go out and do it. Then we'll have another meeting later and we'll collect and work through what was done.
Was digital forensics analyst Jesse Newbanks present for that meeting?
Yes, he was.
Based on this discussion, did you decide to do something regarding the victim's white Jeep that was parked outside of the apartment where the victim's body was found?
Yes. After the meeting, it was brought up that Jeep infotainment system could potentially have some very important information on it. So I was tasked with reaching back out to Herbert to figure out if he would bring it in.
We're going to hear a little bit more about the infotainment center from Mr. Newbanks, but what generally is an infotainment center?
It's right in there where your stereo is. It's a piece of hardware that does more than just your stereo. It could record all kinds of different things, Bluetooth connections. It could record whether or not the seatbelts are activated. It could some of them even can do GPS, depending if it has mapping.
And was this the type of information you were potentially looking for?
Yes, we're looking for anything at all along those lines.
What efforts did you make to try to get possession of the Jeep to perform this analysis?
So I called Herbert up on the phone. I told him that infotainment system in the Jeep could have some really valuable information that's going to help us figure out this case. And I asked him to bring it in, and he said that he'd bring it in at 8 o'clock the next morning.
Did the defendant, say anything about the information that the digital forensic analysis of the infotainment center might reveal?
Yes, he said something to the effect of, I'm assuming you guys are going to be able to review all the GPS information. And I told him, yes, potentially, and along with other things is what we're hoping for.
At the end of that call, you indicated he was going to bring the Jeep to the Marion County Sheriff's Office the following morning at 8 o'clock?
Yes.
And you had contact with the defendant over the phone during the several days before this?
Yes.
What was his number?
352 283 2372.
During this discussion about the Jeep, did you also have a brief discussion about the financial institutions that he and Tim Smith used?
Yes.
And what was done with that information as far as banking and credit cards and things like that?
Investigative subpoenas were wrote and sent out to those different financial institutes.
Moving ahead to the next morning, March 28th of 2023, after 8 o'clock, did you make efforts to further locate the victim's Jeep?
Yes.
What did you do?
I called Herbert. He didn't answer his phone. I left him a voicemail. Then after that, we still didn't know where it was at. I sent Detective Canterbury, Detective Carpenter out to the residence where they live and sleep at to try to find the Jeep. It wasn't there either.
On that same day, did you receive information about the location of the victim's Jeep?
Yes.
And from whom did you receive that information?
I learned it from attorney Gail Grossman.
And where was the Jeep eventually located?
It was located in the parking lot of Gail Grossman's office.
What was done with the victim's Jeep?
We towed it back to the Marion County Sheriff's Office and put into evidence there.
On that same day, the evening of March 28th of 2023, did you obtain a search warrant to collect certain items from the defendant's residence?
Yes, I did.
Generally, what is a search warrant?
Search warrant is it's an order that is signed by a judge telling us, the sheriff's office, that we can go out and we can collect certain things because those items, they have potential evidence in an investigation. So it's an order saying that it's okay for us to go out and collect them from someone.
Specifically, what items of evidence did the search warrant allow you to go look for and collect at the defendant's residence?
Herbert Swilley's cell phone and the ring cameras from the property.
So what did you do?
Whenever I get the search warrant back from the judge, myself, Inspector Lytle, Lieutenant Mongaluso, we go out to the property. I knock on the door, announce Marion County Sheriff's Office, we have a search warrant. Jordan Swilley answers the door. I tell Jordan I have a search warrant. Herbert Swilley walks from a part of the house. He's on his cell phone. He's talking. When he gets up to the door, I take the cell phone from him that he's talking on, and I collect it as one of the first items that I'm collecting in my search warrant.
Showing you up to mark the state's exhibit M, as in Mary. Do you recognize that item?
Yes, that looks like Herbert Swilley's cell phone.
Is it in the same or substantially the same condition as when you took it out of his hand on the 28th of March, 2023?
Yes.
This time state would move M as in Mary into evidence as 39.
Any objection?
Yes, Your Honor, I would object and I would ask to approach to articulate my grounds.
Sure. Conversation with the judge.
No, I understand, Judge. It's just easier to do it this way. Few issues in support of my objection. One, it appears from a review of the public records that the search warrant that was obtained in this cause was obtained from a different address than the actual address that the property was listed on. That is one of the reasons I'm objecting to the introduction of this evidence. Another reason is that, and I understand we heard the testimony of Detective Pender as to the existence of a search warrant. There's been no search warrant introduced into evidence in this cause in support of his testimony. Those are the reasons for my objection. I had remarked as defense exhibits a number of certified copies of public records for the properties in question that comprise the marital home and the land that it was on. It's actually 3 different parcels of property. The mailing address of the marital home where the deceased and my client lived at this time was not the actual street address of the property. The actual street address of the parcel of land that the marital home was located on is a different address. It's the address of the road that is located behind the marital residence. And I would introduce at this time what has been remarked as defense exhibits A, B, C, D, E, F, and G into evidence as self-authenticating certified copies of public records.
Well, did this just occur to you, or?
No, this did not
So-
just occur to me. I had expected.
Well, I mean, you never moved to suppress anything.
Correct. And my position was a motion to suppress was not appropriate because the case law that I researched indicated that even if the property, the street address of the property was misidentified, that alone would not be enough to suppress the evidence as long as the description to get to the property was adequately described, which it appeared from my review of the application for the warrant and the warrant itself to be a valid description.
I understand you're saying you didn't file a motion to suppress because you didn't think the court would legally be obligated to grant the motion?
My understanding was from a review of the case law that I discovered that was still good legal authority,
Okay,
that there was not a viable motion to suppress.
so there's not a Fourth Amendment suppression violation?
It did not appear to me, in my legal opinion, that there was a winnable motion. I just discussed that at length with my client. I had anticipated the state to introduce a copy of the warrant related to this issue. As of yet, that has not happened. So that is in part the basis of my objection. I'm not relying solely upon the address issue as the basis. It's a compilation of these
Okay.
different things.
Are you suggesting that the state's obligated to introduce a warrant?
I'm not
In order
suggesting
to-
the state is obligated
Hold
to
on one
do
second.
so.
I don't think we can talk at the same time because I think that would not make a clear record. So wait
I'm
till I
sorry,
finish
Your Honor.
my answer or question before you start talking because
Sure.
the record isn't very clear at that time. So, well, I guess my question is, do you believe that the state is obligated to produce into evidence a search warrant in order to introduce an item found pursuant to that warrant?
That is not my understanding of
Okay.
the law. However, if I may completely respond to the court's
Sure.
inquiry, my understanding based on the procedure that occurred here today up to this point that led me to object, coupled with my understanding
of the defects in the warrant, as I understand them, led me to make the objection that I did and introduce the evidence that I had really intended to introduce at a later point in time, if the court will allow me to introduce it at this point.
What are we introducing it for?
These are certified copies of the records for deeds and one durable power of attorney related thereto for transactions for parcels of the 3 parcels of real property that encompassed the land that the marital home was located on. Several deeds related to these transactions because of the multiple pieces of property involved. And
Okay, let me just.
yes, Your Honor.
What would they go to prove?
Well, they would go to prove several different things, most of which is pertinent here is the defect in the address. And in the application for the warrant, and I don't believe it was done with malicious intent, but there was a portion of the application for the search warrant where Detective Pender had written that he had searched the property records from the Marion County Property Appraiser's Office. And from my own review of those records, it was clear to me that there was a defect in terms of the actual street address of the warrant, comparing it to the online records which were available, which I was later able to get certified copies of the actual recorded documents related to my client and his husband coming into possession of those parcels of land prior to the incident charge in the indictment in this case.
But you don't think those defects are material to a question of suppressibility?
I do not. But I think they are right for cross-examination. And
Okay.
I had intended, depending on, I don't know how the state is going to present their case. I can't tell them how to do it. They're well-versed in what they do, but I have to respond accordingly. I'm in a reactive phase at this point. So this is the reason for my objection being made when it is, and for the reasons as I've stated.
So if I understand your objection, you're objecting because you're objecting to the introduction of the state's MM, which I believe is the cell phone taken from the hand of the defendant.
Yes, sir.
Why exactly are you objecting to that coming into evidence?
My objection would be on the basis of improper predicate. There was testimony from the witness that there was a search warrant that was obtained. There was no search warrant introduced into evidence in this cause. Not necessarily that it has to be, but coupled with my understanding that there was a defect in the warrant that I intended to cross-examine the sergeant, now detective then, on, led to the cumulative grounds for my objection.
I understand. I believe, Mr. Buxton, you were attempting to offer this. Do you want to respond to this? You want Ms. Burnt to respond to this?
I'll respond, Your Honor. First of all, there's no requirement for me to introduce the search warrant into evidence as a condition precedent to getting the subject of the search warrant into evidence. I believe if I would have attempted to do that in light of all of the facts contained in the PC affidavit of the search warrant, that would be highly prejudicial and inappropriate. So that, I don't think that's a valid basis to preclude admission of the cell phone. Secondly, even assuming that the numerical address on the search warrant was incorrect, which I'm not conceding it was, Detective Pender, pursuant to the case law that I appreciate Mr. Klein's candor to the court. If there's a description of how to get to the property, which there is in the search warrant, there's a description of the parcel ID number. If it is reasonable that a law enforcement officer will be able to find the property in question in order to get the item that's the subject of the warrant, then that is sufficient. So I don't think there's any basis whatsoever to exclude this item from being introduced to the jury based on a lack of foundation.
Two things. One, I agree with you that it's not suppressible based on the case law, and that it's not normally admitted because search warrants have affidavits typically filled with hearsay and other things that wouldn't necessarily come in. My only concern regarding the predicate is his identification of the phone. I think he said it looks like it, but as far as I know, most iPhones look pretty much the same. So I think he would have to give us more indication as to why he believes that's the phone he took. But right now, him just saying it looks like it, given the idea that most cell phones pretty much look the same. I don't know how you can differentiate one cell phone from another, but he may have,
Yes, sir.
labeled something. Not going further into that, but that part of it, I think the predicate has not been adequately put forth. But I will allow you to ask him some more questions on those lines.
Yes, sir.
But otherwise, right now, if you need these, are you saying you'll need these in cross?
Yes, Your Honor, I am, and they are self-authenticating documents, so I would ask that they be introduced.
Is there objection to these things
Defenses
coming
1
into
through
objection for cross?
Yes, Your Honor. I figured we might want to address that with the jury's out now.
Sure. What's the nature of the objection?
My objection would be that the legal sufficiency of a search warrant is an issue for the court to determine, not for the jury to determine. If these items are being introduced to challenge the legal sufficiency of a search warrant, that is an improper purpose in light of the fact that it's the court's decision to determine if the search warrant is valid.
They're not being used to contest the legal sufficiency of the warrant. As I clearly explained to the court, I did not feel there was sufficient grounds on the face of the warrant alone to file a motion to suppress the evidence.
Okay.
So that is not that is not the purpose of these records being introduced. They go to the credibility of the witness, not to the warrant that was obtained. That is in part the reason for the introduction of these documents. They have other evidentiary value, which will come about at a later point in time with other witnesses other than Sergeant Pender. I can elaborate on that now if the court would like, but these are self-authenticating documents. They are relevant to the purchase of the marital home by my client and his then spouse, and any transfers of the land thereafter. And absent a legal reason why they should not be introduced, they ought to be admitted by themselves.
You're in light of the defense's explanation. At this point, I don't see the relevance to introduce them through Detective Pender. I don't see how they would be impeachable of Detective Pender.
I'm not introducing.
Hold on. Let her finish the statement.
I understand they may be relevant through some other witness for some other purpose, but to try to introduce them in the state's case in chief to impeach Detective or Sergeant Pender, I don't see the relevance in that at this point.
Yes, sir.
We're trying to get done with this case in a week. I would ask for a little bit of latitude. And I would note that I have hardly made one objection in this matter about anything.
Hold on. I can hear pretty well, so we don't need to raise our voice.
Oh, okay. Thank you, Judge. And I would note that these documents, I'm not introducing them through Detective Pender. These documents are self-authenticating. They were previously provided to the state in advance of trial. They were noticed as reciprocal discovery. They are relevant and probative, and absent a rule to the contrary, they should be admitted. If the state would rather me recall their witnesses during the limited time that I am allowed to call defense witnesses in this cause, then I guess that's the way it's got to be. But we're not going to be finished with this trial in a week if that happens. So I'm asking for the grace that I have afforded them for this purpose, because my client is on trial for his life.
Okay, well, first of all, the time frame is what both of you told me the case could be done in. I said this is the time we have, and both parties said the case could be done in this time frame. I didn't start off by saying I'm limiting anybody, other than saying we have in this particular case this time frame in our docket, and everyone said, okay, we can fit our case into that time frame, and therefore I put the case here as opposed to putting it someplace else. If you had said, Judge, I really can't do the case in a week, then I wouldn't have scheduled it for this week. I would have scheduled it down the line.
May I respond to that?
If you'll let me finish, I would appreciate it.
I thought you weren't finished. I'm sorry.
Okay. So that said, I'm not trying to limit anybody's time other than, I think I have explained on multiple occasions that this is the week we have when we need to get done. If someone had said to me, we can't do that in a week, anytime before this trial started, I would have said, fair enough, and then I would have moved the trial. So, but I still haven't really told anyone you can't do anything. I'm trying to accommodate this in the trial schedule that you all gave me, said, hey, we want to get this case done. And then I try to work around multiple people's schedules and said, this is a week I have. And if we can get it done in a week, we can use this week. Fair enough. I haven't tried to cut off anybody. But I do appreciate everyone trying to do work efficiently. If you think we'll need more time, we'll simply keep going today until we get more done today, which will give you a little bit more time. I can go as long as y'all need me to go to adjust. But if you tell me now, hey Judge, we need more time than a normal 8:30 to 5 schedule allows, tell me now, and I will move us up witnesses so we can go later to get the trial done and in the time frame that you guys told me we could do it. Okay. On these items, certainly the mark for defecation. I'll put them into evidence that the defendant's request overrule the state's objection, and we'll go from there. But as far as cross-examination, if a witness, they can only be cross-examined on something that they have personal knowledge of. So if they don't have personal knowledge of something, you really can't cross-examine them on it. Keep that in mind. And you cannot refresh people by saying, let me show you something, unless it's something that would in fact refresh them. In other words, it's knowledge they once had and are now refreshed by some piece of information. If they never had that knowledge, you can't say, let me show you this piece of information to refresh you. Everyone understands how evidence works, right?
He drafted the application for the search warrant. I'm fairly certain he has knowledge, but I understand and I
Well,
appreciate.
I don't know that he's looked at all this, but who knows?
I
But
understand.
I'll allow you, certainly allow you to cross-examine the state's witness and whatever you think is appropriate.
We thank the court for the accommodation.
I'm not, yeah, I'm not comment, I'm not allowing you to do whatever you legally can do. If you object, I'll rule the objection.
My only issue with the scheduling was when Judge Brigham recused himself and this case came here.
Right,
We immediately had a status hearing
right.
coordinated at the request of Your Honor. You asked the state how long would be needed to try this case. They told you a week. No inquiry was made of the defense. I asked for a pretrial conference prior to the scheduled trial date. At the pretrial conference, I explained that I did have witnesses. I intended to present a defense. The state, through Mr. Blacksman, advised they anticipated, and I understand things can change, they anticipated resting their case in chief sometime on Thursday morning.
Right.
I've since been told they're going to need to call a witness, and maybe a quick witness, in the afternoon on Thursday. I am trying to manage a trial. I am trying to coordinate a relatively uncooperative witness who wants to appear by Zoom because of her own work travel schedule. And any little change to my small window of time to present our defense is driving me a little batty.
Okay.
So that is the reason for my concerns. And I just want to be abundantly clear to protect my client. No disrespect to the state. They've been nothing but wonderful to deal with. But when these little issues crop up and I am met with objections to documents which authenticate themselves, it makes me a little batty. And I'm sorry for.
Fair enough, but let me say this. I would suggest that nobody should take objections from another side as anything personal. They're just legal objections.
It's not personal, Judge. I
No, I
understand
know.
it's
Well, you
business.
said it was making you feel uncomfortable.
Well,
Yeah.
Just my term batty means you know,
Uncomfortable. I mean,
the stress level's already a little high.
Right.
When my window gets that much smaller,
Well, like I said, I think this morning I had said, hopefully, the state can be done Thursday morning. And like I said, we can try to push up whatever we need. And I think, in all honesty, when I said, how long is the trial going to take? I think Mr. Buxton said a week. He was encompassing both. But I would point out if I guess that would have been the time to say, hey, if it's more, I would have expected you to say that. But nevertheless, we are where we're at. I've been pushing us along, and they've only been state witnesses so far. So I haven't pushed any of your witnesses. I've only been pushing the state's witnesses to kind of get us going. I think they've probably moved up some people at my request.
We're about an hour and a half ahead of schedule right now, Judge.
Right, an hour and a half ahead of schedule.
Yeah,
So we're doing good.
Yes.
So every hour and a half we're ahead, we've saved an hour and a half.
Just to help Mr. Klein's issues, we have moved our witness that we had for Thursday afternoon to the morning of Thursday.
Right. So if that helps you out, it'll be Thursday morning. I only said Thursday morning so we can make sure that you guys have enough time to really get done, have time to, I'm not rushing anybody on closings. In my opinion, it's foolish to limit people's closings as a judge, although I think lawyers who go too long are foolish as well. So I leave it just that it's natural, whatever you guys want to do. I'm trying to build in time so that the judge, my worry that the jury would get the case sometime late Friday afternoon in the week, and they'd be fatigued, and it could cause them to, rush, a verdict one way or another. That's why I'm trying to so far, and the majority of the witnesses are states, trying to get us going so that the jury, who will have to probably analyze however many pieces of evidence we're up to, plus whatever we got, plus all the testimony, give them time to digest all that. But it seems like now that maybe we can get, even closings done Thursday, and if we need to. If not, we'll certainly get all your witnesses done Thursday. It sounds like, and maybe we start closings right at 8:30 Friday morning. So.
Yes, sir.
Understood, Your Honor. Thank you.
Okay, but if you think it's gonna something happen, let me know like right away and I'll keep us here longer.
I can make it work on the
Okay.
Thursday afternoon. That was the plan.
Okay, great. Alright.
So
All right,
stick to the
so
plan.
are we ready to move forward?
Yes, sir.
Does anyone, anyone need a break while we're all out?
A bathroom break.
Yeah, I think a short break and we'll be right back. Yeah, let me read, I'm gonna read into the record. Okay. Just read these into the record.
Like, look, I haven't been, I wanted to. And the first time I object, you're not gonna overrule it. I want to enter these pictures in right now. I don't want to have to wait. I want to do it now. Let's move this case along. I'm trying to get through this, Judge.
You're introducing this out of court opinion by a judge that there's probable cause. That's the other problem with.
So we're good, Your Honor?
Yes, sir.
Can we give this to the clerk?
Sure.
I don't want to.
Is it the original?
I don't believe so. I think it's copied.
Okay.
I've never seen a search warrant put into an exhibit like that before.
Well, the original, one copy's always left there and then the original is supposed to go back to the court file.
Yes, sir. I believe it's a copy. It's a photocopy.
Back at that time, which stops it from being able.
Talking back, ladies and gentlemen, before Mr. Buxton begins, I'll let you know that the defense had introduced a number of items into evidence labeled as defense A through H. They were admitted into evidence as defense 1 through 8. Mr. Buxton, you may proceed.
Thank you, Your Honor. When we left off, Sergeant, I had shown you State's Exhibit MM as in Mary. You indicated that when you arrived at the defendant's residence, you made contact with the defendant. He was actually on his phone.
Yes.
Okay. And again, what did you do with that phone?
He was talking on it. I reached out. I took it out of his hands, and I took possession of the phone at that time.
And what would you have done with that phone at that point?
At that time, that phone was still activated. It was still on. It was communicating with cell phone towers. That was placed in a Faraday bag at that time, which stops it from being able to communicate with anything.
Okay. Is that a bag that you have in your possession?
Yes, it's a special kind of bag.
And you just put it in the phone. And what is the point of that Faraday bag?
So, so that makes it so that no one else can contact and alter, remotely delete, or do anything to that phone. Faraday bag keeps the signal inside of the bag. It can't communicate with anything when it's inside of that bag.
At some point, did you take that same phone and package it separately in an evidence bag like we see here?
Yes.
Do you note the evidence bag somehow with the item and what it is?
Yes, my signature is here and my ID number. I filled out the front part here, listing it as Herbert Swilley's phone.
So, and then would you have sealed that item?
Then I sealed it up and I tape it. I put my signature over it as this phone.
Does it also have the sheriff's office case number associated with this case?
Yes, the case number is attached to it and listing it as a homicide case.
So by virtue of the fact that you know the phone you took from Herbert Swilley's possession that he was actively using, you packaged it in the package, wrote Herbert Swilley's phone on it. Are you confident that that's the same phone that you removed from his possession?
Yes, I'm confident that this is the phone that I took from Herbert Swilley in the doorway.
And is it the same or substantially the same condition as when you collected it?
Yes, I don't see the screen broke. I don't see anything different than when I took it.
This time around, the state would move MM into evidence as 39.
May I go audio the witness?
Sure.
Subsequent to you collecting my client's phone in relation to the warrant that you obtained for same, to your knowledge, did that phone go into any of your colleagues' possession?
This phone went to Jesse Eubanks. He is the digital analyst that analyzes the phone.
So he would have been the next person after you to handle
After it was placed in the Faraday bag, it was given to Jesse Newbanks. On scene, the only other person that would been watching it with possession would have been Inspector Lytle, while I'm moving around the scene and collecting the other evidence.
And at some point, in addition to Jesse Newbanks, Inspector Lytle obtained possession of that phone.
Yes.
Correct?
Yes.
And from there, did you touch the phone any further?
No, after that, it went to Jesse Newbanks, who was able to remove the data. Then Jesse brings it back to me and says, put this into evidence. And then I put it into evidence in this bag here.
So you would have been the last person to place that in the bag, close it up.
Yes, I'm the one that seals it up and puts it into evidence.
And before this most recent questioning out of the presence of the jury, did you open the bag and view the phone that was inside of it?
Yes.
Was there anything else in the bag with the phone?
Yes, there was a piece of paper that was in the bag with it also.
What was that?
I didn't personally open that to look at it. It wouldn't be uncommon for me whenever I package things to put in either, in some cases, consent forms. In some cases, I put the search warrant that allowed me to legally take it.
Just as a way to help you track the item, or what caused you to come into possession of the item.
It assists me in knowing how it was collected by the means it was taken.
Understood. Thank you, Your Honor. No further questions and no objection.
States MN will be in evidence without objection. States number 39. Correct? 39.
Yes, sir.
Okay, thank you.
When you collected that phone, you said you put it in the Faraday bag. Before you put it in the Faraday bag, did you turn it on or scroll through and look through anything?
No.
Why not?
To look into the contents of the phone, to actually look at the phone, it takes a separate search warrant that I did not have.
And did you eventually get a separate search warrant that actually allows you to look inside the phone and have Jesse Newbanks extract the data?
Yes.
And again, we'll go into the details the next time you're called as a witness, but not right now. Was the Ring doorbell camera system that you previously described and authorized to collect by the search warrant also collected?
Yes.
Did you also take photographs of that Ring doorbell camera system?
Yes, there should have been photographs there. Mhm.
Showing you what's been marked as States Exhibit N as in Nancy. Can you take a look at those photographs? Tell me if you recognize them.
Yes, that's the camera next to the door. I recognize that.
Do those photos fairly and accurately depict the doorbell camera as well as the other camera that you saw on the property?
Yes, those are the cameras.
Okay, this time state would move NN into evidence as 40.
No objection.
States NN will be in evidence without objection to states of report.
May I publish?
Yes, sir.
Give me access to the press plate, please, Your Honor. Showing you photo 1 of States 40. What do we see here?
That is the front door of the residence with the camera over there on the left side of it.
And photo 2, what is shown here?
That's more focusing on the actual Ring doorbell camera that's on the door.
Photo 3 of States 40. What is this?
That's the Ring doorbell camera. Once it's been removed, that's the backside of it.
Photo 4 of States 40. What does that show?
The serial number for the Ring doorbell camera.
And how was the Ring doorbell camera actually removed?
It required a special security screw to actually be able to remove it. That was provided by Herbert.
Now, earlier you mentioned when you were reviewing the application, the Ring application on the defendant's phone, that there was a camera with a different vantage point than the Ring doorbell.
Yes.
Did you locate that camera on the property?
Yes, I did.
Where was it?
It was on the top of like a 20-foot tall pole.
Showing you photograph 5 of States 40. What does this show?
That's a far-away shot there of the camera that's on top, the top of that pole.
And photograph 6 of States 40.
That's the ring camera, the pole camera.
And how was that camera removed?
Herbert was able to get a very tall ladder and go up there and remove it.
Showing you have to mark the State's Exhibit 00 for identification. Take a look at that item, tell me if you recognize it.
Yes, I recognize that as the camera from the top of the pole.
Is it in the same or substantially the same condition as when you collected it, or when it was collected at the scene there?
Yes.
The state, at this time, the state would move 00 into evidence as 41.
No objection. Objection states number 00, number 41.
Was there a crime scene technician out there with you, Sue Labode, to help document and actually put it in the bag?
Yes.
Okay. During your discussions with the defendant at this time, did he see anything about the property located at the apartment?
Yes.
What did he say?
He made some statements that the apartment where the murder had happened was already empty. Everything had been already cleared out and emptied out of it.
During the following weeks and months, how did this investigation proceed? Just generally, what kind of things were being done?
So investigative subpoenas were wrote, search warrants were wrote and issued. We had interviews to do with friends, with family, with other people that were contacting the sheriff's office. We sent out numerous detectives to search for cameras and video from the surrounding houses and the surrounding and businesses.
Were various items that were collected from the scene sent to Florida Department of Law Enforcement as well?
Yes.
And does this whole process that you described as well as the analysis take up some time?
Yes, it does.
During the investigation and during this period of time that you just discussed, did the name James True come up?
Yes, it did.
How?
His fingerprint showed up on an item inside of the apartment.
Based on that potential association of James True's fingerprints being located on one of the items found in the apartment, what did you do?
I researched him. I looked into him. I eventually traveled down to South Florida and interviewed him.
When you were researching and looking into him, were you able to determine what kind of vehicle James True drove and owned?
Yes.
And how did you determine that?
As a law enforcement officer, I'm able to access the Department of Highway Motor Vehicles database. I'm able to look up, see what someone's driver's license and their vehicles that are registered and learn about those kind of things.
And were you able to determine that James True was operating a specific vehicle in March of 2023?
Yes.
Through that same method?
Yes.
All right. According to the records, how many vehicles were registered to him at the time?
One.
Did you also determine the license plate associated with that vehicle?
Yes, I did.
How do you do that?
I'm able to look into the records that with the Department of Highway Motor Vehicles. I can see what vehicles someone has registered to them, and I can see the type of vehicle. I can see the tag number for that vehicle, the license plate that's assigned to it.
Does Marion County have something in place called license plate readers?
Yes, we do.
What are those?
So at certain intersections throughout the county, there's cameras. Those cameras will get a picture of a vehicle and its license plate whenever it passes by that intersection. And then it will log that picture into a database that we can search and look at.
And what kind of roads are those types of cameras set up on in Marion County?
Generally the major intersections, and then there's some smaller off-roads that we have them set up on also.
If a vehicle traveled into Marion County using one of these more major roads, is it likely that they would have been captured using one of those license plate readers?
Yes.
Did Marion County Sheriff's Office own the various cameras put in place around the county?
We were contracting with a company called Vigilant for those cameras.
And who did the maintenance of those different cameras around the county?
The Vigilant staff would go maintenance them.
Were these cameras and the databases with the information gathered from these cameras used on a regular basis during the course of your investigation?
Yes.
In this case and other cases?
Yes. In cases that I'd interviewed, that I've worked, we were looking at those LPRs a couple times a week to try to look at different things.
An LPR is a license plate reader?
The license plate reader records. Mm-hmm.
If a camera was not working for some reason and you tried to access it, would you know?
Yes.
How?
It'd be very obvious. You're looking at an intersection and there'd be no information at all, that means the camera's out. We'd contact Vigilant and have a service technician fix it.
Are those cameras in the database, are they cloud-based?
Yes.
Okay, so are the timestamps accurate?
Yes, it's like a computer. It sends it off into the cloud, and then we're able to look at the records from there.
Is there a database that stores the information gathered from these various license plate readers?
That's what we would search them on, as the Vigilant LPR database is what we would log in and look into.
Do you have access to that database, or did you at the time?
Yes.
Do you still have access?
Yes, I do.
All right. How do you access the database?
Using my secure login, I just put in my credentials, and then I log in to be able to do searches.
Have you been able to independently verify the accuracy of the cameras and the dates and times in some way?
Yes, a good example of how I know that the LPR pictures are accurate is we have car chases in Marion County, and when the car chase happens, a deputy is chasing the bad guy, and whenever that happens, their body camera and car camera is on. Those body cameras and car cameras have timestamps on them that can't be changed. That's what they upload as. I'm able to look at the deputy's body camera or car camera when they go through one of these main intersections. The license plate reader hit is there for the car that they're chasing, so I know that it's the same time.
So how do you conduct a search of the license plate reader database once you log in?
If I know the license plate number, I can simply type it in, and I hit enter, and it will load all the different license plate hits that vehicle has.
Did you conduct a search for the vehicle that was owned and operated by James True back in March of 2023 to see if it was captured in Marion County around the time of this homicide?
Yes.
By a license plate reader?
Yes.
What'd you do?
I searched his tag, and I looked to see where his tag was, when was it in Marion County last, and where was it at the time of the homicide.
And when was it found in Marion County prior to the homicide?
James True's vehicle had not been in Marion County since November 29th of the previous year, 2022.
Do other counties also have license plate readers?
Yes.
Do you have access to those cameras as well?
Yes.
Do you use the same procedure to access those databases as you just described?
Yes.
Is it one big database for the state, or do you have to go in specifically to the county?
It's just one big database for the case. For the state, you could specify county, but if you just put it in, it'll load wherever it hits.
Did you use that same procedure to look for whether James True's vehicle was captured by a license plate reader at or around the time of this homicide?
Yes.
What'd you find?
I found that between March 21st and March 28th of 2023, which would be the time right around it, there was only one license plate reader hit for James True, and it was down off, I think, State Road 7 down in Broward County, Florida, down south.
Is that where he lived?
He lives in Broward County.
And did you actually make contact with James True?
Yes.
Where?
I interviewed him outside of his house.
Is that down in Broward County?
Down in Broward County.
Okay. How did you first make contact with Mr. True?
I called him on the phone.
Okay. Was he cooperative with you?
Yes.
Did he arrange to try to interview him in person?
Yes.
And where was that interview done? He said.
It was down in front of his house in Broward County, Florida, in Parkland.
And who went to do that interview?
I drove down there with Sergeant Bartlett.
During that interview, did he also allow you to look at his phone?
Yes.
Okay. And what did you do with his phone?
He said that I could look at it. I took his phone. I had my laptop with me for my Cellbrite extractions, plugged it in, and I was able to do a cell phone extraction there while we were interviewing him.
You mentioned Cellbrite. What is that?
Cellbrite is a program that is used to get extractions of cellular data from devices. It extracts the data without altering it, and then it puts it in a report form so that we can read it and figure out what was going on.
Have you been trained in how to use that Cellbrite program?
Yes.
And have you used that Cellbrite program routinely during your investigations as a major crimes detective?
Yes.
Did you, and how logistically do you do it? You have the phone and you have your computer. What do you do?
So the computer has this program logged into it. It has a special dongle that you use to plug it into the phone, because you can't just use any. Once you plug it in, it recognizes the phone. If we know the passcode, we know the information, we put that in, and then we let the computer do its thing and get the extraction of the data. Whenever it's all done, it provides a report that we're able to look at there. It's an organized fashion where you can do timeline view. You can look at what a phone was doing once the report is made.
What kind of information does Cellbrite extract from the phone?
It'll get everything. It'll get if there's any location information, if there's any images, if there's text messages, if there's calls, it will obtain that information and then log it all into the report for you to look through.
Thank you.
Showing you as marked as State's Exhibit P, P, and Paul's. Do you recognize that exhibit?
Exhibit number P,
P is in Paul.
is that already in evidence?
No, not yet.
Okay.
Yes.
And generally, what's contained in that exhibit?
These are parts of the Cellbrite report regarding James True's cell phone data.
Does that data deal with the time period on like March 23rd, March 24th, and March 25th?
Yes, this is the times relevant to this investigation.
Does this accurately depict the relevant portions of James True's cell phone extraction data?
Yes.
This time state would move PP into evidence is 42.
No objection. No objection, State's PP, evidence number 42.
May I have access to the display, Your Honor? When you reviewed the results of the cell phone extraction, were you able to locate any data showing the location of the cell phone at or around the time of Tim Smith's murder?
Yes.
And what type of information do you look at to determine the location of the phone?
So the phone will log location data in latitude and longitude. It'll give the time and then a lat and longitude for whatever the phone had logged it for. Maybe it's a picture, maybe it's something else.
And did you find entries in the phone showing its latitude and longitude at times around the period of Tim Smith's murder?
Yes.
Showing you first 3 locations of data from the geolocation portion of the phone. What are we looking at here?
So these are 3 location information from starting at March 23rd at 7:47 p.m. on the bottom, and then it goes up to March 24th. And if you look on the left there, it's giving the position of the phone in a longitude and latitude that could be plotted on a map.
Now, we see next to the dates in the information column in the middle, like for the top entry, it says 3/24 of 2023 at 1:54 and 32 seconds p.m. UTC -7. What does that mean?
So
Or -4, excuse me. What does that mean?
Sure. So UTC is universal time. Devices will generally record it in universal time. It's just telling you that's how you get back to universal time. What we're looking at is Eastern Standard Time. We're looking at our time.
Okay. Does the Cellbrite program allow you to plot these latitude and longitude locations on a map?
Yes.
Where it says open in Google Earth, if you click that button?
Yes. Google Earth will then plot the longitude and latitude positions.
And when you plotted those locations using Google Earth, where did it show the phone, James True's phone, was located at those 3 different times, the evening of March 23rd into the next day of March 24th?
Down in Fort Lauderdale.
And is that the general area where he lived?
Yes.
Did you also locate a selfie or a picture taken of James True at 7:47 and 30 seconds p.m. the evening of March 23rd of 23?
Yes.
Okay. What are we looking at in this image?
So this is the Cellbrite reports, how it shows the data. The selfie is over there on the right. It's listed as a thumbnail, and then it lists in there the capture time, and it will also include at the very bottom the longitude and latitude there of where the actual picture was taken from that iPhone 14 Plus.
That's where the phone was positioned at the time it took the photograph?
Yes, that's where the phone was at when it took it.
Is that in the bottom of the middle column there?
Mm-hmm.
Okay. Showing you that image that we just saw, the selfie. Who is that?
That's James True.
Is that the same person you went down and met and spoke with?
Yes, it is.
When you plotted the latitude and longitude of the location of the phone at the time it took this selfie at 7:47 Thursday, March 23rd, where did it put that phone?
down in Fort Lauderdale.
Did you locate another photograph taken by James True's phone at 11:05 p.m. Thursday, March 23rd, 2023?
Yes, I did.
What are we looking at in this image?
This is a picture of a license plate on the right side there on the thumbnail. And it shows the longitude and latitude that can be plotted. It was taken by the iPhone 14 Plus, and it shows the time that it was taken at.
And when those longitude and latitude coordinates were plotted using Google Earth, where did it show that phone was located at 11:05 Thursday, March 23rd?
Also in the Fort Lauderdale area of Florida.
Did you locate any evidence of a financial transaction in the early morning hours of March 24th on James True's cell phone?
Yes.
What did you find?
So this is a instant message. This is a instant message that it logged, and the description of what the phone received is over there on the right under description. It says that there was a purchase that was done at Blondie Sports Bar, and it's just making sure that that purchase is okay. And it lists the time there at being on. Now we're on March 24th in the early morning hours, 12:50. Looks like 5.
So just before 1 o'clock a.m., there's a message requesting a verification of a charge at Blondie Sports Bar.
Yes.
How far away is Fort Lauderdale from Ocala?
It's over 4 hours.
Do you know where Blondie's Sports Bar is?
Yes, I do.
How do you know?
I grew up in Broward County in Fort Lauderdale. I'm familiar with the area from personal experience.
And does this map generally show the location of Blondie Sports Bar down at the bottom in Fort Lauderdale?
Yes.
Was there anything at all on James True's phone to indicate he was anywhere near Marion County on March 23rd or March 24th of 2023?
No.
Did you also collect a sample of his DNA to submit to the Florida Department of Law Enforcement?
Yes.
And how did you do that?
With a buccal swab, Q-tip, we put on the inside of his cheek, rub it, and then put it inside of the package to send to Florida Department of Law Enforcement.
Show me what's marked States Exhibit QQ. Do you recognize that item?
Yes, I do.
How do you recognize it?
It has my signature and ID number across the tape throughout it.
What is that item?
This is James True's DNA buccal swab that I obtained.
And is that the same or substantially the same condition as when you collected it from James True's mouth?
Yeah, this doesn't look like. Yeah, yes.
Okay. This time the state would move QQ into evidence as 43.
No objection. The objection to QQ being evidence number 43.
Based on this independent investigation of James True, was he ruled out as a suspect in the murder of Tim Smith?
Yes, he was.
During the investigation, did the name Lloyd Kelly also come up?
Yes, it did.
How did his name come up?
There was a potential DNA CODIS hit on some item that was inside of the apartment.
What is a CODIS hit?
A CODIS hit is the collected DNA database that Florida Department of Law Enforcement will look into. That simply means that some of the DNA that we have at our crime scene matches DNA that they have inside of their database of all this different DNA.
And does the CODIS database, to your knowledge, contain known and unknown samples submitted to the Florida Department of Law Enforcement in various cases, including samples from victims, witnesses, suspects, you name it?
Yes, it could be any of them.
Okay. Was a detective assigned to follow up and look into and interview Lloyd Kelly?
Yes.
By the time Mr. Lloyd Kelly's name had come up, what was your position with the sheriff's office?
I had been promoted to sergeant.
So did you do the follow-up on Lloyd Kelly?
No, I couldn't do the follow-up with Lloyd Kelly. My promotion to sergeant put me in a different unit. I was the special victims unit. I was moved out of homicide. So I tasked that, or I don't remember if I or someone else had ultimately, Detective Santana Palau was tasked with following up on that aspect of it.
During the weeks and months following this initial investigation, were several press releases also issued?
Yes.
What's a press release?
It's a request for the community to call us if they have any information at all regarding a case.
How did they get released?
Facebook posts, social media posts.
Were there details of the investigation and the homicide, or just very generalized explanation?
Very, very general.
Did those press releases ask citizens with knowledge to call into the Marion County Sheriff's Office if they had any information?
Yes.
As a result, did many people call into the sheriff's office and provide information of varying degrees of help?
Yes, they did.
Okay. Did you interview those people?
Yes.
And did that process also take a while?
Yes.
As I said, you're going to be called back at a later time during this trial to discuss further parts of your investigation, but this time, Your Honor, I have no additional questions. Thank you, sir.
Cross-examination on those issues.
Yes, please. Good afternoon, sir.
Hello, sir.
When were you promoted from detective to sergeant, your current position?
It was June of 2024.
And at that point, my client Herbert had already been arrested and charged with the case that we're here on today.
Yes.
correct?
Yes.
Okay. Now, you mentioned that you were the on-call detective at the time this investigation started, correct?
Yes, sir.
And your initial involvement was responding to the apartment where Tim Smith's body was found on March 25th, 2023, correct?
Yes, sir.
And when you arrived at that location at the apartment, my client was present on scene, correct?
Yes.
All right. And at that point, Herbert was compliant. He allowed you access to the apartment, right?
Yes.
He allowed you access to his husband's Jeep.
Yes.
And at some point in time that day, you called Herbert back to walk through the interior of that apartment once Tim Smith's body had been removed, correct?
Yes.
And Herbert was able to identify to you various items that appeared to either be missing, like the towels, or out of place, like the lubricant bottle.
Yes.
And let's talk about the lubricant bottle for a second. This was the gun oil lubricant bottle, correct?
Yes.
And according to Herbert, that bottle was normally kept in the room that did not have the bed in it, but in the other room that had the massage table and the swing.
Yes.
But you and your team had discovered that gun oil lube bottle in the room with the bed in it where Tim Smith's body was found, correct?
Yes.
And Herbert pointed out, hey, that's not supposed to be there.
Yes.
And ultimately, to your knowledge, were there, from the processing of those items, was there DNA and fingerprints of value to the investigation that were obtained from those items?
Yes.
And that included the DNA of Lloyd Kelly.
Yes.
And there was another item, an adult sex toy, in the neighboring room, in the room with the massage table, called a Satisfier.
Yes.
You remember that one?
Yes.
Okay. I know this is a rather unique case.
Yes.
That item, upon processing by crime scene investigators, also had DNA and or latent prints of value to this investigation, correct? It had a print from James.
Yes, this had the
True
prints.
on it,
It had to, this was, I'm not familiar with DNA, but there was a latent print. Yes.
And that was for James True.
Yes.
And you mentioned James True was cooperative with your investigation. Did I hear that right?
Yes.
You had learned during the course of your research of James True before you interviewed him down in Broward County that he had a dad that lived in Ocala.
Yes.
Okay. And you
believed, but you didn't know at the time, that James True possibly would come to Ocala from time to time to visit his dad.
Yes.
All right. And I know we talked about the license plate readers and that there appeared to be no activity for the one vehicle that was registered to James True during the period of time that the murder of Tim Smith was alleged to have occurred in Ocala, right?
Yes.
Were either of the two vehicles alleged to have been used by my client, either that white Dodge extended cab work truck or Tim Smith's white Jeep, observed on an LPR, a license plate reader, during the period of time that you believe the murder of Tim Smith occurred?
No.
In this case. Okay, so not James True's vehicle, not Herb's work truck, and not Tim Smith's white Jeep.
Correct.
No LPR readings during the dates alleged in the indictment in this case, right?
Yes. Not during the time of that I'm suspecting the murder happened.
Okay. So going back to James True's cooperation, before you ultimately made the trek down to Broward County with your colleague to meet with James True, did you try to get him to come to you first?
Yes.
That didn't work out though, did it?
No.
Okay. So ultimately, you and I have it written down. I remember talking to him. Remind me.
Sergeant Bartlett.
Sergeant Bartlett. You and your sergeant at the time drove down to Fort Lauderdale to try to locate and speak to James True.
Yes.
You didn't have an appointment to meet with him that day, correct?
No.
Okay. So this was just kind of a knock and talk thing. Right?
Yes.
Okay. And when you arrived at his residence, he lived in Parkland at the time, correct?
Yes.
Okay. And he lived there at that address in Broward County in Parkland at the time of your interview of him with his wife, Rebecca True, correct?
I'm not sure if they were married. I would call significant other. He lived with a significant other.
Okay. Do you know her name?
I don't remember her name. There was a female there, his significant other.
Okay. They lived there together,
Yes.
whoever it was.
Yes.
It was a woman though.
Yes.
Okay. And that woman, to your knowledge, also had her own vehicle, correct?
I'm trying to remember the front of the house when I got there. I don't recall. I don't recall what she drives.
Do you recall her having her own vehicle though?
Yes, she does have her own vehicle.
Okay. And do you recall her vehicle, whatever it was, being there the day that you went to do your knock and talk with James True?
I don't recall.
Okay. So you speak to James True, he gives you access to his phone. You download the data, some of which was introduced into evidence in this case, right?
Yes.
Okay. And based on the data that you reviewed, you excluded him as a suspect in Tim Smith's murder.
Yes.
Okay. And regarding Lloyd Kelly, you did not speak to him personally, but you tasked it to a colleague because by that time that you obtained that information, you had already been promoted to a new position, correct?
Yes.
And my client was already in custody, correct?
Yes.
Okay.
Now, let's go back to the date of your initial response to the apartment. You're briefed by your colleagues before you go into the apartment,
Yes.
so you have a general understanding of what to expect when you go inside.
Yeah.
Then you go in, you do your own walkthrough,
Yes.
you task crime scene techs with various processing requests.
Yes.
All right. And then you start interviewing witnesses.
Yes.
And you start with my client, Herbert.
Yes.
And that initial interview was in your unmarked police car, correct?
Yes.
And he was in the front passenger seat.
Yes.
You were in the driver's seat.
Yes.
He knew you were recording the conversation.
I don't know if he knew that. I usually leave my recorder in between us, so possibly.
Okay. Okay. And it was recorded though.
Yes.
Okay. And you said it lasted about 43 minutes or so?
Yes.
Okay. And you mentioned that Herbert advised that the last time he saw Timothy Smith was 9:30 p.m. on Thursday, March the 23rd. Correct?
Yes.
Okay. Herbert also mentioned to you that at a later point that evening, after he had gone to bed around 11 p.m., he believed he heard a noise.
Yes.
Didn't really investigate it, just went back to sleep.
Yes.
Okay. And Herbert did tell you later on in that interview that he had the very next day, once he learned that Tim Smith did not go to work, as he always does, that Herbert had contacted your office to conduct a wellness check of Tim Smith at the apartment.
Yes.
And by that point, the white Jeep was already there and parked outside.
Yes.
All right. And you learned during the course of your investigation that there was a Ring video camera located on the exterior of that quadruplex of the apartment where Tim Smith's body was found, correct?
It's facing the exterior. I don't know if it was inside or outside the house, but yes.
Okay. And that was the Ring camera of the gentleman that occupied apartment A, Mr. Mitchell.
I believe so. Yes.
All right. And did you task one of your colleagues with obtaining the video recordings from that Ring video camera?
Yes.
All right. Now, talking about Ring video camera, you mentioned that Herbert, who was initially very cooperative, right?
Yes.
Herbert had given you access to his phone.
Yes.
The very phone that was introduced into evidence in this case.
Yes.
And you looked at the phone.
Yes.
You looked at the Ring application.
Yes.
And you were curious to know what was captured on the Ring application for the early morning hours of Friday, March 24th, 2023, correct?
Yes.
You were only able to view several still images from that morning, though, correct?
Correct.
Was anyone other than you, when you view that phone, when you observe those still images, able to view or capture those images aside from the owner of the phone himself? To your knowledge?
No.
Okay. So you're the only person other than the owner of the phone, to your knowledge, to have viewed those images.
Yes, his father was there. I don't think he was at a vantage point that he could see him.
And once you viewed those images, they disappeared. Did they disappear? Or did they remain on the phone once it was introduced, once it was obtained as a part of the warrant?
We weren't able to locate them when we did the cell phone extraction, when Jesse Eubanks had gotten the cell phone data later.
I see. So once you go back at a later point, because what was the date that you were able to personally view those still images?
It was the day that I had responded out there, that Saturday afternoon. That Saturday afternoon.
The date Tim Smith's body was found?
Yes.
So the date of your initial involvement?
Yes.
Okay. And then just a few days later, March 28th in the evening, you're knocking on Herbert's door with a warrant for the phone.
Yes.
Okay. And you take it, you put it in the bag, you take it into evidence. Jesse Newbanks examines it, Inspector Whiteley examines it, but no one is able, to your knowledge, to obtain these still images.
We don't locate the still images.
So the only evidence we have that these still images exist is from what you observed in your testimony, correct?
Yes. Herbert is looking at me while I'm looking at the images, so he's seeing them also, but it's just me and him.
How do you know Herbert has seen these images?
Oh,
Because he's looking at you?
Well, he was looking at the phone while I was holding it.
Oh, at the time.
At the time. That was at that time.
He's to my back, so I can't see what he's doing or not doing.
Sure. At that time.
Okay, fair enough. All right. Aside from you and Herbert, who was observing what you were doing with his phone that he let you look at and use, no one else observed these images?
Correct.
Okay. And to your knowledge, they no longer exist?
Correct.
Okay. And would you agree with me that these still images are rather important to the timeline that you were trying to ascertain as to Tim Smith's movements from the marital home to the apartment a few miles away on the date or dates that you believe Tim Smith was murdered?
My observations became very important.
Okay. Very important because Herbert had told you that he had gone to sleep
Yes.
and that he had not left the marital home that evening
Correct.
or the next morning for that matter. Not until he got up and went to the gym, right?
Correct.
And at some point in time, very early on in your investigation, Herbert had told you what he did the next morning. He told you he got up and went to the gym.
Yes.
He's an early riser.
Yes.
From the gym, he went to Lowe's.
Yes.
He's a handyman.
Yes.
And he had omitted that he went to the landfill.
Correct.
But he did tell you that he had at least one job in the villages and headed down to the villages to do some work.
Yes.
But he had stopped by the house before
Yes.
he went to the villages.
Yes.
And that was when he did not notice that Tim Smith's Jeep, he didn't notice the Jeep being there at the marital home.
Yes.
Okay. Let's talk about the Jeep for a minute. When you initially responded to the apartment, the white Jeep was parked outside, correct?
Yes.
Okay. Was the Ring video that was obtained by your colleagues from Stuart Mitchell, the neighbor in apartment A, reviewed by you?
Yes.
was anyone observed on that video parking the white Jeep on either the evening of March 23rd, 2023, or the early morning hours of March 24, 2023?
No,
So we don't know who parked the Jeep there.
not from that video.
Okay. Did you identify any witness that observed who parked that white Jeep there outside of the apartment on either the evening of March 23rd, 2023, or the early morning hours of March 24, 2023?
No,
Did you observe anyone? Did you learn of anyone through the course of your entire investigation that placed my client at the apartment on either the evening of March 23rd, 2023, or the early morning hours of March 24, 2023?
we didn't find any people, witnesses to that.
Okay. So you've got no license plate readers indicating any activity for the white Jeep or my client's Dodge Ram white work truck during the period of time that you believe Tim Smith was murdered, right?
Correct.
And you've got no one placing my client at the apartment during the period of time that you believe, based on your lengthy investigation of this case, Tim Smith's body was placed at the apartment, right? Nobody.
Yep, we have nobody.
Okay. Yet, you have a theory, right?
It's more than a theory.
Okay. You have a theory that Herbert, based on your review of still photos from the ring application, from Herbert's phone, and some video from neighbors and businesses, that Herbert killed Tim Smith at the marital home, moved his body in the white truck to the apartment where no one saw him, came back to the marital home, drove the white Jeep to the apartment, and walked back to the marital home. Is that right?
Yes.
Okay. Speaking of the white Jeep, you said Herbert let you look in the white Jeep.
Yes.
Okay. And you initially determined that the white Jeep was not involved.
Correct.
So you released it to Herbert.
Yes.
After a roundtable with your colleagues, you changed your tune.
Yes.
You wanted it back.
Yes.
So you asked Herbert to give it back to you.
Yes.
And you claim that there was an appointment on the morning of March 28th, 2023 at 8 a.m. where Herbert was supposed to bring you the white Jeep. Right?
Yes, there was an appointment for that. Yes.
He didn't show up for that appointment.
No.
And you learned that Herbert had gone and gotten a defense attorney.
Yes.
Right?
Yes.
Gail Grossman was her name, correct?
Yes.
At that point in time, did you have a warrant for the Jeep?
No.
So you were just relying on Herbert to cooperate like he'd been doing all the way up to that point?
We were relying on the husband of the victim to cooperate. Yes.
Okay. So ultimately, Herbert did release the Jeep to your office's custody, did he not?
I don't know if he willingly released it. I don't know the answer to that, sir. We towed it.
Did you have permission from Herbert to tow it?
He wasn't speaking to us at that point.
Who was speaking to you?
Attorney Gail Grossman was.
Okay, so acting as Herbert's agent, Gail Grossman gave your office authority to take possession of the white Jeep,
I believe
correct?
she gave the keys to someone to collect it.
Okay. And at a later point in time, you go and obtain a warrant for the white Jeep, correct?
Yes.
Okay. And that was related to the information on the infotainment center within that white Jeep, correct?
Yes.
Okay. Were you unhappy with Herbert's lack of cooperation by not bringing you the Jeep at 8 a.m. on March 28th of 2023?
I wasn't necessarily unhappy. I was disappointed.
It wasn't that disappointment that led you to immediately go and apply for a warrant to obtain Mr. Swilly's cell phone and the Ring video cameras that very same day.
That wasn't disappointment. That was concern.
Okay, all right. And was it not turning in the white Jeep that gave you that concern?
I shifted to concern at that point for the evidence in the case.
Okay. Your Honor, may I have a moment to confer with my colleagues?
Certainly.
Thank you. Your Honor, at this time, I do not have any additional questions.
Did you redirect?
Just a few questions, Your Honor. Thank you. You remember what kind of vehicle James True owned and operated back in March of 23?
I want to say it was a black SUV, maybe a Cadillac Escalade.
When you were looking at these still images with the defendant on his Ring camera, were you looking at the images through the Ring app,
Yes.
which is connected to the cloud?
Yes.
You weren't looking at the images from the data stored on the phone itself through the cloud, right?
Correct.
Okay. And when you were looking at these images with the defendant, you described were you like standing next to him going, hey, I'm looking at this image at 220, what's the deal with this?
That's exactly what I'm doing. I'm standing right next to him and I'm palming the phone back and forth as I'm looking at them.
And is that when he's giving you the explanation of, well, the camera just shows things that aren't really there?
Yes.
Mr. Klein asked you about that there were no license plate reader hits between the time that you determined the vehicles were moving from the residence to the apartment back and forth.
Yes.
That is a relatively short distance, is it not?
It's a very short distance. It's like 2 miles.
Okay. Do you know if there are any license plate readers set up during that short 2-mile distance between the apartment and the residence?
Like there could have been. I'm not entirely sure without looking at the big map of it.
That's fair enough. Thank you, sir.
Anything else?
Judge, I'm sorry.
Anything else? Any other questions? Any
No
other
further questions. Your Honor.
Okay, thank
Not
you.
at this time.
So you're released from the stand for right now, but you're still under subpoena.
I understand. Thank you.
Okay. Thank you, sir.
State's next witness is Stefanos Michaelides.
I need a spelling on that one too.
I believe it is Michaelides is ES.
I did.
Go ahead, sir.
Would you please introduce yourself to the jury, sir?
Good afternoon. My name is Deputy Mike Leeds with the Marion County Sheriff's Office.
Can you spell your last name for me?
Michaelides.
What do you do for the sheriff's office?
I'm a patrol deputy.
How long have you been with the sheriff's office?
3 years.
Are you familiar with a house located at 5291 Southeast 26th Avenue in Ocala?
Yes.
How are you familiar with that location?
It's a residence that I resided at for a brief time that was owned by a family member before it was sold.
During what period of time did you live there?
2021, give or take.
Okay. Did you sell that property to someone?
My mother-in-law did. She was the homeowner, and she had sold to a neighbor that purchased the residence.
And what was the neighbor's name that it was sold to?
Pedro something, I don't know the last name.
Does the name Vasquez sound familiar?
Yes.
Okay. To your knowledge, does Mr. Pedro Vasquez live at that house now currently?
Yes.
When you lived there, were you familiar with Herbert Swilley and Tim Smith since you lived in that area?
Not overly familiar. I know they had moved into the neighborhood.
Okay. Would you see them and vehicles they were driving and things like that occasionally?
Occasionally.
Okay. Do you see Herbert Swilley in the courtroom here today?
Yes.
Can you please point him out and tell me what he's wearing and where he's sitting?
The gentleman in the gray suit with the blue tie.
Show me what's been marked as State's Exhibit TT. It's a map. Do you recognize the area that this map depicts?
Yes.
And are there several push pins indicating two specific addresses?
Yes.
And what are those addresses?
The one will be the residence where I resided at for a brief time, and the other one would be Mr. Swilley's residence, which was at the end of the street.
Does that map fairly and accurately depict the locations of those two residents in the area that it shows?
Yes, sir.
Now, there are a couple, this is a Google Earth image, correct?
Correct.
And there are some street numbers on indicating the names of the streets in that map, right?
Yes.
Based on the fact that you live there, does Google Earth have those street names accurate?
No.
Can you describe for the jury what the problem is?
So on the street that where I resided was, which is 26 Ave, Google has it as 26 Court.
Okay.
And then the next one over is listed as 27th Ave on Google, which I believe should be 26 Court. And if you actually drive by and look at the street number.
So Google Earth is kind of off on the street.
Correct.
Understood.
Correct.
Besides, except for those mislabeling by Google Earth, is it fairly accurate depicting area?
Yes.
This time, state will move TT into evidence as state 44.
No objection. TT with evidence that states number 44.
May I have the display, Your Honor? May I publish?
Yes, sir.
Is that the map I just showed you?
Yes, sir.
Can you orient the jury just as far as kind of what we're looking at?
Overview of the neighborhood. The main road is up at the top of the screen, which is Southeast 52nd Street. And then
Go ahead, I'm sorry.
the two side roads are dirt roads that lead to multiple residences.
The push pin labeled Vasquez residence, is that the residence you used to live in?
Yes, sir.
All right, and the road up top, you said is Southeast 52nd Street?
Yes, sir.
If you went north on either of these roads and hit Southeast 52nd and turn left,
Mhm.
what would you eventually reach? What road?
441.
And what is generally on the corner of that road?
I think it's a Circle K gas station, and then across the street's a BP, or catty corner to it across the street.
Is there also a waste management facility in that area, Green for Life?
Something to that effect, yeah. There's warehouses back there.
And if you are traveling south on the road that's to the left of the Pushpin Vasquez residence,
Mhm.
where would you eventually reach? What do you come to?
It's a dead end at the end of, which would be 26 Ave you're talking about.
Yes.
That's a dead end road. They literally run up into like a wood line.
And if you traveled south on the next road over, which is labeled as Southeast 27th Avenue, you head south towards Smith Swilly residence, what will you eventually reach?
South, you'll run up into a gate, which there's a private residence back there.
And is there also how would you access the property that is labeled as Smith Swilly residence?
Through his gate, which is on both sides. There's a gate to those properties. Or one's a gate, one's like a fence gate. So.
Is there a road below where it says Smith Swilly residence? If you're heading down Southwest 27th and you turn around this curve, is there actually a road there?
No, because I believe that's where the gate is actually put up.
Okay. So you can't come down one road, circle around and go back up the other way?
No.
Can you access these two roads by any other means except for coming down 52nd Street, which is at the top of the map?
No.
Since there's really only one way in or one way out from this area by the time you moved out, describe the level of traffic in this area.
Traffic in that area is minimal. It's mostly just the people that reside on those roads. And if there's residents or visitors that come to the residences, mail, FedEx, stuff like that, food delivery.
About how many people live in this general development?
So if you're looking at the residences that are between the two roads, for the most part, all the ones on 26 Ave are occupied, except for there's two trailers that are more towards 52nd. Those were just vacant trailers. And then there's a couple residences that are now vacated as well, which is under the trees. And then 26 Court, for what I'm aware of, everybody lives inside of those properties. I've never traveled down that road.
We see the Vasquez residence pushpin. There's a residence just to the south below that residence. Who owns that residence?
That one is owned by my brother-in-law.
What about the residence south of that?
That one is still owned by my mother-in-law currently.
Were you generally familiar with the vehicles that drove around that area since there weren't that many people that lived there?
On my street, yes, sir.
Okay. We direct you back to the house that you used to live in, which is now Pedro Vasquez's house. When you lived there, did you install a surveillance system?
I did.
When did you do that, generally?
Approximately a couple weeks after I moved in, just because when I first moved in there, the vehicle and foot traffic that would come down there wasn't exactly the greatest.
Okay.
So for obviously my safety and my wife's safety, put up cameras, and after being there for several weeks, several months, obviously everything changed with vehicle and foot traffic coming in and other.
Did you have a marked patrol car sitting in the driveway?
I did.
That kind of tends to discourage some people?
I hope so.
Okay. Describe the process you went through in installing that system.
Wired camera system was installed at each corner of the house, including the front door. It was a wired system, so everything had to be run through the roof to a DVR, which was inside the residence.
Was that a night owl system?
Yes.
Okay. It was hardwired?
Yeah.
Okay. Did the surveillance system record to the cloud, or did it record to a specific DVR box?
To a DVR box.
Where was that DVR located in the property?
In the living room.
Did you need a login and a password to access it?
You did.
Who had access to that password?
Myself.
Did you install cameras that covered both your driveway and the street as well as your backyard?
Yes. I had cameras on each corner of the property or the residence.
Showing you up and marked as State's Exhibit UU for identification. You recognize that?
Mm-hmm.
Is that a yes?
Yes, I'm sorry.
And what does this show?
So that's the angles that the cameras were pointing. The ones in the facing the driveway, there was one at each corner of the driveway facing the roadway, and then the two on the back corner of the house, basically crisscross to get full coverage of the backyard.
Does this map fairly and accurately depict the camera angles and the kind of coverage area for each of them that you installed?
Yes, sir.
This time state will move UU into evidence as 45, I believe. Yes.
No objection. Objection, UU with emphasis number 45.
May I publish?
Yes, sir.
Can you explain to the jury kind of what we're looking at? This up here so you can
Okay.
look at things.
So you've got the garage with the driveway at each corner right here. There's cameras that face the roadway. Backyard, I've got one at each corner of the residence that basically is in a crisscross pattern to cover the full yard. And then there was also another one that was basically on the side of the wall that would face outwards, which is this arrow here. And then I had another one that's not marked that would also face the side of the house due to the bedrooms being there with windows.
When you installed and set up the system, did you label the various cameras in a specific way, like front
Yes, sir.
yard, backyard, things like that? Yes, sir. Did the surveillance system keep an accurate timestamp?
Yes, sir.
Okay. Did you ever have any problems with the system when you lived there?
No, sir.
When you moved out of that house and Mr. Vasquez moved in, what did you do with the surveillance system?
It stayed in the residence.
Did you disconnect it somehow to move anything and reconnect it?
It was disconnected briefly when we took the TV stand out. Everything got reconnected and basically sat on the floor until Mr. Vasquez moved in.
When you reconnected it, did you make sure it was working properly?
Yes.
Let me direct your attention to April 3rd of 2023 in the early evening hours. Did you respond to that same address, your former house, for the purpose of recovering some surveillance footage from that DVR system?
Yes.
What happened when you arrived at Mr. Vasquez's house?
Made contact with Mr. Vasquez, explained to him what was going on and if the DVR can get reviewed so footage could be obtained. He agreed, signed the release form from the sheriff's office, recovered some video, provided it to the detectives, got a call the next day saying that the dates that I recovered were the wrong ones.
Okay.
So they asked me to go back out there and just obtain the whole DVR. Went back out there, spoke with Mr. Vasquez, who agreed, obtained the whole DVR, took it to Major Crimes, dropped it off with them. They had to do their thing. I think it was like a day or two later, they called me and told me I could take it back to them.
All right, let me back you up a little bit.
Yep.
When you arrived there to collect the surveillance at Mr. Vasquez's house, did you notice the cameras on the outside of the house?
Yes,
Or in the same position that you installed them?
they are.
How did you, when you first went there the first time, how did you access the DVR system?
Through login.
Through your old login and
Through
password?
Correct. Well, I had forgot the password, so I had to reset the password so I could
Okay.
get back in.
And I'm assuming since you installed it, you didn't need help accessing and maneuvering around the system,
No,
right?
sir. No, sir.
You indicated you were given kind of a time period that the lead detective wanted pulled from this system, right?
Yes, sir.
And did you, when you went to collect the footage, did you do anything to independently make sure that the timestamp on the surveillance footage was in fact accurate?
Took a picture to show that at the time that I was there to obtain it was matching with what my phone was showing and everything else.
Showing you what's been marked as Stacy's VV as in Victor. Do you recognize that image?
Yes.
What is that?
Picture of one of the cameras facing the backyard with the timestamp and the date that I was there to obtain the video.
Does that fairly and accurately depict the image that you took of the surveillance system showing the timestamp?
Yes, sir.
This timestamp would move VV as in Victor into evidence as 46.
No objection.
That objection 46 will be in evidence as number, excuse me, VV be evidence number 46.
Showing you Stacy's exhibit 46 just introduced into evidence. What does this show? Explain what we're looking at.
That is the camera angle that faces, would be south. That's at the back corner of the property. That's the back patio of the residence, and that's Mr. Vasquez's trailer.
And we see a timestamp in the middle of the photo of 4/3/23 at 17:48, 21 seconds, right?
Yes, sir.
And we see a time at the top of this photograph. What does that time come from?
My cell phone.
Okay, was the time on your cell phone the same time as the time in the timestamp of the surveillance footage?
Yes, sir.
Okay, is that how you determined it was accurate?
Yes, sir.
Did you actually view the footage that you downloaded?
Just to grab the times, which was what I put onto a DVR for the detectives. But because I'd gotten the time confused because of the change of times after midnight, that was determined to be the wrong time frame. So that's when I had to go back out and get the DVR.
Okay, and when you reviewed the footage, the initial time that you went and collected the DVD or the footage, were the camera angles accurate as far as what you remember they were supposed to represent?
Yes, sir.
When you went to collect the footage,
Mhm.
was the DVR system in the same place that you left it before you moved out?
Yes, sir. It's still in the living room.
Still hooked up the same way you hooked it up?
Yes, sir.
Any problems with it?
No.
You indicated that once you went back the second time, retrieved the entire DVR, you brought it to Major Crimes,
Correct, for them to pull the video.
and after they were done doing what they did, it was given back to you?
Correct. They notified me and said, hey, DVR is done. Went and recovered it from them and dropped it off to Mr. Vasquez.
Showing you Mr. Mark States Exhibit WW. Do you recognize that disc?
Yes, sir.
How do you recognize it?
My signature and the date that's on there.
And have you reviewed that footage?
Yes.
What does that footage show?
Footage of vehicles that were driving anytime their cameras were active.
Is there a timestamp on that? Well, on the footage that you watched?
Yes. Yeah,
Okay.
The footage is timestamped.
Any indication that the camera system had been tampered with or anything like that?
No, sir.
This is fairly inaccurately depict the footage and the camera angles that you viewed and the footage that you know existed based on your installation of the system.
Yes, sir.
This time stated with WW in evidence as 47.
No objection.
That objection states WW. Yeah, this is number 47.
When you lived there, do you remember what type of vehicle Herbert Swilly drove?
Blue Dodge pickup.
Did he own a white pickup truck when you lived there?
No, sir.
Showing you photograph 2 from States. Sorry, Your Honor. 31. When you lived there, did anybody else drive a white pickup truck in that area? That was similar to the one we see in the photograph.
No, sir.
And when you would see Herbert Swilly leaving the area when you lived at that house, which direction would you see him drive? How would he normally drive out of the neighborhood?
He would go on either road. There's times he would take his road, which would be the front gate. And then there was times he would come down 26 Ave as well.
I have no other questions. Thank you, Deputy.
Cross-examination?
Yes, just briefly. Good afternoon, sir.
How are we doing, sir?
Well, remind me when you moved out of the home that Mr. Vasquez lives in now.
20, I want to say it was 21 or 22. It's when I purchased my house in Bellevue.
And while you were living in the home that Mr. Vasquez lives in
Yes, sir.
now, or at least at this time you obtained the video surveillance from your old home, you had mentioned there were some undesirables in the area, and that was why you installed the video surveillance, and it stopped once you started parking your marked patrol vehicle in your driveway.
Yes, sir.
Okay. And you don't, other than for work purposes now, do you go back to that area at all?
So the one residence that was the one that my mother-in-law still currently owns, that one she has up for sale. So I go there, cut the grass, weed eat, basically just make sure the property is maintained.
Understood. And you mentioned, and correct me if I heard you wrong, that
you would never drive down Northeast 26th Court,
Southeast 26th Court.
Southeast
Yes, sir.
26th Court,
Correct.
correct?
Just because I had no reason to go down that road and I couldn't access my property from there.
But you lived on the very next road
26th.
over.
Yes, sir.
Understood. And you mentioned that you knew of Herbert, my client, and Tim Smith having moved to that area, correct?
Well, Herbert, yes. I met him a couple times when he had moved in, when he was, clearing out the property and getting the property set up.
And you mentioned that you knew Herb to use both roads, both the road that your
Correct.
house was on at the time and the neighboring road that
Correct.
you would never go down.
Yes, sir.
And you also mentioned you did not know her, at least at the time you were living there, to drive the white Dodge.
No, sir.
truck.
Yeah, like I said, he had a blue Dodge pickup truck.
Understood. No further questions, Your
No redirect, Your Honor. You may be excused.
All right, thank you, sir. Have a nice day.
Thank you, sir.
State calls Thomas Shifley.
No, okay, there you go.
Do you swear or affirm testimony about to give you the truth, the whole truth, and nothing but the truth, so help you God?
Have a seat, sir. Thank you.
Thanks.
Good afternoon, sir.
Hey, how's it going?
Can you please introduce yourself to the jury?
My name's Tim Shively,
Okay. And where do you work?
Triple Crown Trailers.
What do you do for them?
Currently in sales manager for our dealer sales.
What is Triple Crown Trailer?
We build and manufacture utility trailers, ATV trailers, dump trailers, and some custom special stuff for some customers.
Where is Triple Crown Trailers located in Ocala?
Off of South Pine down near the drive-in theater.
Does Triple Crown Trailers have a surveillance system set up on the property?
Yes, we do.
And what did you do for Triple Crown before this current position?
Before then, I did IT and ran a couple different departments, and I was the purchasing manager.
And were part of your duties in that previous position, is that what you did back in 2023?
Yes.
Were part of your duties in that position to check and maintain the surveillance system and pull footage if need be?
It was.
What kind of surveillance system was it?
It was the NVMS 7000.
It was a DVR based system?
DVR based.
And was that professionally installed?
It was installed by DJP Security. Yes.
All right. Do you remember about when that was installed?
It was probably 7 or 8 years old.
Was that system motion activated or did it record continuously?
Most of the cameras were continuous motion. Continuous recording.
Could you view that footage from your phone through an application or would you have to go to the actual DVR?
We can view it through applications.
You did not. I'm sorry.
We can view it.
You
yes.
can. Okay.
Yes.
I'm sorry. You can do both.
Yes.
Where was the hub of that surveillance system located within Triple Crown?
It was in our server room, and it was in an office that the office door was locked.
The office door was locked?
Yes.
Who would have access to that room?
At the time, probably myself and 1 or 2 other managers only.
Would you need a special login and password to access the surveillance system?
You do.
And who would have access to that login?
DJP Security.
I'm sorry.
DJP Security would have that.
And how would you go about getting footage off of the system?
I had access to download the footage.
About how many different cameras were set up on the property? I know Triple Crown's a huge place.
It was probably around 18.
Was there a camera that covered the front parking lot and part of 441?
Yes, it was.
Had you had any problems with the camera system operating properly?
No.
Okay. Did you regularly review that camera system to make sure it was working when you would check things and pull footage?
We did.
If that system was not working properly, would you have known?
I would have known.
You ever had any problems with the system not working?
No, not working.
Okay. Let me direct your attention back to March 29th of 2023. Did a law enforcement officer come to Triple Crown Trailer and asked to view and possibly collect some footage from the surveillance system?
He did.
How'd that happen?
He came in and asked me for a specific time block. I believe it was a 12-hour period to look for some video off of one specific camera.
And so what did you do?
I downloaded the video and he gave me the thumb drive to put it on.
Okay. And while you were pulling the video, when you were viewing the camera that he was interested in, did it cover the area that it was supposed to cover?
It did.
And did that footage accurately depict the area of the property in front of your business, the parking lot and the part of 441?
Correct. Yes, it did.
When you were pulling the footage, did you determine whether the timestamp on the surveillance footage was accurate?
It was not.
Okay. And what was the difference in the timestamp footage?
If I remember correctly, it was approximately 40 minutes.
Okay. And it was 40 minutes behind the real time?
Yeah, I believe it was.
Okay. Do those things happen because of like power outages and things like that?
Some things like that. Plus, it was a period of daylight savings time bouncing back and forth and stuff like that. So.
Did you determine that timestamp discrepancy by looking at the footage and comparing it to yourself?
I looked at the live footage and the footage versus real time or live.
Did you inform the detective of that timestamp
I did.
discrepancy? Okay. Were there any problems with the download process to pull the footage off the system on a
There was
DVD
not.
and put it on a jump drive? Any indication that the footage was altered, corrupted, tampered with anyway?
No.
Showing you has been marked as State's Exhibit YY for identification is disc. Do you recognize that disc?
I do.
How do you recognize it?
I viewed it and then signed off on it.
Okay. Does that footage fairly and accurately depict the area in front of the Triple Crown business, the parking lot, the Highway 441 during the time period?
Yes.
This time State would move YY into evidence as 48.
No objection. Objection to YY, evidence number 48.
And once you downloaded the footage and put it on a jump drive, what did you do with it?
I showed him how to install the player and to let his team have a list of directions to make it work. So
Got it. And then you gave it to the detective?
I gave it to him and then he left.
No other questions. Thank you, sir. Appreciate it.
Cross-examination.
No question, Chair.
Is he excused?
He is, Your Honor.
You're excused, Your Honor. Thanks, sir. Have a nice day.
All right. Thank you.
State calls Detective Don Carpenter.
Sirs, come over here up here. Stand, face the clerk, raise your right hand.
You swear or affirm testimony about to give you the truth, the whole truth, nothing but the truth, so help you God?
I do.
Have a seat. Thank you.
Good afternoon. Would you please introduce yourself to the jurors?
Hey, good afternoon. I'm Deputy Carpenter from the Marion County Sheriff's Office.
Did you become involved in the investigation into the murder of Tim Smith?
I did, yes, sir.
And were you assigned to do a neighborhood canvass where the victim's body was found, as well to see if anybody in the area had relevant information?
Yes, sir.
Would you have turned any of that information over to the lead detective?
Yes, sir.
Were you also tasked with trying to see if any residences or businesses had surveillance cameras along a specific route?
Yes, sir.
Specifically directing your attention to March 29th of 2023, did you go to Triple Crown Trailers located at 4251 South Pine Avenue in Ocala?
I did, yes, sir.
Why?
So when I was canvassing the area, that included Highway 441 due to where the incident location took place. I observed video cameras outward facing the highway. So when crimes happen, obviously criminals have to go to the scene and have to come from the scene. So that's why we, look for major highways and roadways and cameras facing those roadways.
And did you locate such a camera at Triple Crown?
I did, yes.
Did you go to the Triple Crown Trailers and make contact with a man named Mr. Shively?
I did, yes, sir.
And what was his role?
So at that time, he worked in management. I don't know his exact position in the company, but he worked their security camera system. And he was able to burn me a a copy of the time range. I requested, I think it was approximately an 8-hour time range. And he supplied me that on a USB port.
And were you focused on the early morning hours of March 24th?
Yes, sir.
Did he indicate to you that the timestamp on the footage was actually off by 40 minutes?
Yes, sir. I can't exactly recall if he indicated to me. It is common practice when I was a detective to verify everything with our phone because most security systems are actually a little bit off on time.
So did you determine either by you viewing it yourself or him indicating it to you that it was about 40 minutes off?
Yes, sir.
So if the actual time was 2 a.m., the surveillance would show 1:20 a.m.
Correct. Yes, sir.
Understood. And I'm showing you some introduced evidence as states 48. Do you recognize that disc?
Yes, sir.
Did you view it, initial it, and date it?
I did. Yes, sir.
Does this fairly and accurately depict the footage from Triple Crown that you retrieved?
Yes, sir.
Thank you, sir. No other questions, Your Honor.
Any cross-examination?
No questions, Judge.
Have a nice day, sir. Thank you.
Thank you.
Masood Ahmed. Spell that for you. MASUD AHMED. What was the last name? Ahmed.
Want to, sir? Stand up here, raise your right hand, face the clerk.
I think this is the first time we done heard from her since opening statements.
Have a seat, sir. Thank you.
Good afternoon. Hi. Can you scoot up and talk into the microphone, please, so everybody can hear you? Okay, scoot up, please. Yeah. Just want to make sure that you talk right into this, okay? So we can hear you. Thank you. Can you tell the jury your name and spell it, please?
Masood Ahmed.
Okay. Can you spell your first and last name, please?
MASUD AHMED.
Thank you. And where do you work, Mr. Ahmed?
I have gas and convenience store.
I'm sorry?
I have gas and convenience store.
Okay. Gas and convenience store. All right. And do you actually own the gas and convenience store?
Yeah.
All right. Who do you own that company with anyone else?
Me and my wife.
Is that the Lake Weir Marathon gas station?
Yes, ma'am.
All right. And what is the address, the actual address of the store?
3820 Southeast Lakeware Avenue, Ocala, Florida 34480.
Thank you. How long have you owned the Marathon gas station and convenience store?
More than 6 years.
Right. And does the store have a surveillance system?
Yes, ma'am.
Is the system motion activated or is it always recording?
Always recording.
How many cameras are there?
16.
Okay, 16 cameras. Are any of the cameras outside?
Yes, ma'am.
How many?
3.
3. Does one of the cameras show the gas pumps and face Lake Weir Avenue?
Yes, ma'am.
Where is the recording system for the cameras kept?
The pump.
The cameras, the main hub of the recording cameras? Do you have an office inside the
Yes,
gas
ma'am.
station?
Yeah.
Okay. Is the main hub or recording system kept inside your office?
Yes, ma'am.
Is the office door locked if you aren't there?
If I'm not there, it's locked.
It's locked, all right? Who has keys to the office?
Me.
You're the only person. I need you to answer out loud.
Me and my wife both. Yeah.
Thank you. So you and your wife are the only ones with access to the system.
Yes.
Is there a passcode to access the actual system?
No, me and my wife has the access to enter the room, but access to the
Passcode?
video surveillance only me.
So you and your wife both have keys to get into the office. You're
Right.
the only people. And only you have the passcode.
I'm going to object to leading, Your Honor.
That's sustained, although I would just note, I think he's had maybe a little bit difficulty answering some of the questions, maybe a little bit of a language barrier, although he does seem to understand English. So I think that the questioning was really just to clarify what he was saying.
That is, Judge, but I'll.
All right.
All right, I want to direct your attention
Yeah.
to March 28th of 2023. On that date, did a detective from the Marion County Sheriff's Office come to the store and ask to view some video footage?
Yes, ma'am.
Did you let him into the office?
Yes, ma'am.
And how did he access the system?
I give him, I put the passcode and give him to look at.
You put in the passcode?
Yeah.
And then did you let the detective look
Yeah.
through the system?
Yeah.
And then did the detective come out of the room when he was done?
Yeah.
Was everything with the surveillance system working at that time?
Yes, ma'am.
There was no indication it had been tampered with in any way?
No.
Okay. No indication the date or timestamp was off?
No.
Here I may approach the witness.
Yes.
I'm going to show you what's been marked for identification as State's Exhibit ZZ. Let me ask you if you can look at that. Do you recognize anything on this DVD?
Yeah.
Okay, what do you recognize?
I initial and put the date on.
Okay, initial and dated it. And did you actually watch this?
Yes, ma'am.
And does this fairly and accurately represent the video surveillance from your outside camera that faces the gas pumps and Lake Weir Avenue?
Yeah.
Your Honor, this time we move State's Exhibit ZZ into evidence.
No objection.
The objection states the evidence for station number 49.
And I don't have any other questions, Judge.
No questions, Your Honor.
We ask that he be excused.
Your excuse, sir. Thank you very much. Have a nice day.
Thank you.
Thank you. We have one more relatively short witness for the day.
Let's do it.
All right. Andrew Canterbury.
I do.
Good afternoon.
Good afternoon.
Can you please tell the jury your name and spell it?
My name is Andrew Canterbury. That's ANDREWCANTERBERRY.
And where do you work?
I work for the Marion County Sheriff's Office.
How long have you worked for the Marion County Sheriff's Office?
Almost 12 years.
What is your current position?
I currently am a drug agent with the Drug Enforcement Unit.
I want to direct your attention to March 27th of 2023. Were you in the same position with the Marion County Sheriff's Office on that date?
No,
What position were you in?
I was a major crimes detective.
On that date, did you become involved in the investigation of the murder of Tim Smith?
Yes.
And what were you assigned to do on that date?
On that date, I was assigned to go to the area of Courtney Park, 38th Street and Lake Weir Avenue, Southeast, and look through dumpsters, canvas for video and things like that.
All right. And where's the first place that you went?
The Courtney Park Business Plaza, I believe is the name of it.
All right. Is there a splash car wash there on Lake Weir Avenue?
Yes, ma'am.
Did you go to the car wash?
Yes.
And what did you do at the splash car wash?
I went through the dumpsters on the property, spoke with the owner to try to obtain video.
Did you locate anything of evidence in the dumpster?
No,
And were you able to obtain any video from the splash car wash?
we were not.
And why was that?
The system wasn't functioning properly.
And did you go to the Marathon gas station at 3820 Lake Weir?
Yes, I did.
All right, what did you do there?
The same thing. I canvassed the dumpsters in the area, attempted to obtain video.
On that date, were you able to obtain video from the Marathon gas station?
No, there wasn't, the owner or the manager wasn't available to get into the system to look at video.
And you had said you went to the Courtney Park Business Center as well?
Correct.
Okay. And what did you do there?
I canvassed for video as well.
And did you also search dumpsters there?
I did, yes.
Did you locate anything in any of the dumpsters?
No, I did not.
And did any of the businesses have video surveillance there?
Not inside Courtney, not in the Courtney Plaza, no.
Now, the following day, March 28th of 2023, did you go back to that Marathon gas station at 3820 Lake Weir Avenue to obtain some video surveillance?
Yes, I did.
All right. Who did you speak with there?
Mr. Masad Ahmad, I believe is his name. I'm not sure if I pronounced that properly.
Did he allow you to view his video surveillance?
He did, yes.
And did you locate video surveillance of relevance to this case?
Yes.
And did you confirm the time and date stamps were accurate?
Yes, I did, and they were accurate.
And did you forward that video to the lead detective in this case?
Yes.
And I want to direct your attention on March 28th of 2023. Later on that day, did you and Detective Carpenter attempt to locate Tim Smith's white Jeep?
Yes.
Okay, where's the first place that you went?
To his residence?
Would that be the defendant Herbert Swilly and Tim Smith's residence?
Yes.
Was the defendant there when you went there?
No.
Was the white Jeep there?
No.
Did you speak with anybody at the residence when you were there?
I believe we spoke with the daughter.
Jordan Swilly?
Jordan, yes.
And where did you go after you spoke with Jordan Swilly?
We were directed by Detective Pender to a business plaza in Oxford, Florida.
And what was in Plaza in Oxford, Florida?
I believe it was Mr. Herbert. Mr. Herbert.
Mr. Swilly?
Swilly, the defendant, I'm sorry, the defendant's lawyer's office at that time.
All right. That would be Gail Grossman.
Gail Grossman, yes.
And when you arrived at the office of Gail Grossman in Oxford, Florida, was the defendant or the Jeep there?
They both were, yes.
All right. And what happened next in regards to the Jeep?
We got the keys from his attorney and had a tow truck come and tow the Jeep.
All right. And was that the end of your involvement in this case?
That was it.
Thank you. I don't have any other questions.
I have no questions.
All right.
We would ask that you be excused, Judge.
Are you excused, sir? Thank you.
Thanks, sir.
Well, ladies and gentlemen, I think I'll finish this up for today. Okay. I want to remind you a couple things. One, I'll leave your notebooks here and we'll lock them up for you. Two, when you go home today, sometimes your family and friends are curious, but you can't talk about the case with anyone. Okay. Three, please don't go online and look up anything about this case at all, or look at any of the local newspapers or anything along those lines. Four, some of you might be familiar with some of these areas we're talking about. You cannot go and look at these scenes yourself, okay? You are prohibited from going to these crime scenes on your own, all right? With that, I will see you tomorrow morning, same time, about 10 after 8. Thank you. I will be adjourned until tomorrow. Thank you.
So guys, we got through the opening statements and we also got through day 2 and day 1. So wow. So today they're on day 3. We'll do another early stream tomorrow. For everybody that was watching the pregnant mistress unaliving trial, I have opened up the room for that one, and I will drop the link in the chat for those that want to go over there. I went ahead and got that one started only because today is Cheer Mom Day. So of course I have to go to cheer to watch my daughter cheer today and get her all to practice and stuff. So I figure I would get it started in the other room. They had a short day, so court been over in regards to the pregnant mistress unaliving trial. But if you guys want to head over there, here Here is the link if everybody wants to go over there, and we'll do day 3 in the morning tomorrow, kind of like what we did this morning. I'll start early. Kind of like it starting early, right? We got a lot covered. We went through what day 1 and 2 in less than 8 hours, right? So cool beans, cool beans. So guys, yeah, I will see you over there. And remember, you're in the right place, right? Where there's no filters, no fluff, just facts. So you can be the judge. I will drop the link again in here, and we will be here in the morning for day 3. All right. Peace. I don't know. I wonder what he coming back up here for. Wait a minute. He's sitting back down. Wait a minute, Judge.
Keep some level of consistency.
Oh. Oh no, they trying to take us into day 3. Sorry. We don't want to go into day 3 just yet. All right. All right, guys. I'll see you over in the next room. Peace. Oh, no problem, Miss B. Behaving. Come on over to the other room. We hanging out.